Constitution protects our society and empowers us to govern. The Protea leaves are us, the people, who freely elect our voices in Parliament. The drum calls the people of Parliament, through whom we govern together. And the sun is our country, healing our past, improving our lives, and energizing our potential. Together, our Constitution, our people, our Parliament, and our country are building our great South African nation. Parliament TV, channel 408 on DSTV.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policy-making, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
A very warm welcome to Parliament TV, and we are hosting the P20 Speakers Summit right here in Arabella Hotel. You see those beautiful pictures right there. Today is quite windy. As you know, this is the Western Cape, and we are quite notorious for the windy weather.
It is indeed, Sebo. Good morning to our viewers at home. It is indeed, the weather is not really what we would have expected today, but it is the Western Cape and it's known for its weather. This gathering today represents a crucial parliamentary dimension of the G20, creating a powerful platform where speakers and presiding officers from the world's largest economies converge. Over the next 3 days, these legislative leaders will deliberate on a theme of profound importance: harnessing parliamentary democracy for the realization of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. And it is here in this forum that they will discuss how parliamentarians can actively contribute to shaping and implementing the decisions made at the G20 level rather.
That is right, Timikosi, and our live broadcast begins now at 8 a.m. as we take you to the stunning Benguela Cove Wine Estate for the official opening of the ceremony. Now, over the next hour, you will witness the arrival of the high-level delegations from G20 nations, the European Union and the African Union, setting the stage for a day of significant diplomatic engagement.
The formal program is set to commence at 9 a.m. with a rich schedule, including the singing of our national anthem, welcoming remarks, and opening address. And of course, the centerpiece of this morning's session, the event we are all anticipating, will be the keynote address by the President of the Republic, His Excellency Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, scheduled for 10:10 a.m. So stay with us as we build to this pivotal moment. We have a full morning of events leading up to the President's address, all from the official opening venue at Benguela Cove. We'll be with you every step of the way, providing insights and analysis, bringing the world of parliamentary diplomacy directly to you. So stay tuned. As we continue with our live coverage of the P20 summit, we must begin today by acknowledging the somber news that has cast a pall over our nation and the diplomatic community. Yesterday, we received the tragic and deeply saddening news of the ultimate passing of South Africa's ambassador to France, Mr. Nathi Mthethwa. His passing has sent shockwaves across the diplomatic space. As Parliament TV, we join the nation in sending our most heartfelt condolences to his family, friends, and colleagues. He was a dedicated servant of the people who represented South Africa with distinction on various international platforms. Our thought and prayers are with his loved ones during this profoundly difficult time. Following this devastating news, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Didiza, also delivered a message of condolence on behalf of the entire Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. I am now joined by the Secretary to Parliament, Mr. Olile George, for a discussion on some of the events that are expected to take place today. Good morning, Secretary to Parliament, and welcome to Parliament TV.
Good morning, Tim Ngosi. Good morning to all the Parliament TV viewers.
Secretary to Parliament, yesterday we went to bed having learned of the passing of Ambassador Mr. Nathi Mthethwa. Would you like to send a message or pass some few words of condolences to the nation and to his family?
Indeed, Tim Ngosi, this is one of the most distressing news that has ever visited our country. When we have some amongst us chosen to play one of the most crucial roles to represent the interest of the country and represent the best of its image in the world, nobody expects developments of this nature, not at all, especially the tragic manner in which it has happened. And we mourn and join the rest of the South African family, the Parliament of South Africa, and many people who know the former ambassador, either as childhood friends, through the work and what he has done in a number of portfolios that he has been put up. And I think he has done his absolute best in every deployment that he has been put up to represent the country and also represent his political party. So we're quite saddened by that, and we would like to convey our utmost sincere condolences to his family, his wife and children, his brothers and his in-laws, and we hope that his soul will rest in peace.
Thank you, Secretary, for those kind words. Now, just to get back on today's events, there's a great deal of excitement around the upcoming P20 summit. So for our viewers who may be unfamiliar, could you please start by explaining what the P20 summit is and why is it such a significant event for South Africa to be hosting it?
You know, the global community is organized in many levels. At the apex level, countries form part of a multilateral body, the Global Assembly of Countries that is organized under the auspices of the United Nations. And our country forms part of that. And within that family, there's a number of settings that countries either organize themselves in terms of economic relations. And as we know, we have G7 countries, one of the most highly industrialized countries, of which we are not part of the G7 countries. But on top of that, you also have a larger aggregation of 20 countries that is now commonly known as G20. We are part of the G20 economies. And since its establishment, South Africa has been a consistent player under G20. And for the first time, as we know, we are now playing host to that global forum of countries, and our head of state, President Cyril Ramaphosa, will be hosting heads of states at the end of the month. Within that, we also have at state level the formations of parliament. We now have what we call P20, which we are now playing host on. And this establishment took shape in 2018 out of realization that, in fact, some of the policy discussions, be they economic or any other matters, safety, sustainability. At the uppermost is that to give effect to those decisions, you would need legal instruments to create enabling framework to either change the existing rules or create new framework for rules. So parliaments then come into being because these are centers of lawmaking in terms of respective countries. So these were set up then in terms of P20 in 2018 in Argentina, the first setting of the P20, and we're now playing host for the first time in Africa as the African Parliament. So it's quite exciting that we are now gathered under the rallying call of harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for global solidarity, equality, and so on. So it's quite important that as we meet today and tomorrow playing host to many of these countries, we can only be excited as Parliament of South Africa that some of the issues that will go to the G20 at the end of November, they will find expressions where Parliament play a major role to say, out of these focus areas, are there implications for lawmaking? Are there implications for exercising greater levels of oversight, but also as participatory platforms to help shape discourses around these matters? So we're quite happy that as South Africa, we are welcoming a number of countries in that family, plus also multilateral bodies that are now going to be part of the discussions since Monday, as we know, under the Women's Parliamentary Banner and Youth Parliamentary Banner, and today being the ultimate stage of official opening of the event. So we look forward to concluding a very successful P20, and we look forward to having final agreements as statements of outcome, which participating countries will then take it to the G20 forum at the end of November.
Now, beyond the prestige of this event, what are the tangible benefits for South Africa and Africa as a whole in having the world's parliamentary leadership gathered here on our soil?
Benefits, Temikos, are multifaceted. At the first level is what we normally don't take it as tangibles. So many people coming to our country, probably the majority of them is first time to come to this country. So naturally, at the level of tourism, you have got an aggregated outcome where people may come official purposes. They may have also brought their families to come here. If they have not done that, having seen the beauty of our country, they may no doubt decide to come back to our country. So there's that immediate benefit of attraction to our country, and obviously GDP being reliant largely on tourism because we're a beautiful country. The second part is about focusing on areas that would largely be of benefit for us as emerging economies in Africa, especially given our characterization that when it comes to issues of inequality, underdevelopment, we have many challenges as Africa, especially on issues of debt. So there will be focus areas on tackling issues of debt and what we can do to make sure that there can be various instruments to enable the emerging countries to be able to soothe the effect of debt. In other countries, we see countries' debt being extinguished, others being minimized, others being given preferential lending rates in terms of the debt capital markets in the global economy system. So in that case, some of the instruments is how do we create competitiveness in such a way that structural barriers that many countries face, they are minimized so that the playing field can be enabled to help us achieve the objective of driving equality, at the same time look at enhanced measures to promote balanced economic relations and balanced trade for our country. So it's much more important for us as we contend with the question of Africa Free Trade Agreement to say what are the conditions that will enable us so that issues of peace and global solidarity are equated on the basis of a good premise of equality in terms of economic instruments, economic rules, but also promote balanced global governance in our system.
As we continue with the discussion, just like to apologize to our viewers for the noises that might be coming through. Unfortunately, those are some of the benefits of live TV. We are at the Manas and the weather is not in our favor. Secretary, as we continue with our interview, so what is then the overarching theme or the key question that this P20 summit aims to address, and what is the key that this summit is going to be addressing, the key messages that we can expect?
Issues of economic promotion and cooperations are very key around this. Issues of tackling global debts in terms of relativity in each country, especially for us as developing countries, is going to be discussed. Issues of sustainability in terms of climate resilience measures is going to be discussed. Issues of peace and global solidarity is going to be addressed. So those are various packages that will be deliberated in various commissions after the official opening session, and thereafter an outcome statement of the P20 would now form part of the messaging that the members of the P20, through their countries, they will be able to shape and contribute to the various tracks that will be discussed in G20.
Secretary, this summit is a global stage for our own democracy. So how will Parliament use this opportunity to showcase South Africa's democratic processes and the work we do here to the world?
Well, as we know, we are a young democracy, Temengosi. We are just 31 years. And we're taking strides to shape the aspirations of our country, having emerged from a tumultuous past. And my apologies. And emerging out of that past, we emerge with a promise, the blueprint in our constitution, the founding statement, that we as the people, united in our diversity, would like to see our country tackling issues of inequality, restoring human dignity, and all of those. So as we play host to others, we are one of those shining examples of a resilient democracy that predictable every 5 years. With no doubt, we go back to the people, and people renew mandates of governments at a local level, provincial level, and national level. And gradually, every 5 years, we have reports that come out of the reputable institutions of the state that communicate the message of progress on tackling issues of inequality, whether it is issues of social justice, economic participation and empowerment, but also restoration of human dignity, access to health, access to basic amenities that other countries take for granted. So we're making steady strides as a country towards those areas. So we are also able to showcase the beauty of our country, what we have, but at the same time acknowledging that we have many more strides to take up, given that massive levels of inequality still stay strikingly creating divides in terms of social inequality, economic exclusion of many people in our country. But knowing that there's a determination to tackle those is one of the rallying positive forces that our democratic government contends with, at the same time knowing that with limited resources, we need to rally various players in the social sphere, in the economic sphere, in the business community, to partner with government to tackle this. So parliaments play a leading role to exercise oversight over departments to make sure that prudently they perform their functions and implement the programs that they have been given budget to do by Parliament. At the same time, ensuring that people vibrantly participate in our system of democracy. So we're quite proud that we play host to that so that we can showcase all of these areas that show us that we are hard at work implementing the promise of our Constitution.
Now, Secretary, before I let you go, what can our members of Parliament and our parliamentary administration learn from engaging with their counterparts from such a diverse range of nations?
We form part of various hostings of global platforms, whether it is through Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, we form part of that family. The international parliamentary unions, we also form part of that family. So at the level of P20, we not only learn in what we'll be doing today and tomorrow, but certainly we form part of previous events. So we always believe that whenever there's a gathering of parliaments and lawmakers in particular, it allows a space to not only showcase, but to learn from others. What are the things that we can do better, but at the same time from knowledge sharing, so that we can improve the quality of offerings to members of parliament as the admission of parliament, but at the same time it helps them to develop sharper perspectives on the base of benchmarks, how other parliaments will contribute in the discussion about how they would have tackled issues of gender equality, tackling issues of youth empowerment, tackling issues of women empowerment, and all of those areas that form part of our menu of conversation. So we benefit from that as parliaments. Thank you very much to all the South African Parliament viewers. Thank you very much, Tengos.
Well, viewers, that was the Secretary to Parliament, Mr. Xolile George, sharing some insights on the event that is scheduled for the next 2 days. Please stay tuned.
And you're still watching Parliament TV at the very windy Arabella Hotel right here in Claremont. So apologies for any noise that you might hear. But as we continue this program, the past 2 days here have been a veritable flurry of diplomatic activity, laying the crucial groundwork for the main P20 summit. Now, we've seen intense and productive discussions at two key parallel events, and that is the P20 Women Parliamentarians meeting and the P20 Young Parliamentarians meeting. Now, delegates from G20 nations, the European Union and and the African Union delved deep into critical topics, all aligned with the overarching P20 theme of harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for global solidarity, equality and sustainability. Now, this vibrant exchange of ideas has not just been talk, it has culminated in concrete outcomes, with both forums adopting formal declarations that will feed directly into the main summit's deliberations. Now, to help us unpack the significance of these discussions and their outcomes, we are now joined by someone who has been at the very heart of these proceedings. Now, he has sat through the various working sessions and has been actively engaged in numerous bilateral meetings on the sidelines. We are now joined by another key leader, the Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, Speaker Dalen Mitchell. Please welcome to Parliament TV.
Thank you very much for having me.
Speaker, just a highlight of the past 2 days. How has that been for you?
Well, I think it's been an amazing opportunity, not only just for the Western Cape, but for South Africa as a country. We on the global stage. We have countries watching us, and I'm very, very proud to say that I'm a South African, and that I was able to participate in this sessions this last 2 days, because we have really put South Africa on the global stage, and from various parliamentarians across the world that are now seeing that South Africa is a force to be reckoned with.
Speaker, of course, you've spoken about the Western Cape, and of course we're showcasing what it is that we are capable of as a country. Now, of course, the Western Cape has its own distinct set of opportunities and challenges, from urban economic hubs to rural agricultural communities. How will you tailor the broad global themes of this P20 meeting, like driving global change, into concrete action plan that addresses the specific needs, especially of women and youth in the Western Cape?
Well, firstly, I'm very proud as the Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament to say that our focus has always been both urban and rural Western Cape. I'm a little bit biased because I come from rural Western Cape, so my strategic objective has always been to take the people of the rural parts of the province with us on this journey. So when we focus on the citizens of the Western Cape as Provincial Parliament, we focus on all the citizens, and we don't distinguish between urban and rural, but we leave no one behind as we continue this journey.
And of course, a recurring theme at the summit is using evidence-based oversight, right, to hold the executive accountable. Now, when it comes to the Western Cape, it often highlights its use of data and performance tracking. How can the legislature sort of leverage this approach in a more aggressive way to monitor and improve provincial government outcomes, specifically for women in areas like GBV, we have service delivery, healthcare access, and the success rate of youth and women-led SMMEs?
So if you look at, firstly, the role, the constitutional mandate of Parliament or legislatures to have oversight over these government departments. And again, I'm very proud to say that the standing committees in the Provincial Parliament delve directly into those. So, for example, in the health space, on the data that's presented in the Health Committee, the standing committees will interrogate those results through the various standing committees, and then take it to the ground and go and do oversight on these stats or data that has been provided. Same with social development. The same with finance, economic opportunities, and agriculture. In particular, the government programs that's being rolled out. As you know, that the separation of powers between government and Parliament. So government presents these programs, and Parliament or the legislature ensures that these programs, as advertised or as communicated or offered to our citizens, are in fact happening, and that there's a real impact on the ground. And that's where Parliament comes in with our standing committees and the public engagement that happens at that level.
Now, of course, throughout discussions, whether you're looking at government in the executive, whether you're looking at government at local level or even provincial level, there's always talks about public-private relationships and that collaborative nature, right? Now, the Western Cape has a relatively strong relationship with the private sector. What practical partnership models or funding mechanisms discussed at this P20 can you bring back to catalyze support for women entrepreneurs in the province, particularly in high-growth sectors like the green economy, tech and agro-processing?
Well, those, again, it's when you look at the separation of powers and how our parliament is holding the executive accountable. So the implementing agents are parliament, are government.
Yes.
However, as lawmakers in our standing committees, all these different funding models, blended financing, for example, in the finance space, the Minister of Finance is engaging in that model currently. So those kind of things or those kind of mechanisms that government puts in place, Parliament has oversight over, but as lawmakers in our standing committees, these are the kind of examples that we will bring to the committees.
And as we know, I mean, South Africa is faced with a whole lot of socioeconomic issues, right? From poverty to unemployment to issues of access to public health care. Now, with youth unemployment being such a crisis that cuts across through all the provinces and it disappropriately affects young women, how will the legislature act on the discussions from the young parliamentarians meeting in this regard?
Well, so I must again say that as the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, our strategic objective is to obviously not leave anyone behind. And I'm proud to say that with our external stakeholders, the engagement is continuous. So we recently had a colloquium on women with the Motlanthe Foundation. We hosted that in the Western Cape. If you look at a men's parliament, we've done that, and we about a week or so ago we had the first in South Africa of a boys' parliament. So our continuous interaction with citizens in various sectors is a critical focus area and a strategic objective for Parliament. So in particular, the different sectors where there's a disproportionate inherent what do you call it? Allocation of resources. We try and bridge that gap so that we can ultimately ensure that citizens, in particular young people and young women, are empowered through various government programs.
And so far, can you mention just a few of the skills development strategies then that the Western Cape government has come up with and is implementing throughout the province? So
if you look at the Year Beyond program, where there's a clear focus on young people, young women, in the social development space, there's continuous interaction with young people. In the finance, economic opportunity space, small business booster funds, the programs that has been launched in the Western Cape. So there's a global or a distinct how do I put this?
Steps
into young people and empowerment of young people.
And in that regard, one of the key issues that have been spoken about throughout in the Women Parliament and the young parliamentarians is the development of AI tech, and ensuring that young people are also included in that and empowered. What are some of the steps that the Western Cape legislature is taking in investing in young people and ensuring that they do get those skills development in terms of AI, in terms of tech development?
Well, again, from a government perspective, I mean, I can't speak on behalf of government, but from a parliamentary perspective,
Yes.
so we're already at the stage where AI frameworks are being put in place. We ensure that our interaction speaks to that with our citizens. So from our websites to the chambers to the when we do public education and outreach, how do we bring it all together so that we leave no one behind? Because the reality with AI is that it will be part of our future. So we can't leave anyone behind. I mean, AI will be there whether we like it or not. So how do we ensure that the most rural citizen or young person is also on this journey?
Yes.
And that is all part of our framework that we're busy developing again, which I'm very proud of. Again, it's a first of its kind, and we're actively ensuring that we leave no one behind. I mean, if there's one thing that I want to leave behind one day when I exit Parliament, is that legacy for continuous growth is the foundations are laid, and that people are able to build on that going into the future.
Now, you speak very fondly about ensuring that nobody is left behind, that everybody is included in the development, in governance, essentially. Now, in that regard, of course, this means that we have to focus on public participation, because to attend to a need, you have to know that there's a need that comes from the community. How does the Western Cape Legislature ensure that there is proper public participation, and why is it important?
Well, public participation, I mean, I always say, when is there enough public participation? And it's because there's no real definition of public participation. And so until we ultimately are satisfied that the citizen have been informed, whether it's a bill, whether it is introduction of a new law from national, how do we communicate that, and how do we empower our citizens when it comes to that?
Yes.
So from we have a public education and outreach unit at the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, which I'm very proud of, because they ultimately, with the members of Parliament, have the responsibility to do education for 7.4 million citizens in the province. So we have a solid program of action across this province on a regular basis, and which I'm proud of is the fact that we publish it. So on a parliamentary program, so citizens are aware when the education unit is in the areas. We've also taken part the opening of Parliament to various regions across the province. And what leads up to that is that, so before the opening, that week or two before the opening, the standing committees of Parliament does oversight, intensive oversight, so that when they debate the Premier's state of the province, they have tangible, real examples of the people of that towns or regions where the opening of Parliament is.
Of course, throughout, I'm sure you were listening to the media briefing as well, and even throughout the women parliamentarians meeting and the young parliamentarians meeting, there seems to be this mismatch between the talking and implementation, right? In fact, a lot of people have just said, you know what, it's politicians meeting again, it's talk show. They're going to have tea and biscuits, and that's the end of it. How do we sort of collaborate and ensure that there is a meeting with regards to talking, policy, discussions, dialogue, conversation, and implementation?
Well, I think it's always very difficult when you sit in a room and politicians respectfully have a mandate, and you try and find. But this is what I think would work in a community or in a environment. Yeah. The harsh reality of it is that we need to bring whatever we've agreed on here, and how do we land it into Parliament? Yeah. And the only way that it land is if it actually gets referred to a particular standing committee.
Yeah.
And so we can, I mean, if we don't make it a parliamentary process, it's going to, unfortunately and sadly, just get you're going to lose it. So my intention is that we take all of these resolutions, we break it up, and we see how we can, what standing committee constitutionally is mandated to try and implement these resolutions, and whether it is about recommending to the department with the standing committee's engagement, but it needs to land somewhere. It can't just be a whole lot of resolutions on a piece of paper. Because I think we might as well not have met.
Yeah, that's true. Now, still on the implementation issue, from your meeting with the young parliamentarians, what are some of the outcomes or some of the ideas and proposals that you heard from other country delegates? What are some of those proposals that you are going to take home and sort of propose in the Western Cape?
Well, again, from a sustainability perspective, and how do we bring the young people on board? It's all good and well to be a young person and a young parliamentarian and not be the voice for those young people. A lot of the recommendations are exactly that. It's what young people needs, and how do we again bring it into the government as the implementing agency. And so again, we'll unpack those in the standing committees. I have a responsibility as the Speaker to refer those to the relevant standing committees, and then we will see with the government program of action, because Parliament doesn't set government's agenda. But how do we influence government's agenda?
Of course. Now, to our viewer, like we said, Arabella Kleinmont is windy today, and so we apologize for the noise. And Speaker and I are trying our best to ensure that you receive the information that you so deserve. Now, Speaker, as we continue this conversation, of course, the President is set to give a keynote discussion speech today at 10 minutes past 10 today. What are some of your expectations with regards to this keynote speech, and also what are some of your expectations for the P20 Speaker Summit as a whole?
Well, so obviously economic growth, jobs and safety is a key responsibility or key priority for young people and for citizens. So I would kind of expect the President to get into how we're going to ensure that economic growth happens, and ultimately create jobs for our citizens. I mean, you spoke about it earlier on about the youth unemployment, and all these things interlink. So if there's not economic growth, there won't be jobs, and if there's not jobs, then it increases the socio-economic circumstances of our citizens. But also, how do we use this global platform to build on our international relations and diplomacy with our international partners? And I'm sure that the President would touch on some of those relationships that we need. I mean, I don't want to get into individual countries and individual relationships, but I do believe that this is the platform where the President has the opportunity to create the space to say that South Africa is open for business, South Africa is open for investment, and this is what, as a government, as a national government, will do to ensure that investment happens or comes to South Africa, comes to the Western Cape, to ultimately ensure that economic growth happens and jobs are being created.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much for having me.
And of course, that was the Speaker of the Western Cape, the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, they call. And of course, he was discussing the global dialogue that must be filtered through the lens of local reality to create meaningful change. Now, as we draw closer to the start of the P20 Speaker Summit, of course, we look at different interests of Parliament, in particular Africa's desired outcome. Now, stay tuned to Parliament TV as we bring you more dialogue and more conversation conversation with regards to what matters most to you.
Well, welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV, and we're coming to you live from Arabella Hotel in Claremont. Although we'll be bringing you another event that is taking place at Benguela Cove in Hermanus.
And of course, today, like I said earlier, it is really windy here at Arabella Hotel in Claremont. And of course, the Western Cape is notoriously known for the wind here. So apologies for any noise that you hear, in the studio. But we will try our best to bring you all the action right here at Arabella as we host the P20 Speaker Summit for 2025.
And those who are familiar with Cape Town will know that you can have you can have four seasons in one day. And I think that is what we are confronted with here today in Hermanus. We are close to an ocean, as you can see the lake behind us. So there's a lot of wind that is coming through, hence the noises, as Chepo had already highlighted. Of course, we know that the past 2 days we brought you two P20 meetings, one a meeting of young parliamentarians and a meeting of women parliamentarians. And in the women parliamentarians, some of Some of the discussions that took place there included climate change, where delegates discussed the disproportionate impact of climate change on women, citing statistics that show women are more vulnerable to climate-related disasters and are often excluded from decision-making processes. And when they were speaking on issues of gender equality, the speakers emphasized the importance of achieving gender equality, with women currently accounting for only 27% of parliamentarians worldwide and just 22% of the speakers of parliaments.
And of course, from the meeting of young parliamentarians, which we did note that in both sessions, the issue of representation kept on coming up. So clearly, it's a challenge on both demographics, whether for women and young parliamentarians. And of course, some of the highlights in that session was youth participation and political inclusion, and these were at the forefront and center of the discussions and dialogues that were had in that session. Now, the issue was how young parliamentarians can move forward beyond advisory role into substantive decision makers. Of course, there's been issues with regards to how young people are not included in policy development, policy making and decision making, especially at a legislative level. And these were some of the issues that were ironed out. And as you can see, Timingosi, during the discussions, it seems like it's an issue that cuts across throughout the countries, that there's an issue with regards to representation of young people. So one must wonder, how do the needs of the young people get to the tables and the rooms that make policy, that make the laws, to ensure that they are attended to?
This could be one of the reasons, Seppo, when I spoke to one of the young members of parliament, Fasiha Hassan, she called on young people to vote. She reminded young people that they form majority of the citizens of this country, and they are also high in numbers in terms of unemployment. So she invited young people to participate and start getting involved and come back to voting, so that they can also be active participants in these democratic processes.
And of course, they are the ones that are affected mostly by unemployment, poverty, social issues. They are the ones that impact them the most, skills development. And so it is very important to ensure that they vote and make their voices heard. And of course, we are still waiting to go over to Benguela Cove, where the opening and the keynote of President Cyril Ramaphosa, which is the President of the Republic of South Africa, will open with a keynote there. Now, as you can see, those are the live pictures at Benguela Cove, right here in Claremont, and you can see those discussions and delegates that have already gathered, of course, in anticipation of the keynote speech from His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa.
And we are 5 minutes away from the start of the activities on the other side there on your screen. Delegates at Benguela Cove that are attending the 11th G20 Parliament Speakers Summit that is scheduled to start at 9 o'clock and will take place over the next 2 days. And some of the key takeaways from the discussion that took place over the past 2 days were gender responsive to climate change, where delegates called for gender responsiveness, climate laws and budgets, particularly for rural women and women-led initiatives. They also called for parliamentary diplomacy. They stressed the need for parliamentary diplomacy to strengthen cooperation across borders and build trust.
And of course, there were huge calls for commitments and strong calls for accountability, and that the outcome statements from these meetings needs to tie to action plans, measurable targets and oversight, which has been an issue. And if you watched yesterday when the presiding officers of Parliament of South Africa took the stage for a media briefing where they informed the media of the state of readiness for the P20 summit, the question kept on coming up: what are the tangible measures that are going to be taken? How are these measures going to, and the implementable targets, how are they going to be seen and felt on the ground?
And that's what we're waiting for, Tepo, because it's as much as important to have these forums, it's also important that whatever decisions that are taken during this discussion, we see the implementation thereof. Otherwise, it would be useless to have such forums, and then we don't see any changes after that. And one of the things that the minister that I spoke to, Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga, of Minister of Women, Youth and Persons Living with Disabilities, she emphasized the need to dismantle power structures, perpetuating disparities in decision-making structures, promoting systematic change for women leadership. So there's a call for women as well. As much as there's a call for young people, there's also a call for women to take up their space. We know that in the exclusion of women prior 1994 and the struggles that some of the women went through that time to make sure that today we have women representation in all spheres of our lives.
And that, of course, speaks to the persistent inequality throughout the legislatures, throughout the sectors of business as well. And, of course, when we talk about gender, economic, regional, and in terms of resource access, gender inequality is an issue. And, of course, we have 2 minutes before the much-anticipated key address from the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. And those are the live pictures there at Benguela Cove in Claremont as the delegates anticipate this keynote address.
And as you can see on your screen, those are some of the Russian delegates. So Rosa Chemeris will be talking to her later on in this show. That gave us a word on the Russian perspectives that in relation to the current events that are taking place in South Africa. And they're one of our presiding officers, House Chairperson, Mr. Cedric Frolik, on the screen. As you can see, the delegates having little chats as we move closer to 9 o'clock.
And, of course, they're probably giving each other highlights of the past 2 days with regards to the meeting of women parliamentarians and the meeting of young parliamentarians. A lot of engagement has already happened before the main event, I call it, of the P20 Speakers Summit. And, of course, it is important to note that the keynote address from the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, will address the delegates at 10 minutes past 10.
And those who have just joined us, you are watching the live coverage of Parliament TV. We're coming to you live on DSTV channel 408. We are at Arabella Hotel in Claremont, and we're also now and again crossing live to Benguela Cove here in Claremont, where the G20 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit will commence at 9 o'clock.
And, of course, you can anticipate the discussions and robust diplomacy when it comes to relations and ensuring collaboration between these countries. The idea here is to ensure that people learn from each other, ideas are shared, and proposals and suggestions are taken back home. So we hope that after all of this, that all the outcomes and resolutions that the P20 summit comes to will be implemented and will be felt by the citizens of the G20 countries.
And so, as host, that is from the media briefing of the speaker yesterday, is indicating that the South African Parliament seeks an outcome where G20 parliamentarians unanimously pledge to strengthen legislative and oversight mechanism, ensuring that national laws and budgets are systematically aligned with gender-responsive framework to advance women's empowerment, leadership, and youth participation, particularly in the critical areas of climate policy and economic development.
And, of course, if you want to know what the P20 summit is, let's give you a little explanation here. It is formally the Parliamentary Speakers Summit of the G20, and it is the highest level of gathering of parliamentary leaders from G20 countries, plus invited guests, observer states, and international organizations. It is an annual meeting of speakers of parliament from the G20 countries, and it is hosted by the parliament of the country holding the G20 presidency. And in 2025, that is South Africa, and that is why we find ourselves in Claremont this week. Now, it brings together parliamentary leaders to debate and shape responses to global issues like economic growth, sustainable development, inclusion, digital transformation, and climate change. The purpose and role of this is to bridge between governments and people. It ensures that decisions of G20 heads of state are reinforced by legislative oversight, accountability, and democratic legitimacy. Now, policy influence, while the summit itself doesn't create binding laws, its outcomes, documents, declarations, or statements often guide parliaments in aligning domestic legislation with G20 countries.
And we can see that some of the members, we can see that the delegates are starting to take seats as they are preparing for the G20 summit that will be starting at any time from now on. But of course, Africa has some desired outcomes that are clear and transformative as it seeks definitive shift in how the world manages debt and disaster. And the current framework for debt treatment are said to have failed to deliver timely relief, disproportionately burdening Africa's economy. So the collective advocacy will be for urgent reforms to the G20 common framework, including automatic suspension of debt servicing during negotiations and expanding its scope to include vulnerable middle-income countries. And this is not merely an economic argument. It is a moral imperative to free up fiscal space for climate adaptation, social programs, and essential developments.
And of course, the key agendas for this P20 Speakers Summit that is held in South Africa for 2025 is economic reforms for fair and inclusive growth, gender equality and women's empowerment, youth inclusion in governance and innovation, climate change and just energy transition, and of course, strengthening democracy and multilateralism.
And some of the desired outcomes that Africa demands to be an active player in the green energy revolution, not a passive beneficiary. And while the continent possesses vast renewable potential, it receives a paltry share of global energy investment. And as you can see there on your screen, delegates settling down, preparing for the start of the meeting, which we're expecting to start at any given time. As you can see there, that members are settling down, preparing for the start of this 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Forum.
And again, just a reminder of what it is. The focus here is to discuss and coordinate on global economic issues like trade, finance, development, climate change, digital transformation, and geopolitical stability. Now, the Parliamentary Speaker Summit of the G20 is the parliamentary track of G20. And of course, that is the Honourable Cedric Frolick, probably asking delegates to settle down as the program is about to commence at Benguela Cove right here in Claremont.
And part of those delegations are the speakers of parliaments from all G20 countries, speakers of South Africa's 9 provincial legislatures, presidents and representatives of the African Union and European Union, as well as other invited parliamentary leaders and observers.
Now let's take you over to Benguela Cove. As you can see, action there throughout the day. Thanks.
There's also a lot of our guests and delegates still standing at the back. It also applies to you. Take up your seating. May I request the ushers now to clear the area in front, as well as the aisle, so that the dignitaries can make their way into the venue. Honorable members, delegates and support staff, take up your allocated seats. May I ask for the area here in front of me to be cleared, please? May I request the delegates standing in front of me and support staff, will you please take up your allocated seats? Thank you. And for those who are standing, there's still a lot of space towards the second half of the venue. You may also take up those seats. There's more than enough seating available. Will the ushers also assist to get the delegates who are still outside the venue to move inside so that we do not delay proceedings any further?
All right, as you can see there on your screen, proceedings are set to start at any time, and expect that the proceedings will start with the singing of the national anthem, which will then be welcomed. We'll get a welcoming from the host town, the executive mayor of the Overstrand District Municipality, Mr. A. Class, will do the welcoming of delegates, which will be followed by the opening remarks by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Toko Didiza. And we take you back to Benguela.
The second row is leaders of delegation, and the third row is for ambassadors and other diplomatic heads that are accompanying the delegation. Mr. Sitole, may I ask for the center, for the guests who are still standing around in the center to take up their seats, please.
As you can see, the proceedings are set to begin. Delegates are being told to take their allocated seats as we await the program to begin. And that is at Benguela Cove in Claremont. Of course, there is a set program that has been distributed, and you can get that program on our website at p20.parliament.gov.za to sort of just get an idea of what is set to happen throughout the day. This is the beginning of the summit. This is the much-awaited summit that is of a first in South Africa and on the African continent.
And indeed, we expect that the joint outcome documents will be read just after the Speaker has delivered her opening remarks. So we can also expect on the program to hear from the joint declaration of the second P20 Women Parliamentarians meeting and the joint declaration of the P20 Young Parliamentarians meeting that took place in the past 2 days.
And of course, it was the first time that there was a meeting of young parliamentarians since the summit has been established, and that is one of the distinct differences that when it comes to how different things have come to this point when it comes to the hosting of the P20 with South Africa.
And indeed, did with the P20 meeting of women parliamentarians. It was a second meeting. We know that the first one took place during the Women's Month here in South Africa on 13 and 14 August of this 2025. On the program, we can expect to also get the remarks by the Pan-African Parliament. The President, Honorable Chief Fortune Zakaria Charumba, was set to address the meeting at 09:40. As you can see there on your screen, things are about to go down at any given moment now. And I think they are still waiting for some of the delegates to settle down.
And of course, in 2024, the P20 happened in Brazil last year, and this year it is in South Africa. Now, of course, you've been seeing all those flags on the stage, and those are the 20 countries that make up the G20, and these are Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, China, France, Germany, India, Indonesia, Italy, Japan. Let's go back to Benguela as those proceedings set to begin.
All right, just to take you to some of the key topics that will be discussed during this summit. There's 4 of those topics that you can expect to hear the members talking from them. The one is strengthening disaster resilience and responses, ensuring the readiness, inclusivity, and international cooperation in disaster risk reduction, and the second one being ensuring debt sustainability for low-income countries, advocating for transparency, accountability, and debt relief mechanisms that protect vulnerable economies. But we're taking you back to Benguela.
Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly and the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces to commence proceedings.
Thank you very much. I didn't expect that round of applause. Most welcome. Thank you. We are just waiting for a few other people to be seated, and then we will commence.
And of course, just a reminder that a group of 20 G20, of course, brings together the world's largest advanced and emerging economies. As of 2023, the African Union was made a permanent member. So now there are 21 members in total, and that is the 20 countries plus the European Union plus the African Union. Now, the list of 20 countries includes Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, China, France, Germany, India, Indonesia, Italy, Japan, Mexico, Russia, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, South Korea, Turkey, the United Kingdom, the United States, and the European Union. And as I said earlier, since 2023, the African Union is now part of the G20 countries, and the African Union represents all 55 African states collectively. Now, together, these members represent about 85% of the global GDP and 2/3 of the world's population. Of course, these are all the countries that I mentioned, and those are the flags that are on stage. Now, we are watching the P20 Speakers Summit, and the program is about to commence. Delegates have been asked to take their allocated seats as we await the much-anticipated P20 Speakers Speakers Summit, the first on African soil and the first, of course, in South Africa. And we are coming to you live from Benguela Cove in Claremont in the Western Cape. And that on stage is the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. Now, as we wait for the much-anticipated program to begin, these are some of the delegates that were taking part in the two meetings on the 29th and the 30th of September. And these meetings preceded this main event. And those meetings were the meeting of the women parliamentarians and the P20 meeting of young parliamentarians. Now, some of the issues that were highlighted there and shared are issues such as inclusivity, representation, and of course ensuring that young people and women are represented throughout, not just in the legislatures, but throughout business sectors. We're talking farming, we're talking IT as well, especially with technology and AI development. Now, of course, the key agendas that will be spoken to in this summit include economic reforms for fair and inclusive growth, gender equality and women's empowerment, youth inclusion in governance and innovation, climate change and just energy transition, as well as strengthening democracy and multilateralism. Now, why it matters that the P20 has been held in South Africa this year is that it is the only African member of the G20, and therefore it's ensuring that African priorities are brought to the fore. Now, of course, positions of Parliament in terms of the NCOP and NA as the leader and the host of the P20, this will ensure parliamentary diplomacy throughout the G20 countries. And this also provides a platform for issues like inequality, development, finance and climate justice to be addressed with urgency. Of course, with all the discussions that we've been having throughout the past 2 days on Parliament TV, there are certain expectations from all the delegates with regard to the outcomes and the resolutions that will be taken from these meetings. There are non-negotiables as well that we've spoken to, and these are issues that have been ironed out in the two meetings that preceded this main event, which is the P20, the 11th G20 Speakers Summit that is held in South Africa. Now, the purpose and the role of this is to ensure that the decisions of the G20 heads of state are reinforced by legislative oversight, accountability, and democratic legitimacy. And while the summit itself doesn't create binding laws, its outcomes document, and these are the declarations or statements often guide parliaments in aligning domestic legislation with G20 commitments. Now, it amplifies voices of groups often underrepresented in executive-led G20 processes, such as women, youth, and civil society. Hence, the side conferences on women parliamentarians and young parliamentarians that took place over the past 2 days on the 29th and the 30th of September here in Claremont at Arabella Hotel. Now, just a reminder that the P20 Summit is an annual meeting of speakers of parliament from G20 nations, and it is hosted by the parliament of the country holding the G20 presidency, and in this regard, in 2025, that is the Republic of South Africa. It brings together parliamentary leaders to debate and shape responses to global issues like economic growth, sustainable development, inclusion, digital transformation, and climate change. Now, of course, the P20 Summit was formerly the Parliamentary Speakers Summit of the G20, and it is the highest level of gathering of parliamentary leaders from G20 countries, plus invited guests, observer states, and international organizations. Now, like we've mentioned, in the past 2 days, we had the meeting of women parliamentarians and the meeting of young parliamentarians. And of course, the conference is kicked off with strong framing around solidarity, equality and sustainability, tapping into South Africa's G20 presidency and the P20 Speakers Summit. Now, the young and women parliamentarians have been emphasizing that while representation has improved, many systematic hurdles remain, especially in relation to inclusion, especially in decision-making, climate justice, policy reforms and institutional participation. Now, when we focus on the women parliamentarian session, some of the highlights include the focus on women's leadership in climate and energy justice, noting how climate change, energy transitions, extreme weather, and disappropriately affects women. Now, those are the visuals from Benguela Cove, where the P20 summit is set to begin. Things are set to happen. Let's go to Benguela.
Our honored guests were kind enough to give me a round of applause also when I walked onto the stage. So. I'll request that you remain standing while a choir will render the national anthem of the Republic of South Africa, and the national anthem will be rendered by students from local schools around this area. So I will now hand over to the choir to render the national anthem. Thank you very much to the choir for that wonderful rendition of our national anthem. And honored guests, could I ask you to take your seats? I'll now introduce you to my co-program director, the Honorable Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa, the Honorable Dr. Lottrit.
Thank you, Honorable Governor. Good morning to everyone. It is wonderful to receive you here this morning, and I might just add, in the Cape of Storms, so you can experience a bit of our natural heritage here and the weather, from beautiful yesterday to today's bit of wind. But it is my honor to now introduce to you the Executive Mayor, Mr. Archie Klaas. He is the Executive Mayor of the Overstrand District Municipality, and that is the district municipality in which this beautiful area falls. So it is my honor to introduce the Honorable Executive Mayor, Archie Klaas.
Thank you, Program Director. I'm a bit tall. Ladies and gentlemen, Program Director, indeed I would have been a little bit more humbled if I was the Executive Mayor of the Overberg District. But the Executive Mayor, Alderman Saki Franken, who is the Mayor of the district, is here. But between myself and him, he says that let me do the welcoming into the Overstrand local municipality. What a moment in time it is to be alive in this global world, for South Africa to be granted an opportunity to put its best foot forward. A moment for Western Cape to say hello to so many delegates. A moment for the esteemed delegates to go over our beautiful mountains, the mountains within the Over the Berg, which is the Overberg district, in which our Executive Mayor, Saki Franken, has joined us and is part of us. Welcome to the Overstrand municipal area. For a few days, you are literally between the mountain and the sea. With that, we are granted wind for free, and quite a number of other weather surprises. Census 2011 calculated the population here to be at 432 people. Census 2022 rendered the population as 132,495, which is a growth of 65% in population growth. That massive population growth presents both opportunities and challenges. And that is why I was super excited to see the choir that rendered the national anthem to welcome us, whom most of us come from the area where we are, a number of them from the oldest township in the Overberg, which is Zwelihle, and some of them from a school further down in Gansbaai. This represents who we are and what we seek to achieve. Honorable delegates, you are a few minutes away from Kleinmond and Betty's Bay towards that direction, where it is the home of the Stony Point Natural Reserve a home to a unique colony of African penguins, the third largest breeding colony of African penguins in the world. A kilometer this way, if you put your eyes that direction, you will see Fisher Haven and Houston, which remain a fisherman's village where the majority of people on that side still survive simply by the ocean and what the ocean provides. That is an area we've zoned for future development and massive economic growth for the area. Program Director, we are the home of the official South African national flower, which is the protea. Our community is as colorful as the protea is, as endurance, as strong as our national symbol is. A few kilometers further down that way is Stanford, a small village known for winning back-to-back the Golden Award of Chelsea Flower Festival. A wonderful investment destination we are. We are rebuilding our ocean economy. Who would know about the diving with the shark experience further down in Gansbaai? Program Director, we are repurposing our harbors. We hope that many of you will honor us by going into the whale watching boat so that you can experience what we showcase. Sounds like an ordinary experience, but to many who knows that seeing a whale very close to you is not a normal experience at all. But with us here, I am told that 2 days from now, you will be going and enjoying our shores. We've got about a 12-kilometer walk on the cliff path where you can watch the whales as you move, as you enjoy the sea, so that you experience what we are about. But in conclusion, to many of you who are here, I am sure that you are amazed at how we are squeezed in between the mountain and the sea. It is an amazing investment opportunity. We really hope that you will take the time to wander around, enjoy the scenery. But most importantly, we are one of the best spots in the world to invest. Don't be shy to invest. This is the busiest possible time for the area. We've got the Whale Festival season that is taking place this weekend. There are festivities, everything else. So I am hoping, National Speaker, that you will take the time to extend your stay. Stay over for the weekend. Enjoy our scenery. Thank you so much. The wind is ordered just for you to remember that we are between the sea and the mountain. Thank you so much.
I don't know whether the mayor is aware that we're going to bill him for this advertising that he did here now. But thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for that wonderful input and giving us a sense of what this Overberg district is all about and the opportunities. Because keeping in mind that the P20 as well as the G20 is all about bringing nations together from the G20 countries to showcase South Africa, to showcase the African continent, and at the same time to encourage you to invest in our country, to invest in Africa, and to show you just what we have to offer. And we want to thank the Honourable Mayor for his input. The Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa, the Honourable Joko Didiza, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Honourable Msweni Ntsapane, the Deputy Speaker, Honourable Dr. Lotriet, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Vice President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the Executive Mayor of the Overstrand District, heads of delegations from the G20 countries, the African Union and the European Union, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors, High Commissioners and Consul Generals, honorable speakers and members of the G20 countries, all the presiding officers of Parliament and the NCOP, ladies, gentle ladies and good men. We welcome you here this morning, and as the Mayor said, be assured that the wind that you are experiencing should not be of concern to you, because it is those winds that are out there that have blown you from all over the world into this auditorium today. So you are safe in this environment, and we welcome you with a warm South African welcome, and we hope that you will continue to enjoy your stay and extend your stay for a few more days and enjoy the hospitality of this region and of South Africa. Having said that, honorable delegates, allow me now to introduce to you the Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, the Honorable Toko Didiza, who will now address us. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, our Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces and our Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, who are driving this program this morning. I would like to acknowledge the speakers and heads of delegations and deputy speakers from all the G20 countries. I'd also want to welcome the parliamentarians who form part of that delegation, particularly women and the young people who have been at work for the past 2 days. I also want to welcome the speakers of the SADC Parliamentary Forum who are here. I've seen the Dean of our Parliamentary Forum, Honorable Ndenda, who is here among us. I would like to recognize the House Chairperson of the National Assembly of South Africa and the National Council of Provinces. I would like to welcome the Portfolio and Select Committee Chairpersons of South African National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces who are here among us, as well as the Steering Committee of the Women Caucus. I would like to welcome the Vice President of the Interparliamentary Union and also the President of the Pan-African Parliament and the representative of the European Union and all other distinguished guests who are here with us. But most importantly, I would like to acknowledge the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Honorable Mtweni, who's among us, and the representative of our President, Minister of Justice, Minister Kupai. It is with great honor and appreciation that I welcome you to Cape Town for the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. This occasion marks a historic milestone, as it is the first time the G20 is convened on the African continent. We are proud to host this distinguished gathering of parliamentary leaders from across the globe. Cape Town, with its breathtaking landscape, stands as a symbol of resilience and transformation. It was here in 1990 that President Nelson Mandela walked free from Robben Island prison. It was here that many of our people who are the indigenous peoples of South Africa fought against dispossession and emasculation of its people, the Khoi and the San. It is here when Jan van Riebeeck landed in the Cape in 1652 and actually acclaimed that this is the Cape of Storms. As you can see today, we're experiencing a bit of what I'm sure those voyagers of the time experienced. But it's also here where we saw the resilience of the struggles of our people fighting for their liberation. Your presence here affirms the value of parliamentary diplomacy, which is a vital tool for building bridges across borders as well as peoples. Legislatures are not only the guardians of democracy, but also architects of inclusive development. The theme of this year's summit is harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for the realization of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. It speaks to the urgent need for collaborative leadership in addressing the challenges facing humanity. We meet at a time when the global landscape is being reshaped by intersecting crises and opportunities. The world continues to grapple with aftershocks from the COVID-19 pandemic, the rising geopolitical tensions that we've experienced in our different regions, armed conflicts, and the accelerating pace of climate change and technological advancement. The G20, under South Africa's presidency, has responded with transformative initiatives aimed at shaping a more equitable and sustainable future. Among us here, honorable delegates, we have 9 speakers from our 9 provincial legislatures. Some of you can share with you that in their provinces and their regions, climate change is no more an issue for the discussions in the boardrooms, but they have actually experienced it and witnessed it in real time. Let me highlight some of the key outcomes and achievements of G20 Johannesburg Summit-related activities. The debt sustainability. The G20 financial ministers affirmed commitment to common framework for the debt treatment to support low-income countries facing debt distress. South Africa, together with like-minded nations, has championed reforms to the global debt architecture, advocating for tailored solutions that address the burden of excessive indebtedness and promote long-term fiscal sustainability. With the African Union now a permanent member of the G20, South Africa's presidency has elevated the African agenda and positioned South Africa's cooperation as cornerstone of inclusive multilateralism. These achievements and many others not mentioned reflect the G20's evolving role, not just a forum for economic coordination, but as a platform for global solidarity and sustainable development. As parliamentarians, we are entrusted with the responsibility of representing the voices of our peoples. Through legislative action, oversight, and budgetary allocation, we have the power to ensure that the outcomes of this summit lead to tangible progress in our societies. We are the bridge between the global aspirations and the citizens we represent. South Africa's hosting of the summit reflects our dedication to advancing African perspectives within a global discussion. The African Union's Agenda 2063 envisioned a continent that is integrated, prosperous, and peaceful. The inclusion of African voices in the G20 processes is essential to building a united and inclusive international order. I just want to share with delegates seated here that prior to this summit, we have had consultations, 2 symposiums with the Pan-African Parliament to ensure that the voices of the parliamentarians of the continent, whose organization the African Union is a member, have an opportunity to input to this process. We also had a dialogue within the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum, SADC, where also, at a regional perspective, was added to the debate and the dialogue. We also, in the past 2 days, have had the meetings of young men and women, as well as the Women's Conference, to look at how, from their perspectives, can actually input into this dialogue, and hoping that the outcomes will be reflected by the as in their and form part of the final declaration that will be sent to the Leaders' Summit. The summit of the P20 will focus on several areas, such as strengthening disaster resilience and response. Some of you will appreciate that in the past year, we have had a number of disasters globally, which countries alone may not be able to cope with, but requires solidarity from others. Mobilizing finance for a just energy transition as we all know that one of the commitments of climate change is how, as countries, we can move away from fossil fuels. However, one of the things that we do realize is the incapacity of some of the countries to be able to move with speed that they would desire because of the challenges of financial resources. And it is through these commitments that countries have made that, in our view, it is important for us globally to see how best we can mobilize such resources for a just energy transition, not only for one country or those countries that need finance, but for all of us. Because when disaster strikes, it does not strike only to those countries that may seem to be affected, but it affects a majority of us. It is also our view that this summit must reflect on ensuring that debt sustainability for low-income countries is achieved. We also want to harness critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development, not only to see them as extractive industries where we extract what we want and leave communities in distress, but how we can make countries to utilize those resources for their sustainable development. It is our view that this summit of the P20, the voice of our peoples, must ensure that we empower youth and women by the decisions that we take. These are areas which we believe are relevant for the aspirations of the African continent, but also for all the member states of the G20. They reflect the interconnectedness of our challenges and the need for shared solutions that are responsive to our diverse national context and differentiated realities. I wish to extend special congratulations to the women parliamentarians and young parliamentarians who have successfully concluded their respective meetings ahead of this summit. The joint declarations emerging from these meetings provide parliaments with a valuable blueprint for advancing the women and youth agenda in our countries. We commend the commitment and dedication demonstrated by these parliamentarians in crafting forward-looking recommendations that will guide our legislative frameworks. Their contributions enriches the summit and strengthen our resolve to ensure that no voice and no one is left unheard in shaping the future that we envision. We are confident that the discussions held here today will be constructive, insightful, and forward-looking. We encourage all delegates to engage fully, to share their experiences and perspectives, and to work together in pursuit of our shared goals. Let Cape Town be remembered not only as the host city of the 11th G20 Parliamentary Summit, but as a place where a renewed commitment to parliamentary cooperation and sustainable development was strengthened. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you. We are honored by your presence and looking forward to the meaningful contribution you will make during this summit. Siyanamungela eKapa, siyanamungela eMzansi Afrika. Most welcome to South Africa in the Western Cape. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I do believe that our delegates and guests feel most welcome now in our country. The Honourable Speaker also referred to the importance of the past 2 days that we've had with sessions on women parliamentarians and young parliamentarians. And could I ask the Honourable Mananiso to come forward? And the Honourable Kumbaka. The Honourable Mananiso is a member of the National Council of Provinces as well as a chairperson of a portfolio committee or a select committee, and she will give us a brief overview of the Women Parliamentarians session.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, and let me stand on the protocol established by our Executive Speaker of the National Assembly and say all protocol observed. I must say, in terms of Women Parliament, we were the theatre of ideas, and we hope that all what we the 6 priorities out of 42 provisions will be actioned, because we are tired of speaking and crafting policies, legislation, and regulations that are not implemented. Let me begin by commending the women parliamentarians for succeeding, concluding their meeting and adopting their declaration. The joint declaration establishes clear objectives to advance women's empowerment and their full, equal, and meaningful participation in sustainable development. Aligned with the 2030 agenda, it outlines objectives across 7 strategic priorities, areas drawn from the 42 provisions. Firstly, in terms of our commitment, we said that we should create an enabling environment for women's rights by aligning national legislation with international human rights standards, particularly CEDAW, eliminating discrimination against women and achieving gender parity at all decision-making levels. Honourable members, we secondly said we must make governance and budgeting gender responsive through integrating gender-responsive budgeting frameworks into national budgets, strengthening parliamentarians' oversight mechanism, developing evidence-based policies for women's health, education, and economic opportunities. We further said, and ensuring women-led development in key governance agendas. Thirdly, we said that we must establish care as a pillar of sustainable development by promoting comprehensive key policies for care policies that recognize risk distribution and value unpaid care and domestic work performed by women and girls. Fourthly, we said ensuring women's leadership in crisis management by institutionalizing women participation in climate change adaptation and disaster risk management. We further said combating gender-based violence during disasters and armed conflict fully implemented by UN Security Council Resolution 1325 and guaranteeing access to comprehensive sexual and reproductive healthcare services. Fifthly, we said making energy transition financing gender inclusive by ensuring women's participation in energy sector decision-making, eliminating bureaucratic barriers for women-owned energy businesses, and developing specialized financial and instruments for women in entrepreneurship. I must say, in terms of these issues, we are very clear that they're just energy transition. If it doesn't have women involved, it is not our plan, it is not our priority. We then said empowering women economically through agricultural development by guaranteeing women's equal land ownership and inheritance rights, establishing gender-responsive financial services, including collateral-free loans, expanding digital banking infrastructure in rural areas, and promoting indigenous women's economic empowerment while valuing their traditional knowledge. In this, we said that those who are excluded, marginalized, vulnerable, they must be part of us. We don't want to leave anyone behind. Lastly, we said, in terms of our 7th priority, accelerating women's climate leadership by calling on the G20 to implement ambitious gender-responsive climate policies with clear timelines. We have agreed as women that we are tired that every time when we do our monitoring and evaluation, there are no town-bound gender-responsive issues. But in this G20, taking a commitment that our issues will be time-bound. And we said that accountability mechanism promoting just transition with decent employment opportunity in clean energy sectors and establishing transparent mechanism for tracking climate finance to women-led agricultural initiative. These objectives represent a comprehensive commitment to the legislative action, resource allocation, and accountability that will transform the lives of women and girls globally, persons with disability, LGBTQI societies. I call upon all G20 members, Parliament, to implement this objective with agency and determination. The time for act is now. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mananiso. It is indeed the time to act. I am now inviting the Honourable Kumbaka, one of our young parliamentarians. She is a member of the National Assembly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Honourable Speakers, Honourable Minister, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. We young parliamentarians from G20 member countries and partner nations convened in Claremont, South Africa on the 29th and 30th of September for the inaugural P20 meeting of young parliamentarians held under the auspices of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa as part of the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. We met under the theme Young Parliamentarians as Drivers of Global Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability. Our gathering provided a platform to share experiences, to advance parliamentary diplomacy, and to bring the voices, perspectives, and aspirations of young people into the center of the G20 parliamentary speakers process. We affirm our belief that inclusive governance, youth-led innovation, and multilateral cooperation are indispensable for shaping a fairer, more peaceful, and sustainable world. We note with deep concern that young people remain underrepresented in decision-making, with only 2.8% of MPs worldwide under the age of 30. That also youth unemployment remains unacceptably high, averaging 13% globally and significantly higher in developing economies. We also note with deep concern that 2.2 billion young people still lack internet access, limiting their opportunities for education, work, and participation, and that our generation faces intersecting crises from climate change and mental health fragility to displacement, inequality, and the rising cost of living. In response, we commit ourselves to the following shared priorities. In global solidarity, we will harness parliamentary diplomacy to promote inclusive multilateralism and deepen cooperation among young legislatures in addressing global challenges. In equality and sustainable development, we work to eliminate all forms of discrimination and inequality and to guarantee equal access to education, quality education, and healthcare, decent work, energy, digital connectivity, and political representation. We further commit to supporting rural youth and ensuring generational renewal in agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. In climate action, we call upon parliaments to enact legislation aligned with national adaptation plans and nationally determined contribution to strengthen oversight of climate commitments. We affirm that those most vulnerable to climate change must be placed in the center of our legislative action. In youth-oriented institutional reforms, we will build enabling environments for young parliamentarians, ensuring gender transformative and intersectional approaches. We commit to mainstreaming youth perspective in all policy processes and call upon the P20 Speakers Summit to establish a permanent P20 meeting of young parliamentarians within the G20 framework, ensuring that young youth perspectives consistently shape global legislative priorities. We leave this gathering united in our dedication to parliamentary diplomacy and in our determination to foster a world that is fair, inclusive, and sustainable. We pledge to remain proactive agents of change, building bridges across nations and generations. This declaration, adopted by consensus, will be formally submitted to the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit for consideration. It reflects the resolve of young leaders to strengthen global solidarity, promote equality, and advance sustainability in partnership with our senior counterparts. And so we conclude with a call to action. Let this moment not be symbolic but historic. Let it be the beginning of a permanent partnership between generations, one that combines the energy of youth with the wisdom of experience to build a future of justice, peace, and sustainability for all. We do not seek to replace the leaders of today. We seek to stand beside you with courage and conviction, We pledge to be partners in building a future where solidarity is stronger than division, where equality replaces exclusion, and where sustainability defines progress. Let us move together as one and make sure that we secure the future and the present. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mananiso and Honourable Kumbaka, for your inputs, and I'm sure that your comments were well received. Honourable delegates, I must say that, whenever I went into those conference venues where these meetings were taking place, and I was really impressed with the high level of inputs that were made by the various delegates that made presentations. The inputs were frank, open, and there was an environment of calm and peaceful interaction, even though delegates sometimes didn't agree with each other in terms of what they were saying, but the manner in which it was received was something that gives us hope for the future, because people were able to express themselves in an open manner, and they were able to understand and appreciate what the opposing views were saying. And for this, we must be very thankful to all of the delegates that made their presentations in such a passionate manner. And we want to thank them for that. And of course, we know that as we move forward, we will move forward with a sense of hope and optimism that the future bodes well for all of us. At this point, honourable delegates, I have the pleasure of introducing to you the President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Honourable Chief Fortune Zakaria Churambira, who will now address us. Nice to see you again.
Thank you. Thank you, the Director of Proceedings. May I start by recognizing and acknowledging the President of this country, South Africa, His Excellency, and the incoming the chairperson of the G20, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, represented in this room. The Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, Honorable Angela Toko Didiza, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces of South Africa, Honorable Refilwe Tsipane, the Vice President of the Interparliamentary Union, Honorable G. Morawska Staneka, our esteemed speakers, heads of legislatures across the world, both at national and regional levels. Esteemed invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, indeed I stand here representing the continental parliament of this continent, Africa, which is called the Pan-African Parliament. It's an organ of the African Union. It is the voice of the people, citizens of this continent. May I, first of all, congratulate Africa and South Africa for chairing the G20 summit in November 2025. And this meeting, or this gathering, is an opportunity for us as parliamentarians, as parliaments of the world, to get organized and make an input to the November summit. We are aware that when the G20 was established in 1999, the focus was on the executive governments only. the parliamentary dimension was missing for 11 years, until in Canada there were some informal discussions to bring in the parliamentary side, so that the G20 is not only a forum of the executive, but that it should be also a platform for the representative side, legislative side, or parliamentary side also to make an input. And considering that we are meeting in Africa for the first time as G20, I think a number of issues should be brought to the fore. One is, why should Parliament be brought in? I can refer to the statements made by heads of state on this continent, Africa, when they decided to establish the Continental Parliament. The Organization of African Unity had operated for 41 years as a global forum. For 41 years, there was no parliament. But then they agreed among themselves, as executive, as heads of state, without parliament, among themselves, they realized and pronounced themselves clearly that, then it was called OAU, not yet AU, that an OAU without a parliament becomes an AU of governments only and not of citizens. So they decided to then establish the Pan-African Parliament in 2004. I believe the European Union and other continents went through a similar trajectory. I'm saying that because I want to underline the importance of this gathering, that we should stand up and be counted as parliaments. There should be clear results that people should say, before we had parliament as one of the dimensions to G20, it was not as productive as when we brought in parliament. Otherwise, I'm saying, let's prove our value and relevance as parliaments, as parliamentarians, as speakers, as institutions of the voice of the people, and that we are a critical component of governance. When we are missing in governance, it means a very critical dimension is missing. Now, we gather here to ensure that we reinforce a representative and participatory democracy. What does that mean? People tend to understand democracy, which produces parliamentarians and governments. They tend to understand democracy as voting. And once you vote, you put leadership, democracy has been delivered. Yet that's not correct. Democracy is simply a means to ensure that there will be accountability by leadership. So we are institutions here of accountability, accounting to the people. And our voice into the G20 summit should show a dimension that having parliaments, having speakers as participants in the G20, the real issues, the real aspirations, practical issues are brought to the table. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm told 2 minutes, but I'll finish in 2 minutes. It shows that we are a critical component. And I'm saying, let's ensure that we have brought into G20 the issues that are confronting us. Some are global, of which it's easier for us to agree. Climate change, for example. What are we saying? What are we saying is parliaments of the world on the issue of climate change. There could be in politics differences in understanding and approaches, but we as parliament should agree on climate change. What exactly should we do, including benefits that are accruing from carbon markets? The dividends of carbon markets, are they going to the right people? What legislations, what policies should we have, should we put in place? The whole issue of the global system. We are coming from different continents. Global system is in a crisis. Multilateralism, bipolar, multipolar issues. What should we be doing? What are people saying? We are saying, are we sure that when we gather at G20, we are carrying the voices of the youth, for example? And I'm happy that the youth met, the women have met, and I'm happy that Pan-African Parliament, by November, we will have a model law for the continent of Africa on gender equality and equity. And that we need to ensure as parliaments the whole issue of global crisis, the issue of parliamentary diplomacy, that we come together as parliaments across the world and ensure that we have an approach that unifies and not divides the world. The issue of artificial intelligence, which is now the in thing. Are we sure that we are all moving together and that the whole issue of digital divide is eradicated? No. Now, finally, we are here to ensure inclusive development. Inclusive development. Inclusive within a community at national, regional, and even globally inclusive development. And fair trade. And remove unnecessary imbalances in trade on this continent. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Charumbira. My apologies, but there are times when you have to use your powers as a Deputy Speaker. Honourable Delegates, we are trying to stay a bit ahead of the wind, so it is my honour and privilege to now introduce the Vice President of the Interparliamentary Union, Ms. Muraskwa Stanekia.
Honourable Madam Speaker of the National Assembly, Honourable Executive Mayor, Honourable President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honourable Speakers and Deputy Speakers of Parliament, distinguished parliamentarians, dear colleagues, it's my pleasure to address you today on behalf of Dr. Tulia Ackson, the President of the Interparliamentary Union, who is unable to be with us due to the forthcoming elections in her country, Tanzania. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the Parliament of South Africa for hosting this important summit, bringing together speakers of the parliaments of the G20 member countries and other invited nations. We are all grateful for your warm hospitality and the excellent conditions you have put in place for this meeting. Allow me to highlight the powerful symbolism of our meeting here in South Africa. This country reminds us that after the pain of injustice, it is possible to build reconciliation. After exclusion, it is possible to build equality. Africa is a young, creative continent, full of potential, but is also among the most exposed to climate, health, and economic shocks. As an organization which has long championed gender equality and youth participation, the IPU is particularly pleased that this summit was preceded by a meeting for women parliamentarians, building on the success of the first such meeting in Brazil last year, and the meeting for young parliamentarians, a new initiative introduced by South Africa for this 11th P20 summit. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered at a critical moment in our shared history, a moment when crises are multiplying and intertwining: climate change, persistent conflicts, growing inequalities, technological upheavals. These challenges know no borders or passports, and in the face of them, one thing is certain: no country can act alone. Together, we are stronger. The theme of this summit, harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for the realization of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability, is highly topical and relevant, and it chimes very much with the IPU's values, goals, and strategy. Just last year, our member parliaments adopted the landmark Geneva Declaration on Parliamentary Diplomacy, building bridges for peace and understanding, in which they reaffirmed their commitment to parliamentary diplomacy as a means to address growing challenges to peace and international security. I believe our discussion today can take this a step further, as we consider the deployment of parliamentary diplomacy not just to prevent and resolve conflict, but to build bridges of solidarity, to support one another and work together in creating a more equal world, and to advance solutions and good practices for truly sustainable development. We face global challenges that require a spirit of collective responsibility. The COVID-19 pandemic has reminded us no one is safe until everyone is safe. Parliaments must translate this solidarity into concrete action through legislation that guarantees equitable access to vaccines, healthcare and education, through budgets that support international cooperation, through platforms that defend peace and reject hatred. Solidarity is not a slogan, it's a moral and political obligation. In too many places, divisions are widening between rich and poor, between men and women, between generations, between and within countries. Parliamentary diplomacy must be a lever for reducing these inequalities. This means promoting gender equality in our laws and institutions, guaranteed equal opportunities for our young people, ensuring that every country, regardless of its economic weight, has a say in global governance, for there can be no lasting peace without social justice. We can no longer delay the thought choices that are needed to save our planet. The climate crisis is already hitting our societies hard, especially the most vulnerable. Parliamentary diplomacy must be a catalyst for climate and environmental action. This means adopting ambitious laws and to accelerate the energy transition, supporting economic models that respect nature, and ensuring that the digital transformation is carried out in an ethical and sustainable manner. Our duty is clear: legislate today to protect future generations. Parliamentarians are increasingly recognizing that their role is not simply about serving their own constituents and countries, but about being key players in global governance. In July this year, speakers of parliament from around the world, many of them is also in this room today, adopted a wide-ranging declaration on parliamentary cooperation and multilateralism for peace, justice and prosperity for all. The declaration recognized that the world is in turmoil and that only parliamentary cooperation and a reinvocated multilateral system can address the multiple overlapping crises we face. Collective action, strong institutions, and new ways of thinking are needed to achieve the goal. We need a stronger and more effective multilateral system with a revitalized United Nations at its core, supported by multilateral engagement across a whole ecosystem of actors. Civil society, businesses, academia, faith-based and minority groups, to name but a few. Intergovernmental forums such as G20 also have their place in this exclusive approach. The world's largest economies have a responsibility to drive multilateralism forward, and only they hold the keys to tackling structural issues such as poverty, inequality, and the climate emergency. At the same time, they must always act in solidarity with those outside the group, ensuring that all countries, no matter their size or economic might, have access to the necessary resources to develop and prosper. Parliamentary diplomacy has many unique strengths. It allows the legitimately and democratically elected representatives of the people to engage in frank and direct dialogue with their counterparts around the world. Therefore, putting parliamentary diplomacy at the service of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability is the mission we must pursue together. The words and the good intentions are there, particularly among the global parliamentary community. But how do we turn these promises into action? How do we ensure that our resolutions, our declarations are translated into meaningful policy and legislation? And how do we measure whether our efforts have succeeded? This is the other side of parliamentary diplomacy. It is not just a question of finding common ground and formulating collective commitments, but of monitoring their implementation and evaluating the end result. We need to invest more in such efforts to ensure we are accountable to our constituents and to one another. The P20 summit is a case in point. We need to ensure that the government of the G20 hear our voices. And then, each time we meet, we need to assess the progress we ourselves have made. The speakers of the parliaments of the G20 have been meeting for 15 years now and have worked to cement the importance of the P20 as a leading engagement group in the main G20 process. The IPU is pleased to have been a part of this development and stands ready to continue and expand its commitment to supporting the P20 for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice President of the IPU. We really appreciate your words. And honourable delegates, keeping with the theme that we refer to about the Women's Parliamentarian Summit we held over the past 2 days, we are keeping it with women. So it is my honour and privilege to introduce our keynote speaker, and it is the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, the Honourable Kubai.
Thank you very much, Programme Directors, Honourable Governor and Honourable Laureate, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honourable Didiza, NCOP Chairperson, Honourable Refilo Msweni-Tsipane, the PAP President, Honourable Chief Fortune Zakaria Charumbiria, Vice President of IPU, Ms. G. Moravska-Stanekta, Honorable Speakers, Heads of Delegates, on behalf of the President of the Republic of South Africa, I would like to welcome you to South Africa, but also to the G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you and to deliver the speech on behalf of His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, who is unable to be with us today. This summit is a call to action for the parliaments of the G20 to work together to advance the principles of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. The P20 is a unique platform for strengthening global collaboration. It is an opportunity for the parliaments of the G20 countries to exchange ideas, to network, and to contribute substantively to resolving the most pressing issues of our time. We meet at a time when our world is beset by problems on a number of fronts. These problems include conflicts and war, climate change, digital disruption, geopolitical instability, pandemics, and other global health crises. These crises intersect, and though they may vary with respect to intensity and lived experiences, but they affect us all as the global world. As the institutional anchor of democracy, parliaments play a number of mutually reinforcing roles. The first is representative and representation. Parliaments are the voices of the people and as such aspire to reflect the diversity of their respective society and constituencies. The data of the Interparliamentary Union indicates notably progress worldwide with respect to the representation of young people, women, persons with disabilities, and minorities across the world. Secondly, parliaments are tasked with creating the enabling legal framework for the progressive realization of equality and for passing laws that align with the international commitment of their respective countries. These commitments, ladies and gentlemen, include the domestication of international treaties, incorporating human rights standards, and advances the sustainable developmental goals. Thirdly, parliaments hold governments accountable to their domestic and international commitments. They ensure that the necessary budgets are allocated to reflect these commitments. Beyond being chambers of debate, beyond advancing rights and overseeing executive powers, parliaments are the critical and crucial bridge between citizen and the state. They are a place where the destinies of nations are chartered. Human dignity is at the center of our aspirations as governments, as parliaments, and as society. The Brasilia Joint Statement on Parliaments for a Just World and a Sustainable Planet set a high standard. It declared a commitment by the G20 parliamentary speakers to deepen solidarity and parliamentary diplomacy to deliver people-centered solutions. This was reinforced by the endorsement of the Charter of Alagoas from the first P20 meeting of women parliamentarians, which committed the signatories to a concrete program of gender mainstreaming and gender budgeting in the world of their respective parliaments. We are greatly encouraged by the reports that have been received here today, both from the women and youth representatives, by the equally and ambitious high level of articulation, if I may say so, that concluded yesterday. We are particularly encouraged that the issues of women representation in the global climate response was a major issue of discussion, but more importantly, the issue of youth unemployment reflected upon this morning worries you as parliamentarians. It is clear that we need to pursue sustainable development in our respective countries first and foremost. We need to improve representation and inclusive participation in that development. For many, global solidarity is far removed from their everyday realities of access to employment, healthcare, education, and to a decent quality of life. We are contending with rising inequalities between and within societies and between the global north and the global south. In many parts of the world, rising populism, xenophobia, and extreme forms of nationalism threaten to undermine solidarity. It is therefore incumbent upon us as parliaments to bring our institutions closer to the people, to restore the bonds of trust, and to make all citizens part of the effort to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm pleased that the G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit has been broadening citizen participation as a standing item as we seek out new and innovative ways to achieve this inclusivity. The summit is a valuable forum for the exchange of best practices between the different G20 parliaments around how we can consolidate faith in democracy and adapt to contemporary realities. 15 years since the first informal consultation began that led to the first G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, this mechanism endures as a platform for bringing a parliamentary dimension to global governance. For the international commitments of the G20 to be effectively translated into national realities, and for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals to have practical meaning, implementation must be felt on the ground and by our citizens. As the bridge between citizens and state, the challenge for parliaments in the world over is to translate hope into purpose and promise into action. I look forward to our engagements today, but also more importantly, looking even further to a bold, forward-looking declaration from this year's summit as South Africa hosts the conference. One that is matched by tangible steps that will be taken by all the parliaments represented here today to give practical meaning to solidarity, equality, and sustainability. On behalf of His Excellency President Ramaphosa, the people of South Africa and government, we welcome you and hope you enjoy your stay, but most importantly, wish you fruitful deliberation during your summit. I thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honourable Minister of Justice, for inputs and observations of the 2 days that we've had, the meetings of the women and the youth, and very, very important observations that has come from the Honourable Minister. Honourable Delegates, it now gives me the great pleasure to call upon the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Honourable Msweni Tsipane, who will pass the vote of thanks.
Co-Program Directors, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Togo Didiza, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Honorable Kubai, Executive Mayor of the Overstand District Municipality, Councillor Glass, His Excellency the President of Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chief Charumbira, the Vice President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the speakers and leaders of G20 parliamentarians, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed with great humility and honor that we give a vote of thanks on this historic occasion of the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit held on African soil. We wish to extend our thanks to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Honorable Kubai, for the delivery of the keynote address which was quite instructive in setting the scene for the important deliberations that shall take place over the next few days. The insight provided in capturing the meaning and essence of this moment shall remain etched in the memory of delegates present in our mission to harness parliamentary diplomacy for global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Through this address, you reaffirmed the role and significance of parliamentarians in playing their part to fashion a new order as we respond to current global challenges and opportunities. Accordingly, we also wish to extend our words of gratitude for the compelling remarks made by our affiliate bodies, the President of PAP, in his articulation of the perspective of African parliaments to explore opportunities that the G20 provides for Africa's people. The Vice President of the IPU, whose input underlined the important role of the Parliamentary Union in bringing together parliaments from across the globe as means to deepen representative and participatory democracy across all nations. The Executive Speaker of 11th District Municipality, for your warm words in welcoming all parliamentarians, as well as the support provided to ensure our Parliament hosts a successful Speakers' Summit. Equally, I take this opportunity to thank the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Didiza, for her leadership in clearly recentering the significance and impact of this platform in elevating all thematic issues. Program Director, we also want to echo the voice of our youth to capitalize on technology advancement to value add on our natural endowment. We also want to thank our women parliamentarians for emphasizing the importance of global financial reforms for the pursuit of just energy transition, as it has been established that climate change proportionally impacts women more negatively. Our presiding officers, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, as well as the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, for ensuring a befitting opening session that represents the aspiration of all our nations and parliamentarians. To this extent, we wish to thank all speakers and leaders of G20 parliamentarians for traveling far and wide to form part of this momentous occasion. As we anticipate rich dialogue and conversation that shall underpin this spirited debates, the expectation of the people we serve is that the outcome of this summit truly translate our international obligation to realize development goals. We therefore look forward to our joint resolutions, which provides an opportunity to enact more unified voices and perspectives on the pertinent issues and themes before the upcoming G20 summit. These issues, as elaborated in this opening session, engender the state of the global economy, global trade, climate change, agriculture, technology, peace, security, human solidarity, and equality for all. Thus, through the maximum use of this P20, we truly hope all delegates and parliamentarians shall be more attendant to re-energize our determination in the call for deeper elaboration of our continental and global challenges. As I conclude, as we are challenged to influence rather than satisfying the standards set by others, we look forward to the opportunity to evaluate our future prospects from a more thoroughgoing standpoint. We thus thank you all and wish you successful deliberation. Thank you very much, delegates.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Honourable delegates, just some housekeeping rules right now. I would request that all delegates remain seated, and I will call for the speakers, deputy speakers, heads of delegations, and the chair of the houses to please come forward to do a group photograph before we adjourn for lunch. Give us a few minutes to clear the stage here, and then we will request you to please come forward. Speakers, deputy speakers, heads of delegations, and chairs of the houses. And thank you very much for being a wonderful audience. Honorable delegates that are seated at the back, you may make your way out through the back door there to go for lunch whilst we do the group photographs here.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policy-making, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs. Your parliament, your voice, your future.
And of course, you're watching Parliament TV right here at Arabella Hotel in Claremont, where the P20 summit is being held. Of course, we just got away from the Benguela Cove, where the opening of the official 11th G20 Speaker Summit was opened. Of course, we had the presiding officers of Parliament of South Africa, and these included the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Toko Didiza, and the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and that is Ms. Refile Mtweni-Tsipane. On stage, of course, they were accompanied by their deputies, and this is the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, and that is Dr. Annelie Lotriet, and the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. Les Govender, who joined us here in studio, sharing their inputs and insight on the importance of the summit being held here in South Africa for 2025. And of course, with that, let's give you a highlight of what happened at the opening, right? So the opening really was an emphasis on youth inclusion and global decision-making, and ensuring that the countries come together with regards to the resolutions and recommendations that we made at the end of this summit. Now, in that regard, of course, we were hoping that President Cyril Ramaphosa will be doing that opening keynote speech. However, we had the Minister of Justice, that is Ms. Mamloto Kubai, who delivered that speech. And of course, let's just remind you why we're having this summit, and the key thematic pillars that will be covered in this 3 days include strengthening disaster resilience and response, ensuring debt sustainability for low-income countries, mobilizing finance for a just energy transition, and harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable growth. So with that, of course, I mentioned that Minister Kubai was slated to give the keynote address at the opening of the P20 summit. And the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Annelie Lotriet, in her opening to the address, mentioned and stressed the need for gender responsiveness and climate action. Now, in that regard, of course, this means that you can look forward to the engagements that are going to happen for the next 3 days, from the 1st of October to the 3rd of October. And of course, this is the G20, where countries meet to share ideas and learn from each other with regards to issues that are challenges that cross board through the countries. And we're talking challenges not only relating to women and young parliamentarians, but of course women in these economies and young people that are in these economies. Now, of course, if you want to go over the 2 days that we have gone through, we went through the meeting of young parliamentarians and the meeting of women parliamentarians for the past 2 days. And those two events were preceding this main event, where resolutions and outcomes will be made with the G20 countries. And of course, you're still watching Parliament TV. Temikosi is not with me at the moment. He is at Benguela Cove, where we'll be giving you coverage and reactions from the delegates that were sitting and listening to the keynote speeches and the welcoming. And of course, right here on Parliament TV, we will be giving you that action throughout the next 3 days. In that regard, I think it's important that we also note that the importance of this P20 is to ensure parliamentary diplomacy. It's to provide a platform for issues like inequality, development, finance, and climate justice to be addressed with urgency. It is important to note that this platform also amplifies the voices of groups often underrepresented in executive-led G20 processes, such as women, youth, and civil society. And this is why the preceding conferences was the women parliamentarians and young parliamentarians. Now, of course, hopefully, we hope that the decisions that will be made will ensure that the G20 heads of states are reinforced by legislative oversight, accountability, and democratic legitimacy. And while the summit itself doesn't create binding laws, its outcome documents, we're talking declarations or statements, often guide parliaments in aligning domestic legislation and G20 commitments. Now, This is a reminder of the key themes that and the outcome statements that will come from this from these conferences, right? Now, while the final outcomes have not been published as yet, we are yet to see them, and they will be included in the final outcome of this at the end of the week. Now, the conference is kicked off with a strong framing on solidarity, equality, and sustainability. And throughout the opening, we heard the emphasis on ensuring solidarity, the emphasis on ensuring there's parliamentary diplomacy throughout the countries. There was a talk on the trade. There was a talk on ensuring there's proper representation, not just for women, but for young people as well. We're talking people in farming. We're talking women and young people in tech. We're talking women and young people, especially when it comes to issues of climate change and how they are adversely affected. And in that regard, of course, statistics and status checks, for example, the global underrepresentation of women in both parliamentary membership and leadership roles were discussed during these discussions. And of course, it's going to be one of the issues and topics that will be canvassed during this P20 summit. Now, discussions noted that progress is uneven and that representation alone is not sufficient without accompanying power, resources, and voice. Now, if you've been watching Parliament TV throughout the past 2 days, you've noted that throughout our interviews, the issue of representation and the issue of equality has come up on both sides, not just with the Women's Conference, but with the young parliamentarians as well. And in that regard, voices that were in these discussions, in these conversations and dialogues, called for dismantling structural inequality, including legal reforms, greater inclusion, and elevating women and young people in sectors critical for sustainable futures. And we're talking energy, environment, health, and all other important sectors. Now, climate and sustainability again featured heavily from the youth side, not just as environmental issues, but as issues that affect jobs, health, inequality, and the ability to build futures. Of course, these are all discussions that will be canvassed in the Speakers Summit. This is the P20 Speakers Summit. And we will be crossing over to Temingosi, who is at Benguela Cove. Stay tuned to Parliament TV.
Welcome back. We're coming to you live from Benguela Cove Wine Estate. It is a live show of Parliament TV. We are covering the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Forum. And I am now standing with the chairperson of the FFC, the Financial Fiscal Commission, Dr. Nombeko Mbava. Doc, thank you very much for talking to us at Parliament TV.
Thank you so much, Temingosi, for welcoming me.
Doc, if you could just briefly indicate to us and share with our viewers, how does the FCC contribute to the P20 Parliamentary Speakers Forum, and what initiatives have you undertaken to promote fiscal responsibility and sustainable development?
Thank you so much, Temingosi. So you remember that, after COVID-19, many countries, low-income countries, middle-income countries became indebted. So they owe a lot of money. And there are challenges now to also meet the sustainable development goals. So many countries now are highly indebted, and they are now borrowing a lot of money to further development. But in spite of doing that, they do not have enough money, and they are being charged a lot of interest rates. So these interest rates, which we call debt service cost, are actually eroding the amount of money that is available for development in these countries. So we are saying now, in terms of diplomacy between governments and the lending institutions, we need to come to an agreement as to how these countries can pay for the debt, but also advance development goals. So for the FFC, what we are looking at is to how Parliament can make sure that public borrowing is not at the expense of development in the country. So Parliament must exercise oversight over the borrowing of the country. So for instance, in South Africa, when we look at our budget, it is important then for Parliament to satisfy itself that the borrowing that we are conducting as South Africa is not at the expense of the development mandate of our country.
Thank you. And then what are then some of the key priorities of the FFC in the context of this P20 summit, and how do you see the Commission's work impacting global governance and economic stability?
Our role, because we are a constitutional institution, we are independent. Our role is to assist Parliament with independent oversight over the work of government. So we are providing Parliament with the tools and the information that they need to be able to do their oversight. So in the budget process, we help the 4 committees in Parliament with understanding the budget process and also analyzing what is being proposed by the executive and to interrogate it. That is our role as FFC, to ensure that Parliament conducts its oversight with the tools and the information that it needs.
And how can parliamentary diplomacy be leveraged to strengthen international cooperation on fiscal issues and promote global economic stability?
So parliamentary diplomacy, it's very important that when these global institutions, they go to these countries, there is a win-win situation. They must go there to assist with the development, but also they must ensure that whatever funding they give to these countries is not going to make these countries now being burdened with debt that they can never be able to repay. Because essentially we are saying that it must be a win-win situation where they are coming in to assist the countries, but those countries must not end up at the same time now being enslaved to these global institutions. That is where we come in with diplomacy.
And so what strategies then does the FSC have or employ to ensure the fiscal policies are inclusive, equitable, and support the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals?
So in South Africa, what we want to do is to ensure that the fiscal framework, that it is well understood, it is transparent, because the FFC, its role is to ensure that the debt of the country is manageable. The key driver of debt is government guarantees. So we want to make sure that the government guarantees, the clause in the Constitution which says that the FFC must be consulted before government guarantees are agreed upon, it must be actually lived up to and must be honored. So as the FFC, we're going to push to ensure that the government guarantees in the country, we are consulted on as FFC, because this has an impact on the public debt that we are gaining as a country.
And what outcomes then does the FFC hope to achieve through this P20 summit, and how do you think it can contribute to global progress on fiscal policy and sustainable development?
So in my presentation tomorrow, I am going to paint a picture of how global debt, the trajectory thereof, how it has impacted low and middle income countries, and how parliamentary oversight can ensure that public debt borrowing is sustainable, because all these countries now are in a race to meet the SDGD goals of 2030. And they are also servicing the debt that they incurred during COVID-19. At the same time, they must also do their developmental mandates in their countries. So they have to balance that. So as FFC, then, we are here to assist the parliamentarians, the speakers from the global community, to ensure they understand what is debt sustainability and fiscal diplomacy, and how they can ensure that Parliament uses its power and authority to have oversight over the executive in their countries.
Let's look at some of the challenges and perhaps opportunities that are facing the FFC. So what are some of the biggest challenges facing the FFC in terms of promoting fiscal responsibility and sustainable development, and how do you plan to address them?
Some of the challenges we have found is that as an independent constitutional institutions, we are sometimes not consulted where we are supposed to be consulted. For instance, on government guarantees. It's in the Constitution that any government guarantees that are being considered, the FFC's views must be solicited first. But we have found that this has not been the case. So our program going forward is to ensure that we engage the executive, we engage Parliament, so that they appreciate the role of the FFC to enhance oversight over the executive.
Now we've seen a number of these international forums where commitments are made, recommendations are made, and now what I would like to know from you is then how does then the FCC plan to follow up on the commitments and agreements that are going to be made during this P20 summit, and what steps will be taken to ensure that such commitments are implemented?
So after now we have returned, tomorrow the outcomes and the conclusions that we want from this. What is important now is to have a monitoring and evaluation exercise to ensure that the commitments that we are making here are going to be followed upon and acted upon. So Parliament, through working with the FFC, we will be able to assist to ensure that those key performance indicators, we define them and then we follow up on their recommendations.
All right, ingaba ke ngoku abantu abasemakhaya abakhalela okanye bebeyibukele izinto zisenzeka lezi events zisenzeka kulezi ndawo sikuzo, ingaba yintoni bona abanothi bayixhamle kwezi events?
Into abanoyixhamla abantu into yokubana babone ukuthi iParlamente inenxaxheba enkulu eyidlalayo ukulungisela ukuthi imithetho yoMzantsi Afrika ikwazi uba nefuthe elivakalayo. So iParlamente kufuneka ikwazi ukuthi xa i-ministers zithethile ukuba makwenzeke oku noku, iParlamente ilandele ekhondweni ukuthi yonke into yenzekile.
Before I let you go, what opportunities do you see for the FCC to make a meaningful impact on global economic governance and sustainable development through its work in the P20 summit?
I think the P20 summit is giving us as FFC an opportunity to speak at a global stage, and also for fiscal institutions to be seen as critical in terms of supporting parliaments globally. Fiscal institutions which are independent, like the FFC, are very critical because they are seen to be credible, to be independent, and to be non-partisan. So it is a platform for us as the FFC to also enter into the global stage now and speak about fiscal federalism and also the role of fiscal institutions as a key driver of oversight.
Masibulela kakhulu for talking to us at Parliament TV.
Thank you so much.
Well, viewers, that was Dr. Nombeko Mbava, the chairperson of the Financial Fiscal Commission, sharing some of the insight and the input that will be made during this two-day event by the FFC here in the G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. Thank you very much once again.
Thanks so much.
All right, we are still coming to you live from here at the G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. We are at Benguela Cove, one estate where we've just had a conversation with Dr. Nombeko Mbava, the chairperson of the Financial Fiscal Commission. It is a big event happening here. We've had the opening by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, speaking on behalf of the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa, who unfortunately couldn't be here at the event. So right now I will be talking to a chairperson of Agriculture, Mayor Dinapule. Chairperson, good morning and thank you for talking to us at Parliament TV.
A very good morning to you. Thank you for having me.
Chairperson, you've been part of the P20 meeting of women parliamentarians. Can you take us through some of the discussions that occurred in the two-day event?
Look, one of the reasons and discussions that we've had there, the first one was that we looked at the global solidarity, especially for women, and it was very disheartening and humbling, the fact that we had so many countries having attended. And the other thing that was disheartening is that we have almost the same challenges as women all over the globe. It's not like all the challenges that we face as women here are challenges that are facing South African women only. So we got to share experiences from other countries, and we had so many presenters who presented. We also had other people who are not parliamentarians, specialists in areas of different sectors. For an example, on agricultural funding and how we can assist women to access funding and to be able to grow in agriculture, but also on other businesses. We also looked at gender-based violence and the fact that gender-based violence does not only affect women in South Africa, but globally there's a problem. We looked at issues around, teenage pregnancy. We looked at how we can definitely outside the lack of the implementation of policies, how can we definitely make sure that the women or women's lives are improved all over the regions globally. So it was quite an interesting 2 days that we've had. At the end, we then came up with a declaration that was adopted by all countries. And what was actually very important is that all countries agreed on the same issues that we have here in South Africa and that we have here in Africa. We had a representative from the AU, we had a representative from the EU. So, and when we were discussing and when the presentations were made, we realized that we are not alone. We are together with other women outside South Africa and globally and outside Africa.
Can you take us through to some of the critical issues that were raised during those meetings and what recommendations were made?
Well, first of all, I'll start with the agricultural one. The agricultural one, the recommendations was that, instead of women trying to get funding individually, we have to try and make them and put them into groups and come up with cooperatives. And that issue of cooperatives and the decision of cooperatives went viral in terms of the fact that everyone else agreed that if we join women together, then we can get funding. Banks can then feel that women will be able to repay their monies when we borrow them. And then the second one was global solidarity. Whatever happens to women in other countries, whether it is the European Union, whether it is Africa, we all have to come together and support each other so that we can then grow together, so that we can then harness women in difficult situations. So those are part of the things that we discussed in the 2 days.
And then how will then the outcome of this summit, first are we going to ensure that the outcomes of this summit are followed up, and what mechanism will be put in place to ensure their implementation, especially at committee level?
At committee level, we will first look at the declaration that was taken and which was read here today. So we're going to look at the issues that affect women in agriculture and issues that affect agricultural projects, not only for women, but generally in agriculture. We will go and take that, and then we will interact with other countries that we have met here today, that we have realized that we have, almost common challenges or common developments. So we're going to interact with them in Africa, we're going to interact with them in Europe, we're going to interact with them globally and see what we can learn from them and what they can learn from us.
And how are you also going to engage with civil society, the private sector, and other stakeholders to inform them, to inform policy making and promote sustainable development and ensure that they are also part of these engagements?
Look, two of those, or some of those presenters that we've had in the past 2 days, some of them were coming from the private sector, and they've made recommendations to us, and we have learned from those recommendations. There are those that we agreed that we are going to meet with them. They will come to the committee and make a presentation, so that as a committee we can then take them and discuss them and see how we can put them through our program system, so that we can implement them. So, and others whom we have not met, that we have realized that we can tap on them, we are going to invite them to the committee so that they can make a presentation and see how we can broaden our scope in terms of our work as a committee on agriculture.
Before I let you go, Chairperson, what does all these engagements mean for a woman or a young person who is in Musina, for a young person who is in Kwanongoma, and for a young person who is in Mtata?
What is important for a young woman anywhere in the corner of South Africa is that we are here as women. We've been representing them for the past 2 days, and we're going to continue today and tomorrow on Thursday until we finish here on Friday. Second, they can be assured that we have taken their issues. We know their issues. We have taken their issues into the platform, the global platform. We have shared with other countries their challenges, and we have listened to the other countries sharing their challenges, but also we have listened to other countries learning from us and learning from those young women who are coming from different areas, whether it's a rural area, whether it's an urban area in South Africa. So when we finish here, we're also going to go back and look at a program that will take all these discussions that we've had here, taking them back to the young women of South Africa through all the structures. You'd remember that we have the multi-party committee here. So the multi-party committee will also assist us in how we're going to go back to the communities and talk to all of them, whether it is the civil society, how we're going to share with them the experiences that we've had here that were global, to say how are other women globally dealing with the issues that we are dealing with.
Chairperson, thank you very much for talking to us at Parliament TV.
Appreciation. Thank you.
Well, that was the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Ms. Dinah Pule, one of the attendees of the conference, sharing some experts with us, sharing her insights with us here at Parliament TV. We have more people that we're going to talk to as the day progresses. We are still coming to you live from here at Bengola Cove, one estate, where the event, the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, had just been launched. Of course, we saw earlier when the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Minister Mamuloko Kubayi, who opened the event on behalf of the President of the Republic, who unfortunately could not be part of this event. I am now going to be joined by the chairperson of the Select Committee on Finance in the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Sani Ndlovu. Ndlovu, thank you very much for talking to us at Parliament TV.
Hey, good afternoon, and how are you?
I'm good, ma'am. Thank you very much. Ma'am, can you just, I believe that you have been part of the proceedings of the past 2 days of the meeting of women parliamentarians. Can you just take us through what transpired in the 2 days?
Thanks very much, and good afternoon to all the listeners. Good afternoon to all the listeners and viewers of Parliament TV. Yesterday, the first day, it was the discussion. It was the discussion on the youth parliamentarians and the women parliamentarians, whereby both parties we were able to discuss, among other things. From the women's side, we're discussing the collaborations on what is it that we need to do as women parliamentarians, especially from all the countries, the G20 countries, because we realize that in most cases, as women, we are not taken serious, and then it is important for us to make sure that we are taken serious. We emphasize the issue of we have been talking for a long time, so we are saying let's talk, we want actions now, so that all the women across the country, particularly in South Africa, because we are representing South Africa, we are saying enough is enough. We want the women to be taken serious, and especially when coming to the positions and the political spheres in Parliament, in public sector also, managerial positions, whereby we don't see women being given the serious positions. And when coming to also the Parliament, there are positions that we are saying they are given. We find that there's no woman leader who's given the position, the critical position. It's only the one whereby it's like a minister in the social development, minister in disability and children, women, all those positions are given to women. But we are saying, we made it loud and clear to say it is high time that women be given the senior positions. Also, the young people, they were also emphasizing their importance to say the future is theirs, and they are the future leaders. They want also to be taken serious, because they also wanted to say the parliament must be younger, because they are the one who knows what is happening in the country, and they are future leaders.
I'm glad that you mentioned that there'll be some commitments that would have been undertaken in the events of 2 days. But how are you going to ensure that those commitments come into implementation, especially on issues affecting women in rural communities?
We have made a declaration whereby all the parties have agreed to, and that declaration has emphasized that it is upon the government of the day, whereby we must make sure that those resolutions are going to Parliament, and the Parliament must make sure that they endorsed formally in Parliament and they become the policy. And by so doing, we are saying after the Parliament have resolved and endorsed those resolutions, it needs the implementation. So we are saying we are going to monitor the implementation part of it. Because if we don't monitor ourselves as women, nobody's going to monitor it. It is us who's going to monitor that resolution. And especially now that I'm coming from Limpopo, especially in Tabazimbi, it's a rural province. And one of the things that we want to emphasize is that most of the rural women, especially in rural provinces like Limpopo, are not considered, are not taken serious. We must go back to our basics and engage those women in rural areas. They must be part of the plan and make sure that whatever that has been resolved, it is now taken serious.
I'm glad that you mentioned that you're going to be taking it down to ensure that you engage with those women on all the decisions that have been taken here, and also to see that those decisions are implemented. But at committee level, what mechanism do you have in place what mechanism are you going to put in place to ensure that that happens? It doesn't just end from talking like you said earlier, but to ensure that that really happens and it gets filtered down to the persons on the ground.
As a chairperson of the Select Committee on Finance, first thing, we must make sure that we budget. The budgeting part of it is very much key. That when we said there is a need for women doing responsible for agriculture, there is a funding for that project. There is a funding for the tuck shops, if there are women who want to open the tuck shops, because those are the areas that they can do any other activities. I want to emphasize the issue of rural. That is why I'm focusing on the issue of the tax shops and the issue of agriculture, whereby we know that there is a need for budgeting for those projects that is needed, because obviously there is land that is available. And the government must also make land available for the women to also occupy those land and do their own projects in the land that will be given by the government and is going to assist them.
Lastly, Mendlovu, what message of hope can you give out there to the women out there and the young people of South Africa?
I want to say, let them be part of the government. They must play their role, especially women in rural areas, because it is us whereby if we don't go there to them, they will not be able to know that the government is assisting them. So the government must avail themselves. We must avail ourselves. We must go down. We must go to those people on the ground, because what is important is ourselves as parliamentarians, we don't go down to the communities on the ground. We must go down and tell those people what is it that the government have, because they will not know if we don't tell them. And they will not, there's nobody who's going to tell them that there are issues. For everywhere there is a constituency offices whereby the parliamentarians are assigned to service those communities. Let the parliamentarians go to their constituencies and inform the women and the children, the youth in that areas, to say these are the services that the government is giving to you.
Mendlovu, thank you very much for talking to us at Parliament TV.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Well, that was Ms. Sani Ndlovu, the chairperson of the Select Committee on Finance in the National Council of Provinces. We will now take you back to our studios at Arabella Hotel.
And after hearing those reactions, it's clear that the P20 summit is generating a lot of energy and engagement. And of course, delegates and participants are highlighting the importance of collaboration, the importance of youth and women's inclusion, and finding solutions for global challenges. Of course, Teminkosi got some reactions from Dr. Patience Mbaba, and she is the chairperson of the Financial and Fiscal Commission. And of course, the importance of ensuring that the FFC attends such summits is to ensure that there are discussions on debt sustainability, particularly for low-income countries, and advocate for responsible and fiscal management. And also, Teminkosi had an opportunity to talk to Ms. Dina Bule, who is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture here at the National Assembly of South Africa. And of course, her participation in these discussions, of course, is to ensure that she can advocate for agricultural interests and priorities in South Africa, ensuring that the summit's outcomes benefit the continent's agricultural sector. Another one of the delegates that Teminkosi had an opportunity to speak to is Ms. Sani Ndlovu. And of course, she is the chairperson of the Select Committee on Finance, and her participation in these discussions is to ensure that financial matters are spoken about, especially with regards to resources, especially with regards to ensuring that economies can, there's proper economic development rather, and sustainable finance and financial policies. In that regard, of course, the P20 summit provides a platform for parliamentary diplomacy, and chairpersons of parliamentary committees can ensure and shape global financial governance, shape global financial decisions, particularly on issues like debt sustainability and climate finance. So, of course, let's revisit the opening comments of the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Toko Didiza, earlier this morning. Stay tuned.
It is with great honor and appreciation that I welcome you to Cape Town for the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. This occasion marks a historic milestone, as it is the first time the G20 is convened on the African continent. We are proud to host this distinguished gathering of parliamentary leaders from across the globe. Cape Town, with its breathtaking landscape, stands as a symbol of resilience and transformation. It was here in 1990 that President Nelson Mandela walked free from Robben Island prison. It was here that many of our people, who are the indigenous peoples of South Africa, fought against dispossession and emasculation of its people, the Khoi and the San. It is here when Jan van Riebeeck landed in the Cape in 1652 and actually acclaimed that this is the Cape of Storms. As you can see today, we're experiencing a bit of what I'm sure those voyagers of the time experienced. But it's also here where we saw the resilience of the struggles of our people fighting for their liberation. Your presence here affirms the value of parliamentary diplomacy, which is a vital tool for building bridges across borders as well as peoples. Legislatures are not only the guardians of democracy, but also architects of inclusive development. The theme of this year's summit is harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for the realization of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. It speaks to the urgent need for collaborative leadership in addressing the challenges facing humanity. We meet at a time when the global landscape is being reshaped by intersecting crises and opportunities. The world continues to grapple with aftershocks from the COVID-19 pandemic, the rising geopolitical tensions that we've experienced in our different regions, armed conflicts, and the accelerating pace of climate change and technological advancement. The G20, under South Africa's presidency, has responded with transformative initiatives aimed at shaping a more equitable and sustainable future. Among us here, honorable delegates, we have 9 speakers from our 9 provincial legislatures. Some of you can share with you that in their provinces and their regions, climate change is no more an issue for the discussions in the boardrooms, but they have actually experienced it and witnessed it in real time. Let me highlight some of the key outcomes and achievements of G20 Johannesburg Summit-related activities. The debt sustainability. The G20 financial ministers affirmed commitment to common framework for the debt treatment to support low-income countries facing debt distress. South Africa, together with like-minded nations, has championed reforms to the global debt architecture, advocating for tailored solutions that address the burden of excessive indebtedness and promote long-term fiscal sustainability. With the African Union now a permanent member of the G20, South Africa's presidency has elevated the African agenda and positioned South Africa's cooperation as cornerstone of inclusive multilateralism. These achievements and many others not mentioned reflect the G20's evolving role, not just a forum for economic coordination, but as a platform for global solidarity and sustainable development. As parliamentarians, we are entrusted with the responsibility of representing the voices of our peoples. Through legislative action, oversight and budgetary allocation, we have the power to ensure that the outcomes of this summit lead to tangible progress in our societies. We are the bridge between the global aspirations and the citizens we represent. South Africa's hosting of the summit reflects our dedication to advancing African perspectives within a global discussion. The African Union's Agenda 2063 envisioned a continent that is integrated, prosperous, and peaceful. The inclusion of African voices in the G20 processes is essential to building a united and inclusive international order. I just want to share with delegates seated here that prior to this summit, we have had consultations, 2 symposiums with the Pan-African Parliament to ensure that the voices of the parliamentarians of the continent, whose organization the African Union is a member, have an opportunity to input to this process. We also had a dialogue within the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum, SADC, where also, at a regional perspective, was added to the debate and the dialogue. We also, in the past 2 days, have had the meetings of young men and women, as well as the Women's Conference, to look at how, from their perspectives, can actually input into this dialogue, and hoping that the outcomes will be reflected by the speakers in their and form part of the final declaration that will be sent to the Leaders' Summit. The summit of the P20 will focus on several areas, such as strengthening disaster resilience and response. Some of you will appreciate that in the past year, we have had a number of disasters globally, which countries alone may not be able to cope with, but requires solidarity from others. Mobilizing finance for a just energy transition. As we all know that one of the commitments of climate change is how, as countries, we can move away from fossil fuels. However, one of the things that we do realize is the incapacity of some of the countries to be able to move with speed that they would desire because of the challenges of financial resources. And it is through these commitments that countries have made that, in our view, it is important for us globally to see how best we can mobilize such resources for a just energy transition, not only for one country or those countries that need finance, but for all of us. Because when disaster strikes, it does not strike only to those countries that may seem to be affected, but it affects a majority of us. It is also our view that this summit must reflect on ensuring that debt sustainability for low-income countries is achieved. We also want to harness critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development, not only to see them as extractive industries where we extract what we want and leave communities in distress, but how we can make countries to utilize those resources for their sustainable development. It is our view that this summit of the P20, the voice of our peoples, must ensure that we empower youth and women by the decisions that we take. These are areas which we believe are relevant for the aspirations of the African continent, but also for all the member states of the G20. They reflect the interconnectedness of our challenges and the need for shared solutions that are responsive to our diverse national context and differentiated realities. I wish to extend special congratulations to the women parliamentarians and young parliamentarians who have successfully concluded their respective meetings ahead of this summit. The joint declarations emerging from these meetings provide parliaments with a valuable blueprint for advancing the women and youth agenda in our countries. We commend the commitment and dedication demonstrated by these parliamentarians in crafting forward-looking recommendations that will guide our legislative frameworks. Their contributions enriches the summit and strengthen our resolve to ensure that no voice and no one is left unheard in shaping the future that we envision. We are confident that the discussions held here today will be constructive, insightful, and forward-looking. We encourage all delegates to engage fully, to share their experiences and perspectives, and to work together in pursuit of our shared goals. Let Cape Town be remembered not only as the host city of the 11th G20 Parliamentary Summit, but as a place where a renewed commitment to parliamentary cooperation and sustainable development was strengthened. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you. We are honored by your presence and looking forward to the meaningful contribution you will make during this summit. Siyanamungela eKapa, siyanamungela eMzansi Africa. Most welcome to South Africa in the Western Cape. I thank you.
Ms. Toko Didiza, and she is the National Assembly Speaker of South Africa, and that was her earlier remarks during that P20 opening. And of course, she highlighted how South Africa's presidency has elevated the African Union's goals on the global stage, showcasing the continent's priorities, promoting unity, and driving Africa's voice in key international discussions. At the beginning of her address, of course, she highlighted South Africa's remarkable journey, of course, and as how far the nation has come to host this significant global forum. She mentioned the late President Nelson Mandela and how he strived to come to this point where the country would host such a global summit. She reminded us that today's gathering is not only about shaping international parliamentary dialogue, but also a celebration of progress, resilience, and democratic principles that have brought South Africa to this historic moment. Now, she further emphasized that South Africa's hosting of this P20 summit ensures that African perspectives are front and center on the global stage. She noted that this platform allows African nations to highlight regional priorities, influence key international decisions, and showcase the continent's leadership in addressing challenges such as sustainable development, economic growth, and inclusive governance. Of course, she also highlighted the importance of including young voices in decision-making and noting that the innovation of young people in energy and their perspectives are essential for addressing pressing challenges like climate change, unemployment and digital transformation. Ms. Toko Didiza encouraged young parliamentarians and all parliaments, of course, to include young parliamentarians and for them to actively participate and collaborate across borders and drive meaningful change within their communities and beyond. She called that, of course, she hopes that this is not just a summit that will go down history without any change. However, a summit where there is a renewed commitment with regards to ensuring that global governance is strengthened and that the people on the ground, citizens of the G20 countries, are satisfied with regards to economy changes and ensuring that they participate in their economies. Now, like I said, Nkosi is at Benguela Cove and he is having some reactions there for us with the delegates that are there. Let's stay tuned and hear what they have to say about the remarks that were made this morning.
Still coming to live from Benguela Cove Wine Estate. It is the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, and I am now joined by Mr. Didiza. He is the chairperson of the Select Committee on Land, Agriculture and Mineral Resources. Chairperson, thank you very much for talking to Parliament TV. Good morning.
Is it still morning? Good morning to you and good morning to the viewers.
Indeed, it is still morning. Chairperson, can you just briefly share with us an overview of the opening that was done today here at Benguela?
Well, I'm sure you have heard all the speakers that spoke, from the mayor of the district here until the delegate sent by the President. The message was clear that end poverty in order to work in a more so that we are able to resolve that today.
And how do you strengthen global governance and international cooperation?
Let me take you back a bit. I'm sure you'd remember South Africa hosted for the first time ever in African continent the Confed Cup. And in 2010, again, for the first time in the African continent, we hosted FIFA World Cup. And again today, for the first time in the African continent, we are hosting the P20. And as South Africa, as it was then, they still did the same thing, brought all African countries under one roof to say, let it not be about South Africa, but let it be about the African continent. So that the message is one, the message is clear from all of us. That's why the Pan-African Parliament is here as a parliament of African continent, to say the time has come. There are big economies that are sitting here today. Some of the countries that are leading big economies are sitting here today. Africa is the only country or the only continent in the world that has most mineral resources than anyone else is here today. How do we then use that to our advantage? And if we could come together, like the speakers have said, the cooperation that you are talking about will be easy to achieve, because now when we speak, we're not speaking as South Africa, we're not speaking as a Francophone, we're not speaking as an Anglophone, we're not speaking as a Portuguese-speaking countries, we're speaking as one Africa, and therefore the voice will be too much not to be listened to.
I'm glad that you mentioned those, because it takes me to my next question. What role then do you see parliamentarians playing in addressing pressing global challenges?
I'm sure in a bit you'll agree that the fact that Pan-African Parliament has been invited here, the fact that South Africa refused to make this thing up, continent, let's come together, let's work together, seeks to suggest that we are always looking forward to have an Africa that will one day wake up and speak it with one voice. The issue of land can be attended if, as Africa, we speak with one voice. The issue of mineral resources that we always mine, but we are not benefiting from them, will always be an issue for us that I think generations to come, if this leadership is not able to attend to those things, the generation that is coming has to attend to those things. Africa, is time that the development of Africa takes center stage.
Now, Chairperson, before I let you go, we've seen a number of these international forums taking place, whether here in our country or globally. What do you think can be done to ensure that there is implementation of all the resolutions that are taken at these international events?
You know, when a child is born, You know, this is 2025. In 2032, the child will be 7 years old and the child must go to school. So there is that time frame to say from 2025 to 2032 in the next 7 years. So everything needs time frame. If you can plan all you want, but if you don't have time frames to say from now until this time, this is what needs to happen, from now until that time, that's what needs to happen, then nothing will happen. That's why when you are born, at the age of 16, you must have an ID. At the age of 18, you can have a driver's license. Those are clear timelines, and that's all we need. We only need timelines, nothing more, nothing less.
It's great that maybe we have those timelines, but what mechanisms can we put in place to ensure that such commitments are actually implemented?
Much as timelines are extremely important, I agree with you that part of the mechanism must be repercussions. You can't just, plan and then you don't achieve and then it's okay. There must be consequences. If you plan and you don't achieve, then what are the consequences? And those consequences must be very clear. Let's say, for argument's sake, a CEO that does not perform, the board of directors will call a meeting and get rid of the CEO. And the CEO knows that if I do not perform, I'm out. So why can't we have such a mechanism as well as government to say, if you are responsible for finances of the institution and you misuse the finances of the institution, you must be out. There must not be, we don't need explanation from you as to why you misuse the finances of the institution, because the clear mechanism are there. So when you come into the office, you already know that I have a budget of 4 million for the next 12 months. So that 4 million must push until the 12 months is done. If it finishes in 3 months, what are you going to do in the next 9 months? So this proper timelines and the repercussions must be always communicated.
And as the chairperson of the Select Committee on Land, Agriculture and Mineral Resources, how are you going to ensure that the discussions that are taking place here are filtered down to your committee and that they get to the departments where you're going to ensure that you hold the members of the executive accountable?
Remember, as a committee, what we do is to play an oversight. The implementation part of everything else that is being discussed here falls within the department. Our responsibility is that whatever that the department says to us they're going to do, we always ask for the timelines. They will tell you. And we always want to know, should you fail not to achieve what we're going to achieve? And we have made serious calls. We have implements them, it's another story. But I can tell you for free that our select committee, those members, they don't play. And those that have been in our meetings will tell you that when these ones comes, if your story is not in order, don't go and meet them. Ask for postponement.
Chairperson, if your story is not in order, don't go into them. Thank you very much for those words, ending words, and thank you so much for taking this interview with Parliament TV.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Chair. Well, that was Mr. Didiza, the chairperson of the Select Committee on Land, Agriculture and Mineral Resources, sharing some of the insights that he's taking with from this international event to Parliament. And now we're taking you back to the studio.
And of course, Teminkosi is Of course, Teminkosi is there taking some reactions there. And of course, these are some of the delegates that have been placed there to attend the P20 summit. And Teminkosi has had a conversation with Mr. Gift Modise. And Mr. Gift Modise is the chairperson of the Select Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Mineral Resources in the National Council of Provinces of South Africa. And of course, he spoke about the importance of Pan-African Parliament's attendance at the P20 summit, saying that it is crucial for several reasons, including amplifying Africa's voice with regards to having a unified voice on global issues, promoting the continent's development, priorities and interests. And of course, when it comes to shaping global governance, this will ensure that by engaging with international counterparts, the Pan-African Parliament can influence policy decisions that impact Africa's economic, social and political landscape. Now, in terms of fostering cooperation, the P20 summit provides a platform for parliamentary diplomacy, enabling the Pan-African Parliament to build relationships and partnerships with other parliaments and international organizations. And as you know, throughout the engagements that we've had here at Parliament TV, the important thing that has been noted is the collaboration with other countries, learning about strategies and other resolutions with regards to how things are being done to eradicate poverty inequality, to eradicate unemployment, to ensure there is proper representation for women and young people in these global economies. And on top of that, of course, there is the issue of promoting inclusive development. And going back to what the chairperson said, Mr. Gift Modise, that Tim Ngozi had a conversation with, of course, he says that the Pan-African Parliament's attendance at the P20 summit underscores its commitment to inclusive development, gender equality and sustainable development, aligning with the summit's theme of harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for realization of global solidarity, equality and sustainability. Now, also with regards to strengthening African representation, the Pan-African Parliament's presence at the P20 summit demonstrates Africa's growing influence in global governance and its commitment to shaping the continent's future. Now, of course, these are some of the issues that were presented in these dialogues that were had for the past 2 days. And just a reminder that the P20 summit's key focus areas are strengthening disaster resilience and responses, ensuring debt sustainability for low-income countries, mobilizing finance for a just energy transition, harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainability. Now, for your benefit, let's hear what they had to say about the Pan-African Parliament.
Indeed, I stand here representing the continental parliament of this continent, Africa, which is called the Pan-African Parliament. It's an organ of the African Union. It is the voice of the people, citizens of this continent. May I, first of all, congratulate Africa and South Africa for chairing the G20 summit in November 2025. And this meeting, or this gathering, is an opportunity for us as parliamentarians, as parliaments of the world, to get organized and make an input to the November summit. We are aware that when the G20 was established in 1999, the focus was on the executive governments only. The parliamentary dimension was missing for 11 years, until in Canada there were some informal discussions to bring in the parliamentary side, so that the G20 is not only a forum of the executive, but that it should be also a platform for the representative side, legislative side, or parliamentary side also to make an input. And considering that we are meeting in Africa for the first time as G20, I think a number of issues should be brought to the fore. One is, why should parliaments be brought in? I can refer to the statements made by heads of state on this continent, Africa, when they decided to establish the Continental Parliament. The Organization of African Union had operated for 41 years as a global forum. For 41 years, there was no parliament. But then they agreed among themselves, as executive, as heads of state, without parliament, among themselves, they realized and pronounced themselves clearly that, then it was called OAU, not yet AU, that an OAU without a parliament becomes an AU of governments only, and not of citizens. So they decided to then establish the Pan-African Parliament in 2004. I believe the European Union and other continents went through a similar trajectory. I'm saying that because I want to underline the importance of this gathering, that we should stand up and be counted as parliaments. There should be clear results that people should say, before we had parliament as one of the dimensions to G20, it was not as productive as when we brought in parliament. Otherwise, I'm saying, let's prove our value and relevance as parliaments, as parliamentarians, as speakers, as institutions of the voice of the people, and that we are a critical component of governance. When we are missing in governance, it means a very critical dimension is missing. Now, we gather here to ensure that we reinforce a representative and participatory democracy. What does that mean? People tend to understand democracy, which produces parliamentarians and governments. They tend to understand democracy as voting. And once you vote, you put leadership, democracy has been delivered. Yet that's not correct. Democracy is simply a means to ensure that there will be accountability by leadership. So we are institutions here of accountability, accounting to the people. And our voice into the G20 summit should show a dimension that having parliaments, having speakers as participants in the G20, the real issues, the real aspirations, practical issues are brought to the table. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm told 2 minutes, but I'll finish in 2 minutes. It shows that we are a critical component. And I'm saying, let's ensure that we have brought into G20 the issues that are confronting us. Some are global, of which it's easier for us to agree. Climate change, for example. What are we saying? What are we saying is parliaments of the world on the issue of climate change. There could be in politics differences in understanding and approaches, but we as parliament should agree on climate change. What exactly should we do, including benefits that are accruing from carbon markets? The dividends of carbon markets, are they going to the right people? What legislations, what policies should we have, should we put in place? The whole issue of the global system. We are coming from different continents. Global system is in a crisis. Multilateralism, bipolar, multipolar issues. What should we be doing? What are people saying? We are saying, are we sure that when we gather at G20, we are hearing the voices of the youth, for example? And I'm happy that the youth met, the women have met, and I'm happy that Pan-African Parliament, by November, we will have a model law for the continent of Africa on gender equality and equity. And that we need to ensure as parliaments, the whole issue of global crisis, the issue of parliamentary diplomacy, that we come together as parliaments across the world and ensure that we have an approach that unifies and not divides the world. The issue of artificial intelligence, which is now the in thing, are we sure that we are all moving together and that the whole issue of digital divide is eradicated? No. Now, finally, we are here to ensure inclusive development. Inclusive development. Inclusive within a community, at national, regional, and even globally inclusive development, and fair trade, and remove unnecessary imbalances in trade on this continent. I thank you.
Welcome back. We're still coming to you live from Benguela Cove 1 Estate. It is the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. And joining me now is one of the young MPs of our parliament, Ms. Fasia Hassan. Ms. Hassan, thank you very much for talking to us at Parliament TV. You have been part of the 2 days in the P20 meeting of young parliamentarians. Can you give us your overview and reflections of those discussions?
So today is the official opening of the Parliament 20, the Speakers Summit. And in the run-up to today, we had a meeting of youth parliamentarians, women parliamentarians, and it's all going to culminate actually in the next 2 to 3 days in which speakers and high-level delegations from all over the world are coming together. Why it's so important that we met as young people and as women is also because as marginalized groups, we need to ensure that our voices are at the center. But also it's more than what people understand, right? G20 is really about the executive. This is kind of our G20. This is where we as policymakers, as lawmakers, as actual elected representatives of the public are coming together to have our voices said and heard, not only in the diplomacy space, but ultimately shaping what we as a country, what we as our South African presidency, and ultimately what a global agenda can look like.
And what were some of the key features in the discussions of the young parliamentarians?
We covered issues around skills development, economic opportunities, employment, but also around international relations issues, geopolitical issues, and a big one that's really important to us as young people, climate justice. And often people sort of misrepresent this. They think it's only about the green economy. It's very much about us as young people. It's about not leaving historically marginalized communities behind. And also it's just really important because the world is changing and we need to be climate resilient.
So how do you then think that young people can participate in terms of this discussion and contribute to addressing global challenges like climate change, as you have said, inequality and economic instability?
One of the other big themes that's actually related to your question is around the creation and really stabilization of a youth-orientated institution. So, for example, on an AU level, that's the African Union, what are we doing as young people to organize, not only around climate issues, but around critical mineral issues, beneficiation? So that's one way. But it's also about how do we leverage of what's in existence. So we've got the UN Youth Envoy as well. We've got all these different sort of youth organizations globally, but are they actually impactful on the ground? And I think therein lies the big question and the big debate that we've been having about how we leverage off that, how we get funding for our programs. And it's actually a point that I think the Angolan delegation were making, that we can have all these grand ideas, but until there's funding behind it and budgets behind our programs, it's not going to mean anything for young people on the ground. And that's one of our big focuses.
And that brings me to my next question, which then asks, how can young parliamentarians build effective partnerships and collaborations to advance common goals and interests?
One of the most beautiful things of the last 2 days was listening to young people from all over the world share their experiences. And even though the context may be different, our issues are so similar, and it showed us that there's so much importance in solidarity. So many of us feel like we've been left behind from the decision-making table. Many of us feel powerless about the future in some ways. And what that was really powerful actually was bringing us together and saying, well, if we're all facing similar issues, if we work together as a cohort, it means that we empower each other, number one, but it also means that we can actually change things in our national parliaments. I mean, ultimately what we want is to create legislation, laws that are legally legally binding, that can actually change opportunities for young people. And that's one of the things that we're looking at. So benchmarking is a big one. I spoke about learning from each other and connecting on those issues. But the real big one is about how we support each other in ensuring that this is not the first or the last. And that's the big last point, I think, about it. We have this P20 Youth Parliament. It's the first of its kind, and we want to ensure that it continues as a permanent feature of the Speakers' Summit going forward.
Take me to my next question. What leadership qualities then and skills do you think are essential for young parliamentarians to succeed in their roles? Because having them there and not succeeding in their roles would not mean anything for the ordinary South African.
Of course, there's the usual ones, hard work, resilience, that's really important. But I'm actually going to say innovation and creativity. One of the things that's easy to happen is when you get elected, it's sort of like they sort of try and make you part of the furniture. And I think as a young parliamentarian, you really need to think innovatively, you need to think out of the box, you need to be creative, and also not be afraid to shake things up, not be afraid to say the unpopular view, because in reality, that's actually your role there, to shake up the whole system and to remind everybody that there are new ways in which we can do things.
Coming directly to you, what motivated you to become involved in politics, and what do you hope to achieve in your role as a young parliamentarian?
So I was very involved in what we call the Fees Must Fall movement in South Africa, which was around access to higher education, free decolonized education. And that was really a formative moment because we as young people organized the largest social movement led by young people, of young people, in a post-democratic era. And it ultimately showed all of us, not just as young people, but the country, that when we put our minds together, when we work across political party lines, when we have a common goal, we can really shake that core. And I've mentioned this before, shake the core of that unjust system. And that's, I think, the most powerful moment, because it's easy to feel like you can't change anything. It's easy to feel like our issues are insurmountable, but there's also living proof of change. And that's one of the things that brought me here, but also the intense feeling of need to change what the future of the country looks like. I'm not the kind of person who's going to criticize from the outside. I'm the kind of person who's like, right, what do we need to do? Let's roll up our sleeves. Let's do something about the future of South Africa. Now, there's been a number of commitments, of course, that would have arose from the discussion that you had over the last 2 days. Can you take us through some of those commitments, and how are you going to see that those commitments that have been made there are implemented? The first big commitment is, like I said, the P20 youth element. We want it to be a permanent fixture. We've put it in our declaration or our resolutions, and ultimately we want to feed that directly into the next 2 days, so that whatever comes out of this actual P20 will be binding, and we will ask, of course, and support the next host country, which is the United States of America. Unfortunately, and it must be said, they are not present. And that's a very sad moment for us, not only in the global south, but as a global community, because we're seeing, I think, an undermining of multilateralism. And the reality is we're stronger together. So that's the first thing that's a challenge. But in terms of what are the actual dynamics, right? I mentioned earlier skills. Around the skills mismatch. We want funding for new economies. We mentioned around artificial intelligence, that fourth IR. They are jobs that are going to be in existence that aren't even thought of now. And what kind of skill sets do we need? So like an economy for the future, skills for the future, that's a big one. And that in many ways is more implementable because there's a lot of funding around it. We spoke about green economy resilience and reskilling. So what are we doing, for example, about the solar panels, right? Everyone's installing them, but we're not actually manufacturing them in our countries. So that's one of those things that we're looking at. And then the last thing was around small and medium-owned enterprises. Not only giving financial support, but giving non-financial support in terms of business plans, really taking it to market, etc., etc. But if anyone's interested, we've got our full-on declaration. It's like 8 or 9 pages long. And that's going to be available on the P20 website. It's also been available on our YouTube, because we've gone through it and you've seen the discussions. And very importantly, even if your issue is not covered there, it doesn't mean that it's off the agenda. There's still many opportunities. Like we said, that's the start of this process. And these were just a few issues that we highlighted because they were common amongst all the different countries. So it's not the end of the road. In many ways, it's the beginning. Lastly, like I said earlier, you've been part of this discussion. So what message will you be taking with you to the young people of Johannesburg from this event? That there's power in global organizing, that we share many of the same struggles. And because we share many of the same struggles, it's so important for us to connect. And if we don't, we're going to suffer in silence. Like, there's opportunities for youth in India who have really turned things around in terms of being tech savvy. And I mean, if you look at all the skills they are importing, their people skills, it's actually around tech. Those are things that we can learn from them. Opportunities of agriculture, we're waiting for the Brazilian delegation, we're waiting for all these different people who are coming through because they've had successes in different spaces. We've had many successes in the political space, in the diplomatic space. We're taken very seriously in that. Those are skills that we can import. So the idea really is coming together, closing those gaps, and ultimately bringing it down so that young people in a Johannesburg, for example, where we're having water challenges or electricity challenges or challenges of potholes, how do we find innovative solutions as young people and funded solutions to those issues so that we can solve them ourselves?
Ms. Hassan, thank you very much for always taking time off your busy schedule to talk to us at Parliament TV. It's really appreciated.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to the next one.
Thank you. That was one of the young members of Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, Ms. Fasia Hassan, talking to us here on Parliament TV. And for now, it's back to the studio.
And of course, those are some of the reactions at Benguela Cove, where the P20 opening was held this morning. Of course, that was Ms. Fasia Hassan. When asked the question with regards to what is she taking back to Gauteng after the summit has concluded, she says to the young people she will convey the message that there is power in global organization. Of course, she was talking to Nkosi about the ideal leadership skills that young parliamentarians should possess to advance priorities that address young people's challenges. Now, in this regard, of course, it means that there is power in ensuring that young people are represented in the AU and they can contribute and participate in decision-making processes where youth involvement in AU policy-making and decision-making forums will ensure that their voices are heard and perspectives are considered. Now, with regards to innovation and entrepreneurship, of course, young Africans can develop innovative solutions to continental challenges, driving economic growth and development. Now, of course, young people, we know them to be advocates and activists of equality and the rights of young people. And in this case, the youth can advocate for key issues such as education, employment, health and human rights, influencing AU policies and influencing the policies of on a global scale. Now, in terms of leadership development, youth leadership programs can equip young Africans with skills and knowledge to take on leadership roles in their communities and countries. And that was the conversation that Nkosi was having with Ms. Fasia Hassan, who also attended the meeting of young parliamentarians that happened over the past 2 days. Now, of course, the AU and young parliamentarians are not the only participants in the P20 summit. We also have the IPU that also plays a critical role in ensuring that there's fostering international cooperation and diplomacy throughout parliaments. And of course, we're going to take you back to some of the remarks that were made by the Vice President of the International Parliamentary Union this morning. Let's take a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered at a critical moment in our shared history, a moment when crises are multiplying and intertwining: climate change, persistent conflicts, growing inequalities, technological upheavals. These challenges know no borders or passports, and in the face of them, one thing is certain: no country can act alone. Together, we are stronger. The theme of this summit, harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for the realization of global solidarity, equality and sustainability, is highly topical and relevant, and it chimes very much with the IPU's values, goals and strategy. Just last year, our member parliaments adopted the landmark Geneva Declaration on Parliamentary Diplomacy, building bridges for peace and understanding, in which they reaffirm their commitment to parliamentary diplomacy as a means to address growing challenges to peace and international security. I believe our discussion today can take this a step further, as we consider the deployment of parliamentary diplomacy not just to prevent and resolve conflict, but to build bridges of solidarity, to support one another and work together in creating a more equal world, and to advance solutions and good practices for truly sustainable development. We face global challenges that require a spirit of collective responsibility. The COVID-19 pandemic has reminded us no one is safe until everyone is safe. Parliaments must translate this solidarity into concrete action through legislation that guarantees equitable access to vaccines, healthcare and education, through budgets that support international cooperation, through platforms that defend peace and reject hatred. Solidarity is not a slogan, it's a moral and political obligation. In too many places, divisions are widening between rich and poor, between men and women, between generations, between and within countries. Parliamentary diplomacy must be a lever for reducing these inequalities. This means promoting gender equality in our laws and institutions, guaranteed equal opportunities for our young people, ensuring that every country, regardless of its economic weight, has a say in global governance, for there can be no lasting peace without social justice. We can no longer delay the thought choices that are needed to save our planet. The climate crisis is already hitting our societies hard, especially the most vulnerable. Parliamentary diplomacy must be a catalyst for climate and environmental action. This means adopting ambitious laws and to accelerate the energy transition, supporting economic models that respect nature, and ensuring that the digital transformation is carried out in an ethical and sustainable manner. Our duty is clear: legislate today to protect future generations. Parliamentarians are increasingly recognizing that their role is not simply about serving their own constituents and countries, but about being key players in global governance. In July this year, speakers of parliament from around the world, many of them is also in this room today, adopted a wide-ranging declaration on parliamentary cooperation and multilateralism for peace, justice and prosperity for all. The declaration recognized that the world is in turmoil and that only parliamentary cooperation and a reinvocated multilateral system can address the multiple overlapping crises we face. Collective action, strong institutions and new ways of thinking are needed to achieve the goal. We need a stronger and more effective multilateral system with a revitalized United Nations at its core, supported by multilateral engagement across a whole ecosystem of actors: civil society, businesses, academia, faith-based and minority groups, to name but a few. Intergovernmental forums such as G20 also have their place in this exclusive approach. The world's largest economies have a responsibility to drive multilateralism forward, and only they hold the keys to tackling structural issues such as poverty, inequality and the climate emergency. At the same time, they must always act in solidarity with those outside the group, ensuring that all countries, no matter their size or economic might, have access to the necessary resources to develop and prosper. Parliamentary diplomacy has many unique strengths. It allows the legitimately and democratically elected representatives of the people to engage in frank and direct dialogue with their counterparts around the world. Therefore, putting parliamentary diplomacy at the service of global solidarity, equality and sustainability is the mission we must pursue together. The words and the good intentions are there, particularly among the global parliamentary community. But how do we turn these promises into action? How do we ensure that our resolutions, our declarations are translated into meaningful policy and legislation? And how do we measure whether our efforts have succeeded? This is the other side of parliamentary diplomacy. It is not just a question of finding common ground and formulating collective commitments, but of monitoring their implementation and evaluating the end result. We need to invest more in such efforts to ensure we are accountable to our constituents and to one another. The P20 summit is a case in point. We need to ensure that the government of the G20 hear our voices. And then, each time we meet, we need to assess the progress we ourselves have made. The speakers of the parliaments of the G20 have been meeting for 15 years now and have worked to cement the importance of the P20 as a leading engagement group in the main G20 process. The IPU is pleased to have been a part of this development and stands ready to continue and expand its commitment to supporting the P20 for many years to come. Thank you.
And those were the remarks of the Vice President of the IPU earlier this morning during the opening of the P20 Speaker Summit at Benguela here in Claremont. Of course, the P20 Parliamentary Speaker Summit is a parliamentary dimension of the G20, and it brings together speakers and presiding officers of G20 parliaments to discuss global challenges. Now, let's go through just a history of the previous P20 hosts. And in Italy, Rome, and this was in 2014, the P20 summit coincided with the G20 Leaders Summit in Brisbane, and this focused on economic growth and global governance. Now, in 2016, China was the host of the P20, and in this summit, they addressed sustainable development, trade, and global economic cooperation. In 2017, Germany was the host of the P20, where here it was emphasized that parliamentary oversight of global financial and climate policies is of importance. Now, in 2018, Argentina had the honor of being the host of the P20, and discussions on international trade, infrastructure, financing, and youth engagement took center stage. In 2019, Japan was the host of the P20, and of course, they focused on digital transformation, innovation, and climate change. In 2020, Saudi Arabia was the host, and this summit highlighted post-pandemic recovery, health security, and energy transition. In 2022, Indonesia was the host for the P20 Speakers Summit, and the key topics there included sustainable finance, food security, and regional cooperation. In 2023, India was in the spotlight, and of course, they focused on inclusive development, renewable energy, and global solidarity. Last year, Brazil was the host of the P20, and the focus there was on parliamentary responses to climate change, inequality, and disaster. And of course, this year, the P20 is being held for the first time on African soil, and this emphasizes African perspectives, gender equality, youth empowerment, and sustainable development. Now, just a reminder of the key themes that will be considered in this P20 Summit of 2025, and they include strengthening disaster resilience and responses, ensuring debt sustainability for low-income countries, mobilizing finance for a just energy transition, and harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development. We have been emphasizing that the idea of having a P20 is for collaboration and learning from different countries with regards to how they combat the challenges that face each of these countries. Now, with that, we had the pleasure of hosting one of the delegates from Italy, and they shared their insights right here on Parliament TV. Let's stay tuned and hear what they had to say. Welcome back to Parliament TV's coverage of the P20 Summit. A particularly vibrant and forward-looking segment of this gathering has been the meeting of young parliamentarians, where the next generation of global leaders are shaping the political agenda. Now, to reflect on the energy and ideas generated on these sessions, we are joined by Ms. Federica Onori, a member of the Italian Chamber of Deputies, who actively contributed to the discussions. Now, as a young parliamentarian herself, she represents a new wave of leadership in Europe. Ms. Onori, thank you so much for joining us at Parliament TV.
Thank you for having me here.
Now, of course, first and foremost, the energy in the room. Now, you have young parliamentarians that are meeting, and it can often be described as one of the most dynamic of these summits, right? What was the defining spirit or the most urgent concern that you regarded in that room during those deliberations?
So the most urgent part, what we try to address in these days, and I think we have to continue addressing in the future because this is a very long work, and we have to be aware of this, is that we are not working with a long-term eye on all the aspects that would require us to do so in order to fulfill the expectations that young generations have towards the political group of people, towards politicians in general, and to young politicians in particular. So what we talked, for example, is the concept of sustainability, which has to really combine together all the aspects, all the pillars that the concept requires. So it means to go green, of course, so all the respect of the environment, everything related to emissions, but also to be sustainable economically and socially, because the very first group that will face the risk of being left behind if we do not encompass these three pillars is actually the young people that will be left aside if we only conceive it in a very, I would say, solely dimension, just looking at one dimension.
And throughout the discussions that you had with other young parliamentarians, what are some of the challenges that you saw sort of like a golden thread, that these are the challenges that sort of holistically go over all of the countries?
Yeah, so let me first say that it was a real pleasure and a real honor to be here and listen and to be able to talk to my colleagues from different parts of the world, and hopefully in the next year even more countries will join us in doing this exercise among young MPs. Well, there are several topics. Just to mention one, for example, representation. This is very much felt as an issue to address, and solutions can vary actually. And what I think is very important and precious that came out of the discussion from yesterday in particular is that solutions are context specific. So we have to be aware that it's very hard, it's very difficult that there is one unique solution that is super good for all countries, because especially the representation, let me just give you an example, quotas is one possible path, right? It's one possible solution. That should be considered very carefully. However, the consequences that quotas for young people might have depend on the context where you apply this. So a very careful reasoning is necessary in order to get with a good solution.
Now, of course, there's a new political language now, I call it that, especially with the youth now coming onto the fore and presenting their challenges. Now, young parliamentarians are often credited with bringing a new style of politics. Now, beyond specific policies, what new approaches to political dialogue, public engagement, or cross-party collaboration did you see emerging from these discussions, and what proposals were made?
I would say I would hope the differences would be even bigger. So sometimes there is this, it's very easy, let's say, that young people simply resemble the older generation. So the risk is there for us to go for the easiest way.
Yes.
So we need to maintain a little bit of rebellion, I guess, also to stand up for what we believe, although this does not align completely with the leader of a political party, with the mainstream in that period. And I think that to remind us that since we belong to another generation, it is allowed also not to completely align. So, for example, in this kind of fora, what I very much appreciate is when colleagues, they try not to just present their countries or self-promoting their countries, because this is what the other politicians are already doing, right? So there's no need that also we do this. And I very much appreciate when we try to bring some critical spirit. I think that young people can really much appreciate this. That we expose pros and cons, and we are open to understand and listen, and we don't arrive with a pre-packed solution that we want to maintain until the end. Because in order to have a discussion, we need to be open also to modify a bit our initial positions. Otherwise, it's a wasted time, right?
Of course. So it's basically saying that stretching and being flexible is necessary when it comes to discussions and policy making.
Exactly, exactly.
Now, with that, if you had to identify one overarching policy priority that emerged from your discussions during the meeting of young parliamentarians, be it climate action, digital equity, or youth unemployment, what would it be, and why does it resonate so powerfully with you?
So I think that one of the most felt problems, challenges, we can also call it, but indeed there are problems that we have to address for young people, is the possibility to have a job. And therefore to really contribute, to concretely contribute to the society, because to have a job is not just to have a monthly income, it's also to be part of a community with a role. So meaning that you are actually delivering something to the other. So there is a of self that is also involved in this, and I think this is very important. Also, we need to work on community buildings for the social cohesion and everything that relates to it. So to remove barriers, for example, for the young entrepreneurs, to strengthen the need for skills that really adapt to the current conditions of the working world. I think this is the major favor, the major help, the major thing that we can do for the young generations in many countries.
And of course, issues like artificial intelligence, digital literacy, and online safety were also issues that were tabled, right? Now, what concrete role did the delegates agree that parliaments must play in regulating and harnessing technology to serve rather than to exclude their citizens?
Yeah, this is very complicated as a topic, since we deal with something that we don't know how it will look like tomorrow, because it changes so fastly. So the best thing we can do, I think, is to monitor try to objectively monitor it, and of course to address the risks that are there, especially for the young people. You mentioned digital literacy, also digital media literacy, I would say. For example, I work a lot on disinformation, fake news, especially when related to electoral processes. So in order also to protect our democracy, because democracy is a common good, so we have to work for it, and we have to protect it, because it's not for granted, it's not given for granted. Then we need to assure that young people, well, actually everyone, but especially young people, because the future is theirs, are able to understand a piece of information, are able to understand what is the source of information, are able to have, again, the critical spirit, in order not to be taken up by groups that would simply like to have their mind or have their vote and so on and so forth.
And tell me then, what innovations and proposals are you going to take away from your engagements and take back home for implementation or consideration?
So there are several points. For example, we talked, going back to the entrepreneurship topic, we talked about several programs. Actually, several countries made the point of what their country is doing in order to fulfill this problem related to the access to the finance. So now, so a young person has a nice idea, a great idea, or a bad idea. The market will tell us whether the idea was good or not. But they have the problem to access the finance, the finance. So they cannot test this idea. So what we said is also, for example, could be interesting to give these ideas the possibility to being tested in the market, which means to go from grants to pilot programs. And this would also allow venture capitalists, for example, to put money on an idea that is tested, although in a pilot way. And this would allow, for example, startups to scale up more fastly.
Yes. And just lastly, and probably on a lighter note, how have you been finding South Africa so far?
South Africa looks wonderful from here, since I didn't see much than this place where you have wonderfully hosted us. So for me, they have been really dense days of work. So hopefully tomorrow I will try to have a look around, and I look forward, because I've heard and read great things about this country, and I really look forward to see it with my eyes.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And there you have it. Those were just some perspective and forward-looking reflections from the P20 Young Parliamentarians meeting, which has been a hub of energy and innovation here at the Arabella Hotel. Now, it's clear that this new generation of leaders is not just waiting for the future. They are actively drafting the blueprint for a more resilient, inclusive and digitally empowered world. Now, their focus on tangible outcomes and cross-border collaboration offers a powerful dose of optimism for the future and for global governance. Stay tuned to Parliament TV.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Robust dialogues, conversations and innovation here at Arabella Hotel in Claremont. And of course, the past 2 days we've seen the meeting of women parliamentarians and the meeting of young parliamentarians that have taken place as preceding occasions before the main event, which is the 11th G20 Speakers Summit 2025 that is held here in South Africa. Now, of course, let's give you just a summary of the expected outcomes from this 11th P20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. And
this includes strengthened parliamentary diplomacy. Now, this is to enhance interparliamentary cooperation among the G20 countries, but also to improve mechanisms for parliaments to influence global policy, especially in areas like climate change, energy transition, and sustainable development. Now, with that, we have the integration of African perspectives, and the emphasis has always been that the most important and significant part of having this P20 here on African soil is to amplify African priorities and perspectives in global decision making, and also to promote inclusive policy discussions that reflect the challenges of developing and low-income countries. We have been highlighting that throughout the G20 countries, there are countries that are more developed than others, hence this learning atmosphere that the G20 countries has adopted to ensure that there is a lot of learning and collaboration and partnership in combating socio-economic issues. Now, the promotion of gender equality and youth empowerment came up a lot, and this is an outcome that we also expect from this P20 summit. And this is a commitment to advancing women's participation in governance. We're talking representation, we're talking the inequalities of women, not just their representation in the legislature, but we're talking also in the business sector, but also to encourage youth representation and engagement in parliamentary processes. Furthermore, we're expecting policy recommendations on global challenges. Now, this means to provide parliamentary inputs on debt sustainability, disaster response, and energy transition, strengthening regional and global partnerships to foster bilateral and multilateral collaborations among parliaments, and lastly, concrete follow-up actions on the draft resolutions and declarations that will be made at the end of this. Now, having spoken about energy transition, I had the opportunity to speak to Dr. April after her presentation on energy transition. Let's take a look at what she had to contribute to the P20 summit.
Welcome to Parliament TV, and we're still covering the P20 Speakers Summit 2025 right here in South Africa. And of course, I am joined now by Dr. April, who has just delivered a presentation on the just energy transition at the meeting of the P20, the second meeting of women parliamentarians. And she joins us right here. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. April.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Doc, of course, you have presented in the meeting of women parliamentarians, and the issue here is, of course, about energy. What was the overall energy in the room, the tone in the room with the women, and were there common threads with regards to the concerns and challenges that were voiced?
I would say that there were common threads because of the fact that women have not really been totally factored. Okay, in policy it's there that no, we should, but in reality, just energy transition is still more about the big business, the big mining companies, especially when it comes to the coal to energy. Even the electrical vehicles, it's more about the bottom line in terms of the dollars. So the focus also in terms of investors is more, whether it's coming from the World Bank or whether it's coming from the various fundings and loans. There's not been any package that I'm aware of that has been specifically put for gender exclusivity in terms of JET. And I think that that is what we really need to focus on. I'm not talking about South Africa. I'm talking about in general, because South Africa is part of the JET partnership globally. In fact, it's the first country that signed up. So I believe that South Africa with its partners needs to find a way to say this is specifically for inclusivity. And when we talk inclusivity, we have to define what inclusivity means. It's very easy to say, oh no, we'll make sure that they're included. But the question is how and the practicality of it.
And in your view, what would inclusivity mean, especially in terms of ensuring that it is tangible and it is felt, especially in not just in policy, but in implementation as well?
Inclusivity means that, number one, when you talk about the minor redirection, like at places like Mpumalanga, you need to make sure that those coal miners, They are not just taken after, like Komati, the Komati plant was shut down. We had about 48,000 mine workers basically who have lost their jobs with the shutting down. So the coal miner redirection, when you look at the training that takes place, it's not necessarily in just energy transition or in energy. It is like in other things, whether I'm not sure if there are even like marketable areas for them to be able to really make a living. And then now when you talk about the women, and when you look at, again, looking at the place like Mpumalanga, which is a coal mining area, you had your SMMEs, those who are doing like catering for the coal miners, all those things. What happens to those people? And when you talk about training for them, how practical? So what I want to suggest is, if we're going to talk about training for either your coal miners or the women, it has to be value chain based. Make sure that the women are part of the actual value chain, supply side production, and not just for South Africa. You know what I like about India? India is number 4 now in the world. It was number 7. And it is through their value chain industry of the SMMEs. You see, and with India, they don't put high criteria to say if you're an SMME, you have to be having at least 15,000. No, million. I'm not talking about 1,000, millions actually. Those are the kind of criteria we tend to put here, and they stifle, they keep out your micro SMMEs and the informal economy. And some of the SMMEs are actually good and deserve to be part of. You see, so I feel like there has to be and we actually do have legislation, the Mining Act, that the mines should make sure that they involve the SMEs. But now the issue is, since we have international partners in this, you have your EU is involved, Germany is involved, so we have to make sure that in this JET partnership, they indicate clearly that women will not just be value chain participants, but they'll be able to be part of production that goes out outside the country. And obviously some do local, but also be engaged in manufacturing of the value chain, because a country, China is number 1 in the world because of manufacturing. So we need to ensure that we have SMME value chains in manufacturing. In regards to the hydrogen economy, there are some areas they can engage in, that they can do, whether it's in solar, in fact, let's put hydrogen energy aside, let's talk about solar. Because South Africa is using a lot of solar. Why don't we have SMME value chains that are part of because China is is the biggest producer, and this is where we should use BRICS and our partnerships. Use China and say, come on, let us set up a factory, a plant. We don't want to be buying panels from you anymore. Come and equip our folks, set up a training thing, and then we try and establish those training plants in your mining areas like Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and then increase your value chains. And that way your youth are also hired, because at the end of the day, we have to absorb the masses, and we should stop this thing of talking about only 1,000 people working these jobs, and these are usually like part-time jobs, and then in a year they are finished, they were doing construction. No. We need to now speak about, like in other countries, when they talk about job creation, they're speaking about 50 million or 10, in big countries. Yeah, but China and them, they don't talk about 1,000. South Africa, we 500 people in security were hired. What's that? So we need to talk about at least, South Africa should be talking about, we got employed in Mpumalanga in terms of JET. We should make sure we get about maybe why not get, let's talk about 1 million. because there's a lot, there's so much in Mpumalanga to offer before mining. Eastern Cape, there's a lot is to offer besides, just all these provinces, but we're not utilizing for job creation chains.
And Doc, of course, you're highlighting the importance of collaboration, the importance of learning from other countries, which is why we're having the P20 summit, and it's one of the reasons why it's so important to engage and have this dialogue. Now, in that, and of course now focused on your presentation, which was about just energy transition, what, in your view, is a non-negotiable when coming to these dialogues, when having conversations with other countries, especially with regards to financing resources and ensuring that there is a balance between the factors that factor into, especially your presentation on just energy transition?
Your no-no is that. Let me talk about South Africa. We have had so many policies that are supposed to help create jobs. We have had, you have had your ASGISA, you've had so many of these things. We have now your NDP, so the documentation is there. It's not that we don't even have the finances. The problem is we don't focus on implementation that will create independence in communities where they are able to produce for themselves. Because a lot of each province in South Africa has enough to produce and make sure that they up the economy. Now, in terms of just economy and as a no-no, I will say that what's a no-no is the issue of finances. Most of your finances are really geared towards the private sector in terms of the just energy transition. It's not really geared towards the communities. And that is something that needs to change, and they need to also they need to capacitate. Let's not capacitate in these little small ways. I went to Mpumalanga, not Mpumalanga, Limpopo once, and they had a training, the mining sector with some people to train about business for 2 years. It was it was hosted by the local economic government there. It was in Limpopo. After the 2 years of training, I checked to see what are these people doing. Guess what? None of them was involved in doing like maybe just PPP hats or whatever. None of them was involved in the value chain of mining. I'm talking about Burgersfort with about 28 mines, but none of those people were trained for 2 years. So the issue of the training in South Africa needs to be revisited. I don't know much about the CETA training, but the question is it practicalized to the locations? Limpopo is not going to be the same as Eastern Cape. It has to be practicalized to the communities there. A place with 28 mines, definitely they have to be trained in the mining industry in terms of manufacturing and participating. So it's my no-no that we cannot continue as usual, and we have to ensure that people are practically included in the training and participation of JET.
And of course, now you've highlighted the issue and the mismatch between policy making and implementation, and the impact assessments that have to be made with regards to after that policy has been implemented. Do the people go back? Is there oversight to ensure that this has actually worked? Now, Doc, what is the most single important thing that women parliamentarians in that room that you've just been to can do upon returning to their respective countries to champion gender responsiveness, especially in just energy transition?
It depends on the countries. If you're talking about countries like India, I will say that, and Brazil, in terms of the state of women in JET, I'll say that we can learn from each other. Because you see, in a country like India, it's number 2 in the world in terms of coal production. So there, in fact, 40% of the women in India are involved in coal. But I'm not talking about coal of, like, say, as engineers and all that. I'm talking about coal where they are literally like on the ground, their faces are all black, so they have not been also included into the value chains. So South Africa, it can take notes with these other countries, but then when it's a country when it's a place like the European Union, I think that with the EU we need to have a chat We need to look at their policies, their loans, because it's us in South Africa that will be affected by these loans that were taken between the EU and South Africa in terms of us paying them back. And what's joy? So we need to look to see, make sure that the policies and the loans bring in potential positive impact, because if we're not successful with this, we'll have to pay back loans as South Africa with nothing to pay back with, because the JET process would not have been successful. So we have to make sure that the EU's policies are aligned to cover also South Africa's. South Africa has a background of apartheid, special economics. So EU countries places like the EU need to consider that when they do their timelines with their loans. It's not a matter of just collecting money, but ensuring that the process is successful.
And finally, when the summit does conclude, when everything has been said and done, what is your wish in terms of the outcomes that will be felt on the ground?
Because parliamentarians deal with legislation, I'm going to say the countries like India, let me say your BRICS countries, that one is much more easy because we're on the same boat except for China in terms of high level development. But when it comes to countries like the EU, I think that it will be a missing opportunity if South Africa, if the South African parliamentarians don't try and understand what is that the EU really wants out of JET and what South Africa wants out of JET and for its people on the ground. Because the EU knows what it wants. They want to buy hydrogen. They want to, we're not at the same level in terms of climate change. So we need to discuss that to say, how do we create a balance in between? And I think that's where parliamentarians come in. They need to ensure that maybe they should have joint legislative oversight over the next few years, over the JET process, to also monitor the issue of gender and all those things. Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us at Parliament TV.
You're welcome. Thank you, and I'm glad to be here.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
And that is Arabella Hotel in Claremont, where the P20 Speakers Summit is scheduled to begin this afternoon. Of course, there has been a host of events that have been happening over the past 2 days that precede this main event, and this includes the meeting of women parliamentarians and the meeting of young parliamentarians that happened on the 29th and the 30th of September. Now, Teminkosi is back in studios, having joined me after that opening at Benguela Cove, where the speakers were opening the summit, basically, the main event, I call it, and they were opening that for us with keynote address from Ms. Mamoloko Kubai. Of course, we were expecting the president. Unfortunately, he was unable to attend. However, it was translated that the importance and the significance of this event is of utmost importance.
And indeed, Sebo, we had Ms. Mamoloko Kubai, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, delivering the keynote address on behalf of the president after he was unable to make it to this event. The weather was also such a huge challenge there with that big marquee, the wind blowing, but I'm glad to be back here in the studio, and it's a bit calmer than it was this morning. Of course, we're coming to you from Arabella Sheraton Hotel in Claremont, and it is the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit.
And Temikosi, of course, you had the opportunity to have some reactions from the delegates. You interviewed the chairperson of the FFC, Dr. Mbava. You interviewed the chairperson of Agriculture, Mama Dina Bule. What was the energy there after the delegates had left the opening, after those powerful sentiments, not only from the Speaker, but from the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly and presiding officers?
What I can tell you for now, Tsepo, is that all the delegates are looking forward to the discussions that will be taking place from 2 o'clock this afternoon. You'll remember the event at Benguela Cove. It was merely an opening of this main event. So we had the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces opening the event, and then we had those few speakers that took to the podium before the delivery of the keynote address by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. It was really the main for the first part of this summit, and discussions are yet to take place here at 2 o'clock. We do understand that most of the delegates are currently on lunch, but the main event will then resume from 2 o'clock. Then that is where there will be like a number of discussions will then take place in relation to today's summit.
And I'm sure a lot of South Africans resonated with Speaker Mamtoko Didiza when she explained that this is a huge milestone for South Africa, especially looking at our history and where we come from, looking at the struggles of liberation, looking at the struggles of freedom. None of us probably thought that 30 years plus later that we would be hosting a global event such as the 11th G20 Speakers Summit.
And I had an opportunity to speak to one of the young MPs, Fasia Hassan, who shared some of the outcomes of their discussions, especially those relating to the P20 young parliamentarians, indicating that, and their statement indicating that it aims to promote youth-focused priorities, including youth unemployment, education, health, and entrepreneurship. And some of those outcomes will then form part of this outcome of this summit, which will also form part of the outcome of the G20 presidency that is scheduled for later this year.
And of course, we've been talking about the importance of collaboration and partnering with these G20 countries. And this always leads to the importance of parliamentary diplomacy and collaboration. And of course, this works into strengthening global governance, right? Where parliaments play a crucial role in translating international agreements and are basically into domestic implementation, because I think that has been the stemming question. The thorn in the roses has been, after all these talks, after all these discussions, what is it that's going to be felt on the ground? And I think it's important that viewers also note that it's part of it. This is how the process starts. You have to talk. You have to come to resolutions. You have to find the right mechanisms to attend to certain issues, and then only you can talk about implementation. Then only you can talk about resources, financing, and everything else that goes into that before
how we, the people on the ground, can feel it.
And I had an opportunity to speak to a number of committee chairpersons of Parliament as the oversight bodies, because eventually whatever decisions that are going to be taken here will be filtered down to the governments, and they will have to ensure that they hold those governments to account. They see that whatever decisions are taken in these international forums are implemented, which is the role of Parliament, to ensure that there's oversight over those decisions and that things are implemented. It's not just a talk. I mean, it was everyone, almost all the people that I've spoke to, they shared that sentiment that it shouldn't just be a talk and coming out with recommendations and then there's no implementation thereof. So they've undertaken that to ensure the chairperson of committees that they hold the executive to account in terms of the implementation of some of the decisions that will be taken in these summits.
And of course, when we talk about the discussions that are being had at this P20 summit, enhancing oversight and accountability comes first, right? Just like you said, that the chairpersons are making commitments to ensuring that these resolutions and these proposals sort of filter down into the committees. And of course, parliamentarians working together, it will strengthen oversight of executive actions and international commitments. And of course, collaboration improves transparency, accountability, and public trust in governance. And while I was listening to a conversation with Ms. Dina Pula, who is the chairperson on the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, she stressed the importance of partnerships and ensuring that resources and ideas are also shared between countries.
And those partnerships, like you have just indicated now, how she stressed out the importance of those partnerships, especially civil society, stakeholders, and even the general South Africans, so that we don't just take this decision on their own, but they see that other role players are also part of this decision. So I'm glad that you mentioned that, because she spoke strongly on the issues of collaborations.
Now, in essence, parliamentary diplomacy then transforms dialogue into action, and it fosters mutual understanding. And that is why we had a conversation with one of the international delegates right here. Teminkosi had the opportunity to interview one of the delegates from Russia. Let's take a look at what she had, the insight that she had on some of the issues that transpired here.
We are still live at Arabella Hotel. It is the P20 meeting of young and women parliamentarians. And joining me now is Ms. Rosa Chemeris from the Russian Parliament. Good afternoon, ma'am, and thank you for talking to us at Parliament TV.
Thank you for inviting us. You know, your country is great, and South Africa is very, very interesting place, and Russian parliamentarians are very grateful to you for this invitation.
Thanks, ma'am. And if we can just start our conversation, how does Russia seize its role in the G20 and P20 summits, particularly in promoting global cooperation and addressing pressing global challenges?
Well, as far as you can see in the whole world, the role of Russia is great because Russia influences a lot of things in politics, in ecology, in economy, I mean in world processes. And now we're taking part this first 2 days. It was the topic of women power in the world, of women influence, of some lack places which we need to correct just to see the right going or the wrong going, and to make it clearer for the others. And it was very interesting to see the African view, the African point of view towards this problem, because in Russia women are very well represented, you know, in economy and in political life of the country, and that's why we can share our opinion, we can share our great experience and help our friends South Africa.
And in sharing those experiences, what does Russia have in plan to encourage and assist these African countries?
Well, actually, first of all, we should understand that all great societies of the world, I mean the modern societies like Russian, first of all, respect the role of women in the world. Actually, she's not just a woman, she's not just a wife. Can you imagine, I have 4 kids. and I'm working hard, and it's not a problem for me. And all Russian women can confirm to you that it's very easy to combine all that if you know what you do, if you have the right aim, and if your country, first of all, supports you. Because when country feels that woman is ready to be useful for the development of the country, every country appreciates it, every government appreciates it. That's why I know that South Africa appreciates African women too, and I'm really glad to confirm that my colleagues from South Africa expressed a lot of very interesting opinions towards the future of South Africa, the future with the great role of South African women, what is really important to us.
And there's just been a lot of talk on the just energy transition. So how does Russia propose to address pressing global challenges such as disaster resilience, debt sustainability, and just energy transition?
You know, the first, what every country should do is to feel responsible for the things that are going on. And it doesn't matter what it is. It can be ecology, it can be political movements, it can be economy, maybe there's lacks and problems. Every country must understand that every citizen must be very responsible for the things that he does. All the global challenges cause people to change their behavior, to change their point of view. You must feel that your kids see what you do. If you learn them to treat the nature well, they will treat the nature well. And that's why we should educate people how to react to the challenges and how to make it easier and in very civilized manner to not to be scared, but to be ready to react. That's the first of all.
Thank you, ma'am. And then what outcomes does Russia hope to achieve from this P20 summit, and how will they impact global governance and legislative priorities?
You know, Russian priorities are very simple. First of all, we are open to all the contexts. Russia always confirms that it's a very modern, strong and powerful country that is always ready to share its opinion, to share its experience. And Russian parliamentaries, my colleagues which have come here, we are ready to be friends of South African colleagues and to invite them to Russia also, to create a mutual future, very big political, economical and ecological work together.
And lastly, ma'am, what message do you think the P20 summit will send to the international community regarding global cooperation?
Never neglect South Africa. It's the first and very important message. And Russia confirms it the first, remember. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shemeris.
Bye. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was a member of parliament from the Russian parliament, Ms. Rosa Chemeris, sharing some of the insights of the Russian delegation to this P20 summit. And we are coming to you live from a beautiful small town of Claremont here in the Western Cape. I am Thembi Nkosingoma, and this is a special on-location broadcast for Parliament TV. The air here is truly abuzz with dialogue and diplomacy as the prestigious P20 Speakers Summit is now in full swing. We are stationed right at the heart of the action, where the speakers and presiding officers from the world's most powerful economies are gathered to shape the future of global parliamentary cooperation. And we are incredibly privileged to be joined right now by one of the key delegates to this summit, the Speaker of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature, Dr. Makoma Makhurupeche. Speaker Makhurupeche has been an active participant here since Monday, contributing her voice to the critical second P20 meeting of women parliamentarians and now to the main summit proceedings. She joins us now to share her insights from inside the room. Speaker Makhurupeche, thank you very much for talking to us here at Parliament TV.
Thank you so much, Thembi Nkosi, and our viewers at all.
Madam Speaker, having been in the room for key sessions, what is the most dominant feeling or atmosphere of the discussions? And is there a sense of consensus on the urgent issues facing parliamentarians globally?
You will know that the main theme here, there are key words there. The key words, it's more about solidarity. The key words, it's about inequality. And the key words, it's about how do we make sure that globally we're able to empower ourselves to make sure that we deal with issues related to climate change and other related matters. On the discussions that has taken place, for example, so far, you could realize that we agree that as the G20 in preparations for the G20 conference that is coming for government, we as legislatures, we have got a responsibility and we've got a role to play. The role to play is what type of legislation that we put in place to ensure that we deal with issues of inequality, we deal with the issues of solidarity, because in other countries when there is conflicts, obviously you can't say there is stability in those countries. So globally, we need each other. We need to work with each other, but as legislators, we have got a role to play to ensure that we shape what kind of legislation that we're able to put in place in order to advance those kind of objectives that we want to achieve through the G20.
And Madam Speaker, you participated actively in the women parliamentarians meetings. So can you share a specific powerful moment or intervention from that session that you will carry home with you? And how are you ensuring that gender equality remains a cross-cutting theme and not just a standalone discussion?
What is key that has come out even into the declaration is the matter relating to the budgeting process, whether the budget that we appropriate as legislatures, how do we make sure that the agenda agendarized to ensure that whatever budgets are able to deal with the inequality, because women are more vulnerable and they still feel to be unequal in the economic space. And if in the economic space, the economic sector, we still have women who are still excluded, and then that is kind of inequality globally that we have, that in the economic level, we need to ensure that for this society, for this world to change, you need the participation of women. So for me, what came out very clear is to say, as legislatures, as and when we pass the budget through the legislatures in Parliament and as well as legislatures, what is it that we're able to monitor and oversee? Remember, we as the legislatures, our role is on oversight, whether the budget of the country, the budget of the province, is it more inclusive, more to women programs that are able to empower them economically? For me, that is what came out very clear to say. We need to ensure that issues of budgeting towards making sure that the women participate actively in the economic sector, that is one key element that we think we need to take home.
This event, yes, it's hosted in South Africa. We are the hosting country, but we know that it's the first of its kind even in the African continent. So from this vintage point, how forceful is the African collective voice being articulated in those chambers?
Africa, I was happy when today you had seen even the Pan-African Parliament, when they were presenting that we have got responsibility as Africa. Because you will realize that Africa, if we can't work as Africans, will never be in the space of influencing the G20. Africa as a continent, we need to work together to ensure that we're able to make a voice that everybody can listen to, both the AU as well as the Pan-African and Parliament. We need to make sure that we make our voice to be heard more. I mean, you now have what we call African trade area space. That is the economic space that gives us an opportunity to have the market that we need as Africa. Because before we can even say we're taking our export to other continents, why can't we make sure that we build the capacity amongst ourselves as Africans to make sure that we're able to utilize that market appropriately, the African trade area market?
I'm glad, Madam Speaker, you mentioned that, because my next question relates to it. So are you seeing a tangible shift where African perspectives on climate change, sustainable development and multilateral reform are moving from the periphery to the center of the agenda?
That is what this participation of the G20, you will realize that even the government is led by the president. You listen even when the Speaker of the Parliament, Didiza, when she was speaking, she was saying, as South Africa, we see this as not a South African matter, but as an African matter, that as Africans, we need to work together to make sure that we influence the world. I mean, if it was not Africa that is supporting South Africa on issues of solidarity, your issues of Palestine and other related matters, obviously South Africa will not make an inch alone. Therefore, we need the whole African continent to work together with South Africa to make sure that we're able to influence the world. We can even say, in terms of the population that we have, with that market, we're able to interchange with other countries within the G20, and we can make our voice heard.
Madam Speaker, if you can talk about practical takeaways, as you network with the global leaders here, are you identifying any specific partnerships on technology solutions or governance models related to, for an example, water scarcity, agricultural innovation, or rural development that could be directly applicable to the unique challenges and the opportunities that are available in the Limpopo province?
You'll know that Limpopo, in terms of the minerals, we need, we are a province of minerals, and we cannot continue to have those minerals exported as they are. We need to industrialize. South Africa, I mean, and Limpopo, for example, it's one province that if we go through the special economic zones, that we're able to have partnerships with other countries that are ready to invest. I'm happy that, for example, now our own Premier will be having the investment conference. We hope some of these partners that will be attending that investment conference will be focusing more on how do we industrialize our own minerals. And we'll know that another part is the agriculture. We're more in agriculture. We need a lot of investment in agriculture, but as well we need the new technologies, because you will know that we're able now to export your avocados, we're exporting tomatoes. So we have those kind of products that needs to be industrialized. So we need partners that then come to Limpopo, make sure that they work with us. And as the legislature, we're going to work with our own provincial government to say, while they've got partnership at the executive level, we need those kind of partnership at the legislature level, so that we are able to support them to make sure that the legislatures in the countries they're partnering with, we're able to make so that we put the legislation that is able to assist and unlock wherever there are challenges in order to industrialize the province and create more jobs, because if we don't, we'll never create more jobs for our own women and the young people.
Now, the theme of strengthening oversight, in particular Parliament's oversight role, is key here. So what is one concrete example of a best practice in holding the executive to account that you've heard at this summit, which you are eager to table before the Limpopo Legislature Rules Committee when you return to the province?
One of the oversight that I've had, it's when other countries, for example, they're able to indicate on how do we utilize the systems that you are able to listen to the communities, because even if you do an oversight, but you are not able to have public participation and community participation in the work that government does, it will never have impact. So those kind of systems that are being proposed in terms of the discussions that are coming to say, we need more public participation to say, our own communities can not only come when they vote. Yes, voting is part of it, but through the 5 years, how do we put systems in place that our own communities were able to interface with the legislatures to enhance the public participation, so that as and when the committees and Parliament does its work, we don't wait when it is too late. Remember, for example, some of the things you only wait when the AG has already issued a report. That is the previous financial years. You can't do anything about it. But you need to intervene earlier than as and when we meet on a quarterly basis. You must have those those systems that you put in place that is able to make sure that the communities are able to interface with the legislature. Already we have started in Limpopo, for example. We have got what we call Public Participation Act. The Public Participation Act that we have, that we are now communicating to the communities. And I'm happy that is being emphasized, that is the way to go, that we need more of that. It's where the communities are able to write to the legislature, and the legislature refer that to the committee. The committee is a certain committee that has got the powers to summon, whether it's the MEC, whether it's the mayor, in relation to issues that the service that is not being provided to the people. So we need those kind of systems that we can be able to put in place to ensure that we enhance public participation, that can be able to make sure that your oversight mechanisms is meaningful to the communities that are the ones that are voting.
Madam Speaker, by the time this summit ends, what will you personally find as a successful outcome, both for your mission as the Speaker of the Limpopo Legislature and for South Africa as a host nation?
What will make me feel very, very happy, it's outside this thing, is to say we hosted the G20. What is it that as legislatures and as government, we're able to ensure that our own communities, as I'm saying, more on public, I will emphasize on the public participation, that our own communities feels that they only see government during voting, they never see government in any other way. So what are other mechanisms that we're able to put in place to make sure that the communities is able to be closer to their own government, that they can talk to them, they can find us what are more systems and mechanisms that need to be put in place, so that on a regular basis our own government is able to go there and account directly to the communities, so that when there is no water, they don't have to wait for another 6 months when they don't know who's coming to fix their water. Because remember, the communities don't want to know who fixes it, whether it's the local municipality, whether it's the provincial government or national government. How do we make sure that we streamline working together with Parliament and the NCOP to make sure that our own communities are able to access us as legislatures, and make sure that we service our own constituencies, and make sure that all the time they're able to have a better turnaround in order to receive the service that they're looking for.
And now, Madam Speaker, we are broadcasting to the people of Limpopo and South Africa. Now, looking out from this global stage here in Claremont, what is your message to them about the relevance of these high-level discussions to their daily lives and future prospects?
The people of Limpopo must know that when we're participating on their behalf. And whatever resolutions that are taken here are going to be reported back to their own legislatures, because they're able to participate in the legislatures. They must know is the better future for them, is the better service delivery for them, is the better systems for them to ensure that sustainable development happens in Limpopo as well. And we're able to do the better strategies on ensuring that issues dealing with disaster resilience. We are a province that normally we have got floods, so we need to learn from provinces like Cape Town, because you know that this is one of the provinces that is able to deal with the issues of disaster management, and other provinces as well, where Limpopo, KZN, Eastern Cape, we must learn from them as well. I was with those speakers, we're engaging on those. But other than that, we're learning from other countries to say some have got more disasters than we have in South Africa. How do we make sure that we have a province that is disaster resilient as a province, but as well the people of the province are going to benefit, because out of the outcome that are going to come are those that says we are part of the G20, we are part of the Africa, let's work together to ensure that we build an Africa that is equal. Because what is other thing that we need to deal with, it's the inequality that is there. But as well have the young people who are able to participate in these processes and say this is the future we want. Even if the AU says this is the 2063 objectives, how do we make sure that as Limpopo we are able to make sure that people of Limpopo are part of achieving the goals and objectives of the 2063?
Before I let you go, Madam Speaker, how then are you going to ensure that not just the general, but how are you going to ensure that even persons living with disabilities, members of the LGBTQI communities, which we have not spoken much about, are also part of the discussion that will be taking place in Limpopo when discussing the outcomes of these international events.
Limpopo this year, as the legislature, we've been having sectoral parliaments. Some of these objectives and outcomes here will be taking them to those sectoral parliaments so that they're able to debate them further, to say, as Limpopo, these are the outcomes, but how relevant are they to us as a province? For example, we'll be having the next one, which is the disability sectoral parliament that is coming before the end of the year, as well as the men's parliament. But other sectoral parliaments, obviously, we're going to make sure that part of the discussion will be the outcomes of this conference.
Madam Speaker, Dr. Makurupech, I would like to thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule to be with us here today at Parliament TV studios.
Thank you so much, Nkosi, and the viewers at home. Thank you so much.
Well, that was Dr. Makurupech, the Speaker of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature, sharing some of the insights with Parliament TV. Please stay tuned.
What are then the desired outcomes of African countries? As hosts, the South African Parliament seeks an outcome. G20 parliaments unanimously pledge to strengthen legislative and oversight mechanisms, ensuring that the national laws and budgets are systematically aligned with gender-responsive frameworks to advance women's empowerment, leadership, and youth participation, particularly in the critical areas of climate policy and economic development. For Africa, the desired outcomes are clear and transformative. Firstly, we seek a definitive shift in how the world manages debt and disasters. The current framework for debt treatment has failed to deliver timely relief, disproportionately burdening African economies. Our collective advocacy will be for urgent reforms to the G20 common framework, including automatic suspension of debt servicing during negotiations and expanding its scope to include vulnerable middle-income countries. This is not merely an economic argument. It is a moral imperative to free up fiscal space for climate adaptation, social programs, and essential development. Secondly, Africa demands to be an active player in the green energy revolution, not a passive beneficiary. While the continent possesses vast renewable potential, it receives a paltry share of global energy investment. We advocate for the summit's endorsement of the G20 Global New Energy Investment Pact for Africa. We will call for G20 nations to translate this into concrete action by investing in regional power pools, strengthening local supply chain, and deploying innovative finance to unlock private capital. Our legislative role will be to enact laws that ensure this transition is truly just, prioritizing women's economic empowerment, youth skills development, and the mandated participation of local communities in the decisions that affect their lives and livelihoods. Thirdly, we insist that our critical minerals become a catalyst for inclusive growth, not further exploitation. The summit's focus on harnessing these minerals for sustainable development is welcome. Africa's goal is to move up the value chain. This means enacting legislation that protects community rights, supports local processing and industry that build a resilient and diversified mineral ecosystem on the continent. The benefits of our natural wealth must be felt by our people through job creation and equitable development.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policy making, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
You are still watching Parliament TV as we build up to the main event of the 11th G20 Speakers Summit. If you've been with us throughout the day, of course, you know that there was an opening at Benguela. That is Benguela Cove. That is just across from Arabella here in Claremont. And of course, there are delegates that have started arriving here at Arabella Hotel, where the summit is scheduled to begin.
And to those that have just joined us, we are, of course, watching Parliament TV, and we are coming to you live from DSTV channel 408. It is the live broadcast of the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Meeting. And this platform and this event provides a platform for speakers and presiding officers of parliaments from the G20 member countries to deliberate on how legislative bodies can contribute to the formulation and implementation of G20 decisions.
And of course, those are visuals of where the summit is about to convene. And of course, this is Arabella Hotel in Claremont, with the overarching theme of harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for the realization of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Now, this focuses on the role of parliaments in addressing global challenges and translating international agreements into domestic actions. And it also emphasizes inclusive governance, ensuring African perspectives, women and youth are represented in global policy discussions.
And indeed, the South Africa's G20 presidency in 2025 presents a historic opportunity, not only for our nation, but for the African continent. And with the African Union now a permanent member of the G20, we are in a unique position to ensure that African perspectives, priorities, and solutions are fully integrated into the global agenda.
And some of the expected outcomes from these engagements, some of these conversations, some of these dialogues include strengthened parliamentary diplomacy, include integration of African perspectives. Of course, it's the first time that this event is being held on African soil. The advancement of gender equality and youth empowerment, policy recommendations on global challenges, enhanced global partnerships, and concrete follow-up actions.
And indeed, in line with the AU's 2025 theme, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations, it is emphasized that justice must encompass economic redress and political inclusion. And this position was articulated during the Symposium of African Parliament Speakers held in collaboration with the Pan-African Parliament Women's Caucus on the sidelines of the PAB's 5th Ordinary Session in July of this year.
And of course, like we said earlier, there was a briefing. It was a brief opening of the P20 Speakers Summit, where we were expecting His Excellency Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. However, the Minister of Justice was there, and she is the one who provided the keynote address. Minister is here, and let's see what she had to say during that keynote address earlier.
On behalf of the President of the Republic of South Africa, I would like to welcome you to South Africa, but also to the G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you and to deliver the speech on behalf of His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, who is unable to be with us today. This summit is a call to action for the parliaments of the G20 to work together to advance the principles of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. The P20 is a unique platform for strengthening global collaboration. It is an opportunity for the parliaments of the G20 countries to exchange ideas, to network, and to contribute substantively to resolving the most pressing issues of our time. We meet at a time when our world is beset by problems on a number of fronts. These problems include conflicts and war, climate change, digital disruption, geopolitical instability, pandemics, and other global health crises. These crises intersect, and though they may vary with respect to intensity and lived experiences, but they affect us all as the global world. As the institutional anchor of democracy, parliaments play a number of mutually reinforcing roles. The first is representative and representation. Parliaments are the voices of the people, and as such, aspire to reflect the diversity of their respective society and constituencies. The data of the Interparliamentary Union indicates notably progress worldwide with respect to the representation of young people, women, persons with disabilities, and minorities across the world. Secondly, parliaments are tasked with creating the enabling legal framework for the progressive realization of equality and for passing laws that align with the international commitment of their respective countries. These commitments, ladies and gentlemen, include the domestication of international treaties, incorporating human rights standards, and advances the sustainable developmental goals. Thirdly, parliaments hold governments accountable to their domestic and international commitments. They ensure that the necessary budgets are allocated to reflect these commitments. Beyond being chambers of debate, beyond advancing rights and overseeing executive powers, parliaments are the critical and crucial bridge between citizen and the state. They are a place where the destinies of nations are chartered. Human dignity is at the center of our aspirations as governments, as parliaments, and as society. The Brasilia Joint Statement on Parliaments for a Just World and a Sustainable Planet set a high standard. It declared a commitment by the G20 parliamentary speakers to deepen solidarity and parliamentary diplomacy to deliver people-centered solutions. This was reinforced by the endorsement of the Charter of Alagoas from the first P20 meeting of women parliamentarians, which committed the signatories to a concrete program of gender mainstreaming and gender budgeting in the world of their respective parliaments. We are greatly encouraged by the reports that have been received here today, both from the women and youth representatives, by the equally and ambitious high level of articulation, if I may say so, that concluded yesterday. We are particularly encouraged that the issues of women representation in the global climate response was a major issue of discussion, but more importantly, the issue of youth unemployment reflected upon this morning worries you as parliamentarians. It is clear that we need to pursue sustainable development in our respective countries first and foremost. We need to improve representation and inclusive participation in that development. For many, global solidarity is far removed from their everyday realities of access to employment, healthcare, education, and to a decent quality of life. We are contending with rising inequalities between and within societies and between the global north and the global south. In many parts of the world, rising populism, xenophobia, and extreme forms of nationalism threaten to undermine solidarity. It is therefore incumbent upon us as parliaments to bring our institutions closer to the people, to restore the bonds of trust, and to make all citizens part of the effort to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm pleased that the G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit has been broadening citizen participation as a standing item as we seek out new and innovative ways to achieve this inclusivity. The summit is a valuable forum for the exchange of best practices between the different G20 parliaments around how we can consolidate faith in democracy and adapt to contemporary realities. 15 years since the first informal consultation began that led to the first G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, this mechanism endures as a platform for bringing a parliamentary dimension to global governance. For the international commitments of the G20 to be effectively translated into national realities, and for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals to have practical meaning, implementation must be felt on the ground and by our citizens. As the bridge between citizens and state, the challenge for parliaments in the world over is to translate hope into purpose and promise into action. I look forward to our engagements today, but also more importantly, looking even further to a bold, forward-looking declaration from this year's summit as South Africa hosts the conference. One that is matched by tangible steps that will be taken by all the parliaments represented here today to give practical meaning to solidarity, equality, and sustainability. On behalf of His Excellency President Ramaphosa, the people of South Africa and government, we welcome you and hope you enjoy your stay, but most importantly, wish you fruitful deliberation during your summit. I thank you.
South Africa's Parliament proudly hosts the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
You're still watching Parliament TV, of course, as we await the P20 summit to begin right here in Arabella in Claremont. We are in the Western Cape. Things started off very shakily this morning. It is basically the Cape of Storms came to show that it is really the Cape of Storms. And if you have been watching, we had the keynote address that was delivered by Ms. Mameloko Kubai, and she is the Minister of Justice here in South Africa. Of course, she gave this keynote address on behalf of His Excellency Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa, earlier today. And she emphasized that we live in a time of multiple intersecting crises, of course reflecting on conflicts and war, climate change, digital upheaval,
geopolitical shifts and global health emergencies, and that these challenges affect everyone, albeit in different ways. She also described the unique roles that parliaments must play in, of course, representation, legal frameworks, accountability, and she also said that it's important to note that parliaments are a bridge between the citizen and the state.
And just to remind those who've joined us, you're still watching Parliament TV. We're coming to you live from Arabella Hotel. And earlier you would have seen Minister Mamoloko Kupai, just as Tsepo just outlined, who was talking this morning, delivering the keynote address on behalf of the President. And of course, the summit will have key topics, 4 key topics that it will focus on over the next 2 days, being strengthening disaster resilience and response, ensuring readiness, inclusivity and international cooperation in disaster risk reduction, also ensuring debt sustainability for low-income countries by advocating for transparency, accountability and debt relief mechanisms that protect vulnerable economies. The third one being mobilizing finance for a just energy transition through securing funding for climate adaptation and mitigation while protecting vulnerable communities. And the last one being harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development.
And those are visuals of delegates and presiding officers from across the G20 countries that have gathered here in South Africa. And just like Teminkosi has summarized those themes, these will be the sessions that will be convened in these discussions. It's a dialogue, it's a conversation, and of course people are here to learn from each other. It's all about partnerships, it's all about collaboration, it's all about ensuring and strengthening diplomatic policies. It's ensuring that parliaments work together in ensuring that these policies are not just policies that are spoken about, but policies that are seen and have tangible outcomes in these countries.
Let's now hear what some of the delegates had to say earlier.
As part of the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. We met under the theme Young Parliamentarians as Drivers of Global Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability. Our gathering provided a platform to share experiences, to advance parliamentary diplomacy, and to bring the voices, perspectives and aspirations of young people into the center of the G20 Parliamentary Speakers process. We affirm our belief that inclusive governance, youth-led innovation and multilateral cooperation are indispensable for shaping a fairer, more peaceful and sustainable world. We note with deep concern that young people remain underrepresented in decision-making, with only 2.8% of MPs worldwide under the age of 30. That also youth unemployment remains unacceptably high, averaging 13% globally and significantly higher in developing economies. We also note with deep concern that 2.2 billion young people still lack internet access, limiting their opportunities for education, work, and participation, and that our generation faces intersecting crises from climate change and mental health fragility to displacement, inequality, and the rising cost of living. In response, we commit ourselves to the following shared priorities. In global solidarity, we will harness parliamentary diplomacy to promote inclusive multilateralism and deepen cooperation among young legislatures in addressing global challenges. In equality and sustainable development, we work to eliminate all forms of discrimination and inequality and to guarantee equal access to education, quality education, and healthcare, decent work, energy, digital connectivity, and political representation. We further commit to supporting rural youth and ensuring generational renewal in agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. In climate action, we call upon parliaments to enact legislation aligned with national adaptation plans and nationally determined contribution to strengthen oversight of climate commitments. We affirm that those most vulnerable to climate change must be placed in the center of our legislative action. In youth-oriented institutional reforms, we will build enabling environments for young parliamentarians, ensuring gender transformative and intersectional approaches. We commit to mainstreaming youth perspective in all policy processes and call upon the P20 Speakers Summit to establish a permanent P20 meeting of young parliamentarians within the G20 framework, ensuring that young youth perspectives consistently shape global legislative priorities. We leave this gathering united in our dedication to parliamentary diplomacy and in our determination to foster a world that is fair, inclusive, and sustainable. We pledge to remain proactive agents of change, building bridges across nations and generations. This declaration, adopted by consensus, will be formally submitted to the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit for consideration. It reflects the resolve of young leaders to strengthen global solidarity, promote equality, and advance sustainability in partnership with our senior counterparts. And so we conclude with a call to action. Let this moment not be symbolic but historic. Let it be the beginning of a permanent partnership between generations, one that combines the energy of youth with the wisdom of experience to build a future of justice, peace, and sustainability for all. We do not seek to replace the leaders of today. We seek to stand beside you with courage and conviction.
And we are moments away from the beginning of the P20 summit here in Arabella in Claremont, where delegates of all the G20 countries have gathered here to make meaningful input to dialogue and conversation that is with regards to global solidarity and social development, and ensuring that there is proper collaboration throughout parliaments.
And indeed, that was one of the young parliamentarians just reading out some of the key outcomes. One of them being a call for gender parity and also increased youth representation. As you can see there on your screen, delegates getting ready to start with the summit at 1400 hours. But for now, let's hear what some of the young people that we spoke to yesterday had to say.
The past 2 days has been very progressive and constructive. We've been sharing experiences from different countries on very key topics around sustainable development, climate change, youth entrepreneurship, and basically youth intervention structures that need to be developed so that we can make sure that young people across the world are able to succeed, we're able to lift people out of poverty, give them the required skills that they need, by making sure that we play our role as legislators to influence decision-making, law-making, and play critical oversight on policy that needs to be implemented to uplift people out of poverty into economic opportunity. And that culminated in a final document that we adopted in this P20 Speaker Summit as young parliamentarians in our first inaugural meeting, to say that this particular session must not stop in this inaugural meeting in South Africa, but it must continue with all the G20 presidencies that are going to continue after that. So it has been a successful past couple of days, and we don't want to just end with words, but there must be action after today.
This forum has brought the member countries, obviously from the G20, but for us as a country, we are able to have representation from the 9 provinces. And I think for us it's very important to highlight that as the upper house in the Parliament of South Africa, the NCOP, which brings our provinces and the local government, as well as in the national sphere of government. So I think it was very important to stress that we had representation from the provincial legislatures also being part of this important forum. And I think one of the things that we take from this is that let the forum for the P20 Young Parliamentarians Forum be a permanent structure. And I think that came true in the declaration that it should not end here. Even when USA hosts the G20 and the other countries that will follow, let this forum of the Young Parliamentarians Forum become a permanent platform and a permanent structure of the G20. And I think those, for me, inclusive participation. We always stress that all of us, irrespective of our province, irrespective of the nation that you come through, these forums must have a platform for young people to express their voices in these important structures. Thank you very much.
We We've had our very first P20 Youth Parliamentarian meeting. It's inaugural and it's very historic. We've just concluded. We've had countries from all over the world, and it was such a powerful gathering to hear not only the experiences of young parliamentarians, but of young people, and to just see how many commonalities there are, and something that came across: borders matter less and solidarity matters more. Developed a very substantive document that's come out of this process. We'll be taking it to the main P20 Parliament, but ultimately we're going to also present these views at the G20, in which heads of state from all over the world are going to be meeting. That means that a young person in Soweto, in Khayelitsha, in Galeshewe, you name it, their voices will be represented not only on a national stage, but on an international stage. And for the first time, African voices will be center stage, and more importantly, the African youth voices will also be center stage.
Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. April.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Doc, of course, you have presented in the meeting of women parliamentarians, and the issue here is, of course, about energy. What was the overall energy in the room, the tone in the room with the women, and were there common threads with regards to the concerns and challenges that were voiced?
I would say that there were common threads because of the fact that women have not really been totally factored. Okay, in policy it's there that no, we should, but in reality, just energy transition is still more about the big business, the big mining companies, especially when it comes to the coal to energy. Even the electrical vehicles, it's more about the bottom line in terms of the dollars. So the focus also in terms of investors is more, whether it's coming from the World Bank or whether it's coming from the various fundings and loans. There's not been any package that I'm aware of that has been specifically put for gender exclusivity in terms of JET. And I think that that is what we really need to focus on. I'm not talking about South Africa. I'm talking about in general, because South Africa is part of the JET partnership globally. In fact, it's the first country that signed up. So I believe that South Africa with its partners need to find a way to say this is specifically for inclusivity. And when we talk inclusivity, we have to define what inclusivity means. It's very easy to say, oh no, we'll make sure that they're included. But the question is how and the practicality of it.
Welcome back. You're still coming to you live from Arabella Hotel in Claremont. Of course, we are watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. We are a few minutes away from the start of the summit on the P20 Parliamentarian Speakers Summit that is scheduled to take place here at Arabella Hotel.
And of course, delegates and presiding officers of G20 countries are gathering here at Arabella Hotel in Claremont, where we're just moments away from the start of proceedings, where key leaders will set the tone for discussions on global solidarity, equality and sustainability. Now, as we wait for the summit to begin, there's a strong sense of anticipation in the room, with participants ready to engage on the pressing issues that will shape parliamentary diplomacy worldwide.
And of course, earlier we would have seen words from young people who had attended the 2 days young parliamentarians conferences, where key outcomes and declarations were made, which amongst others include the call for gender parity, which a declaration was made emphasizing the need for gender parity in parliaments worldwide, with women accounting for only 27% of parliamentarians globally and just 22% of speakers. They also called for increased youth representation, highlighting the underrepresentation of young people in legislatures, also with only 2.8% of parliamentarians worldwide under the age of 30 and 73% of upper houses having no members under 30.
Now, of course, you're probably wondering, why are we having these discussions? Why is this dialogue? Why are we having these conversations? Of course, the P20 is important for the following: strengthening parliamentary diplomacy, promoting inclusive and representative governance, addressing global challenges. And of course, this would enable parliamentary collaboration on transnational issues like climate change, debt sustainability, energy transition, and disaster resilience. The fourth reason why we have these conversations and this dialogue is to amplify African and developing country perspectives. Of course, this has been an issue throughout our conversations here on Parliament TV, where African countries have noted that it's very important to note that throughout the G20 countries, some countries are more developed than others. So in particular, the fact that this event is being hosted on African soil will ensure that African priorities are included in global discussions, and also it will give the opportunity for developing countries to have a stronger voice in shaping international policies. Now, part of these discussions is also for building long-term partnerships, which are in terms of fostering bilateral and multilateral cooperation among parliaments and strengthening networks that can support legislative alignment with international frameworks such as the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and ultimately the legacy and accountability. Now, from these conversations, we will see declarations, resolutions, and recommendations that will guide national and international action. And of course, these will encourage accountability, ensuring that governments follow through on global commitments.
And to just take you through some of the declarations that were made in the P20 women parliamentarians. The same declaration, similar to the one that was made in the young parliamentarians, which is called for gender parity, but in relation to women, the women parliamentarians emphasized the need for parity in decision-making structures, highlighting that women account for only 27% of parliamentarians worldwide and just 22% of speakers. They also called for gender-responsive climate action. Delegates indicating there that there need to be laws, climate laws and budgets that prioritize rural women, funding women-led climate initiatives and ensuring fair access to land, water and energy. Furthermore, there was a call for empowering of women because the parliamentarians urged for policies promoting economic empowerment, removal of discriminatory laws and enforcement of gender-responsive budgets.
And these are some of the issues that came out of the Women Parliament. And of course, also, I think it's important that we note that this is also about parliamentary diplomacy, and the importance thereof is that it will allow lawmakers to coordinate across borders, ensuring that international agreements and decisions are implemented effectively at the national level. It also fosters harmonization of laws and policies, helping countries respond collectively to global challenges like climate change, health crises, and economic instability. And if we've been watching throughout the past 2 days, there has been a call for peace and stability throughout countries. And of course, this platform allows for a dialogue between parliaments, and it helps prevent conflicts by building mutual understanding and trust. Now, legislators can then address transnational issues peacefully, reducing the likelihood of disputes escalating into crisis. Over and above all of this is the fact that there must be accountability and oversight enhancement. And of course, parliaments play a key role in holding governments accountable for their domestic and international commitments. And therefore, parliamentary networks, lawmakers in essence, need to monitor implementation of agreements and exchange lessons learned. And these are some of the lessons that will be exchanged right here at the P20 Speakers Summit that is yet to begin.
And of course, that's your Speaker of the National Assembly on your screen, Speaker Thoko Didiza, who yesterday emphasized the vital role young people play in shaping inclusive, sustainable and peaceful societies, and the need for their perspectives, energy and inventive ideas in finding solutions to modern challenges. And some of the specific recommendations from the P20 Women's Parliament included holding of annual meetings of women parliamentarians within the P20 framework, adopting policies that recognize the different impacts of laws and policies on women, and also denouncing violence against women in politics and recommending measures for prevention of elimination. And lastly, the implementing quotas, reserve seats and financing to increase women's participation in leadership positions. And these declarations and recommendations aim to promote gender equality, challenge patriarchal norms and empower women in politics and in society.
Now, to sum up what some of the recommendations from the meeting of young parliamentarians was, one of them included youth inclusion in decision-making, emphasizing the necessity for youth representation in legislative processes. Participants advocated for structural reforms that facilitate the active participation of young parliamentarians in policy formulation and implementation. And of course, also the addressing climate change and environmental sustainability, because it was recognized that the disproportionate impact of environmental degradation on younger generations. The meeting called for youth-led climate action initiatives, promoting policies that empower young people to lead in sustainability efforts.
And also highlighting the inclusive economies, where they highlighted the importance of building inclusive economies that provide meaningful access to economic opportunities for young people, particularly in the global south, was also stressed there. You can see on the screen we are a few minutes away from the start of the summit. Some of the delegates have started settling in and some are still making their way into the room.
Of course, we are moments away from the start of proceedings where key leaders will set the tone for discussions on global solidarity, equality and sustainability. And as we wait for this summit to begin, as you can see, there's a strong sense of anticipation in the room, with participants ready to engage on the pressing issues that will shape parliamentary diplomacy worldwide.
Of course, we're a few minutes away from the start of the event, and for those that just joined us, you are watching Parliament TV, and we are coming to you live from Arabella Hotel in Claremont, and it is the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. And of course, some of the desired outcomes was that South Africa is the host, sixth and outcome where G20 Parliament must pledge to strengthen legislative and oversight mechanisms, ensuring that national laws and budgets are aligned. But let's now take you to the room as we see that they are about to start. It is Mr. Cedric Frolic who has taken the podium and has asked everyone to settle down in preparation for the beginning, for the start of the summit.
And just a reminder that the P20 brings together speakers and presiding officers from the G20 parliaments. And that is Mr. Cedric Frolic. Let's cross over.
There is just a few household rules that I want to bring to your attention. The interpreting services is indicated on this card, and you can follow the interpretation based on the channels that are there. My name is the Honorable Cedric Frolic. I am a presiding officer in the National Assembly of the Parliament of Republic of South Africa. And my co-chairperson is the Honorable Ronzulli, the Vice President of the Italian Senate, and we will share the responsibilities for the session. There's still a lot of noise at the back. Thank you. Each Speaker of Parliament or head of delegation of the G20 member country shall be entitled to 5 minutes speaking time for the opening statement. Head of delegations from invited countries shall be entitled to 3 minutes speaking time. We will follow alphabetically the countries as represented in the G20. When your time has expired, we will indicate to you that your time has expired and we request you respectfully then to take up your allocated seat. I also want to indicate that both on my left-hand side and on my right-hand side, you'll see there are waiting chairs. The list of speakers is in front of you, and that is a list that we will follow alphabetically. We thus request that once the first speaker is called, that the second speaker take up either the waiting chair on my left or the waiting chair on my right, whichever is most convenient for you to move to. The session is taking place under the theme, and I quote, "Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity." In the program, it is clearly indicated the background information that should serve as a guide for the inputs that may be considered by the honorable speakers. I now want to call the honorable speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, the Honorable Toko Didiza. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, program directors. I'm sure some of you may be wondering, why am I the first one when the alphabet is starting with an S? I should be at the end, but I'm sure the program directors used the French lingo to say Africa du Sud. That's why I'm the first. Honorable speakers, honorable heads of delegation, honorable members of parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We gather at a moment when the international order we have relied upon for decades is not just strained but weakening. Armed conflicts, climate change, deepening inequalities, and accelerating cyber insecurity are not merely symptoms of this structure, but are actively threatening the world order. These challenges recognize no borders and respect no sovereignty. They demand coordination, not withdrawal or isolation, but collective action. It is precisely here that parliamentary diplomacy must emerge as a catalyst for multilateral renewal. Parliamentary diplomacy is more than ceremonial protocol. It is a strategic instrument for building consensus, harmonizing legislative frameworks, and safeguarding democratic principles. Through these mechanisms, we can forge robust global responses to challenges that no single nation can address in isolation. Yet, we must confront an uncomfortable truth. The multilateral system is weakening and at its lowest. Geopolitical fragmentation has driven major powers to circumvent established global order and institutions. Increasing nationalist sentiments are eroding the foundational trust necessary for functional trade frameworks and international economic cooperation. Critical bodies such as the United Nations Security Council and the World Trade Organization remain mired in procedural paralysis. Meanwhile, the Global South continues to face systematic underrepresentation in institutions such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, a governance deficit that perpetuates historical injustices and undermines legitimacy. While technological advancement represent opportunities, they also bring new challenges. The explosive growth of artificial intelligence, digital commerce, and surveillance technologies have vastly outpaced our regulatory capacity. Technocrats wield influence comparable to sovereign states, while data governance, remains dangerously fragmented across jurisdictions. The digital divide threatens to become the defining inequality of our era, separating those with connectivity and digital literacy from those systematically excluded. Cybersecurity threats, algorithmic bias, and weaponized misinformation are actively undermining public trust in both institutions and democratic processes themselves. Let's consider the evidence of these structural inequalities. Climate injustice. Developing nations bear disproportionate impacts from climate change despite contributing minimally to cumulative greenhouse emissions. They face chronic barriers for accessing climate science, green technology transfer, and meaningful participation in climate governance. Secondly, systemic discrimination. Gender and racial inequalities remain entrenched globally, manifested in persistent disparities across education, healthcare, economic opportunities, and political representation. We've heard this morning from the presentation made by youth and women. On digital exclusion, nearly 3 billion people remain without internet access, effectively barred from digital economies, online education, telemedicine, and civic participation in an increasingly virtual world. When it comes to conflict and displacement, armed conflicts and political instability have forcibly displaced over 100 million people worldwide, the highest level ever recorded. International protection mechanisms remain inadequate, and burden sharing amongst nations remain profoundly inequitable. Economic marginalization. Despite hosting 40% of the world's population, African nations collectively hold less voting power in some of these multilateral institutions. Parliaments must respond not with aspirational rhetoric, but with substantive legislative action. We must enact laws that guarantee equity, universal access to quality education, comprehensive health care, economic opportunity, and digital infrastructure. We must ensure inclusive representation within our own parliaments and champion it relentlessly in global fora. We must advocate for fundamental reform of international institutions so they reflect contemporary realities rather than post-World War II power structures. Parliamentary diplomacy must be anchored in justice, equity, and sustainability. We must strive to upholding transparency, accountability, and ethical standards in all forms of international engagement and legislative oversight. We must prioritize climate action, conflict prevention, and digital inclusion within our domestic legislative agendas while coordinating cross-border efforts. We must align parliamentary work with the Sustainable Development Goals and advocate vigorously for global digital governance frameworks that protect fundamental rights while promoting universal access. We must also establish regular parliamentary exchanges focused on legislative best practice for addressing shared challenges from pandemic preparedness to artificial intelligence regulation. We must hold governments accountable for their international commitments and ensuring that international agreements translate into domestic implementation and tangible outcomes for citizens. Let this summit be a turning point for parliaments to transform from reactive institutions into proactive engines of global solidarity. The legitimacy of our democratic systems depends on our capacity as parliamentarians to deliver meaningful progress on the challenges that matter most to the people we serve. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The next speaker will be the Honourable Lyons from Australia.
Good afternoon, honourable colleagues and distinguished delegates. I rise today to represent the Honourable Milton Dick, Speaker of the House of Representatives of Australia, and myself as the President of the Australian Senate. It is a privilege to address you today on the theme of harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for the realisation of global solidarity. In today's interconnected world, the challenges we face, climate change, conflict, inequality, do not respect borders, and neither should our solutions. Parliaments are uniquely positioned to connect people to global processes, to ensure that international decisions are grounded in democratic legitimacy and inclusive representation. But solidarity cannot be achieved without inclusion, and inclusion cannot be achieved without representation. Let us be clear. Inclusive representation in global institutions is not optional, it's foundational. When women, Indigenous peoples, youth and people with disabilities are excluded from decision-making, we all lose. We lose wisdom, we lose legitimacy, and we lose the opportunity to build policies that reflect the realities of all peoples. This is where parliamentary diplomacy becomes a transformative tool. It enables us to advocate for gender equality, not just at home, but on the global stage. It allows us to push for reforms in international institutions, to demand gender-balanced delegations, and to ensure that global decisions are made by those who reflect the diversity of the world. And here I must emphasise, gender equality is not just a women's issue. It is a societal imperative. It is planned, it is measurable, and it benefits everyone. Australia's recent federal election marked an historic milestone. Women now make up almost 50% of the federal parliament. In fact, across both chambers, it's more than 50%. And when I look back at 2004, it sat at just 26%. In the Senate, women hold 56% of the seats, and in the House of Representatives, 46%. In my party, the Labor Party, 54% of the women in the lower house, 63% of women in the upper house, 55% of women in cabinet positions. This is not just symbolic, it's structural change. This progress was not accidental, it was a result of affirmative action, deliberate pre-selection policies, and a growing recognition that parliaments must reflect the people they serve. And the impact is clear. Policies on gender-based violence, childcare and economic equity have gained prominence. Women in Parliament have championed inclusive foreign policy, climate justice and First Nations rights. Australia now ranks among the top 10 countries globally for women in ministerial positions. The IPU reports that parliaments with higher representations of women are more likely to pass legislation on childcare, equal pay and reproductive health. These policies directly support women's participation in the workforce and, in turn, boosts national productivity, expands the tax base and drives economic growth. Studies show that closing gender gaps in employment could increase GDP across the globe by 20%. Moreover, women's leadership is linked to better governance, lower corruption and more inclusive social policies, making gender equality not just a moral imperative, but a smart economic strategy. But let us be honest, this progress cannot rest on the shoulders of women alone. Men must stand in solidarity with women, not as saviours, but as partners. When women and men both support gender equality, outcomes improve for everyone, from work to national policy reform. Solidarity means challenging sexist norms in political culture, advocating for quotas and gender targets, not resisting them. Because when men and women lead together, we build stronger democracies, more peaceful societies and more resilient institutions. Colleagues, let us use our collective voice to champion a world where every person, regardless of gender or geography, has a seat at the table. Let us make parliamentary diplomacy a force for justice, inclusion and for peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is the Honourable Rocha from Brazil.
Excelentíssimos presidentes de parlamento, colegas parlamentares.
Excellencies, colleagues from Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to represent Brazil in this 11th P20 summit in South Africa. It is a sister country with which we share a trajectory in a fight for democracy, and particularly joined by the Atlantic Ocean. We are here in a world which has been marked by various crises, by wars that multiply themselves and affect thousands of innocent lives, from Sudan to Ukraine, from Yemen to Palestine. Unilateral trade measures such as arbitrary tariffs impose disproportionate costs on developing countries, and particularly in developing countries. In Brazil's case, it even threatens our sovereignty and our democratic institutions. At the same time, we are witnessing the weakening of various countries where we need to strengthen the multilateralism and the attempts to bend international institutions for the interests of a few. Instead of serving the common good, many of these organs remain paralyzed by vetoes and by a power structure which is forged in the post-war era. This has never been updated to give adequate voice to the Global South, particularly to the women of the Global South. This scenario deepens historical inequalities and undermines the cooperation which we need to address the world's most pressing challenges. They are from extreme poverty to the climate emergency. Brazil is true to its diplomatic tradition, and it hereby reaffirms that the only viable path is the strengthening of multilateralism, of peace and dialogue. As President Lula often states, no country can face alone today's systemic threats. That last year, Brazil assumed the presidency of the G20 and of P20 under the banner, Building a Just World and a Sustainable Planet. At that time, we did. We launched the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. This is now supported by more than 100 countries and dozens of international organizations and financial institutions. We also advanced the defense of fairer tax systems against the taxation, proposing the taxation of the super rich as an indispensable tool to create fiscal space and to finance sustainable development. We placed climate in the center of our agenda. We created a task force dedicated to mobilizing financial solutions for the ecological crisis. We launched a call to action on global governance reform, with commitments to modernize institutions such as the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, the IMF, International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank, so that we make them more effective in supporting the developing countries. These initiatives show that G20 and Parliament can be a driver of inclusion, of social justice, and structural change. We therefore salute the presidency of South Africa, which succeeds Brazil under the motto solidarity, equality, and sustainability. These are principles that are equally dear to our country and which build upon the legacy of our G20 presidency and which are dear to our people. Dear colleagues, the P20 is an important space to strengthen the voice of parliaments and of G20. It is also a way to democratize our decision-making. I had the honor of participating in the first meeting of the women parliamentarians of the P20 held in Brazil, in Maceió, in July 2024. On that occasion, we emphasized and we enshrined it in our final declaration the following importance: mainstreaming, gender perspectives in parliamentary and governmental action, adopting temporary special measures such as quotas and financial resources to expand the woman's presence in positions of power, addressing political gender-based violence, redistribute and recognize unpaid care work which is carried out by women and girls, ensuring women's economic autonomy, and mobilizing resources for climate and sustainable development policies with a gender perspective. I take pride in having contributed to the efforts in that direction in my quality as rapporteur of Brazil's equal pay law, which was signed into law by President Lula and which guarantees women equal pay to men for the same work. Today, as the general coordinator of the Women's Caucus in the Chamber of Deputies, I salute South Africa's leadership in continuing this meeting of women. Of the youth also, strengthening the P20's commitment to gender equality in all spheres. Fellow parliamentarians, the P20 has the responsibility to confer legitimacy on G20 decision-making and to reaffirm multilateralism and the international cooperation as the vital path to address global challenges. Let us therefore build solid legislative alliances that are capable of sustaining common efforts towards a fairer planet, a more sustainable planet. This is also going to be the spirit of COP30, where I look forward to meeting you again to renew in the heart of Amazon the urgency of collective action for all life that constitutes our planet. Thank you very much, and best regards from the presidents of our chamber, Hugo Mata, from our president, Lula, to each and every one of you. Thank you.
I now want to call His Excellency, the representative of China, the Honorable Jinbang Zheng.
尊敬的主席阁下，各位同事。
President, dear colleagues, it gives me great pleasure to come to Claremont for this year's G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. I thank the host country, South Africa, and the IPU for the thoughtful arrangements. On behalf of the Standing Committee of China's National People's Congress, I am happy to deliver the following address. As we meet here today, transformations not seen a century are accelerating. Hegemonism, unilateralism, and protectionism are rising. Global development agenda is obstructed. Pursuit of peace, cooperation, and development has become a shared aspiration of the international community. In this context, the theme of this year's summit, harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for the realization of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability, is very relevant. As a major forum for international economic cooperation, the G20 should fulfill its duties and responsibilities, strengthen solidarity and cooperation, respond to the common challenges, and continue to serve as a force that boosts world economic growth and promotes the progress of history. China places great importance on the platform of the G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit and supports South Africa in hosting the 11th summit. We are ready to work with all countries to offer new momentum for global development. In this connection, I wish to propose 3 points. First, we need to uphold solidarity and cooperation so as to solidify the foundation for building partnerships. This year marks the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations, and also victory in the World Anti-Fascist War. The past 8 decades is a reminder to us that facing with transformations and turbulence in the world, and the prevalent trend of a shared future, only win-win cooperation is the right choice. Only by standing together in solidarity can we achieve lasting stability. The world needs justice, not hegemony, and needs fairness, not bullying. All sides should uphold the principle of extensive consultation and joint contribution for shared benefit, oppose all forms of unilateralism, protectionism, and safeguard the multilateral trading system with the WTO at its center, and foster an open, inclusive, and non-discriminatory environment for international cooperation. The G20 should stay committed to its founding aspiration of solidarity and cooperation, uphold the spirit of partnership, enhance macro-policy coordination, safeguard the stability and smoothness of industrial and supply chains, build an open world economy, and make economic globalization more universally beneficial and inclusive. Second, we need to engage in equal-footed consultation so as to build consensus for improving global governance. All countries, regardless of their size, strength, and wealth, have the right to participate in international affairs as equals. A month ago, President Xi Jinping put forward the Global Governance Initiative, or GGI, and elaborated on the principles, means, and pathways for improving global governance, which has been widely recognized and supported by the international community. China welcomes all sides to participate in the GGI and is ready to work with all sides to jointly practice multilateralism, uphold the international system with the United Nations at its core, the international order underpinned by international law, and the basic norms of international relations on the basis of purposes and principles of the UN Charter. The G20 should lead international cooperation in a spirit of equal-footed consultation and mutual benefit, promote the reform of international financial architecture, increase the representation and voice of developing countries, and build a more just and equitable global governance system. Third, we need to prioritize development so as to add momentum to sustainable development. At the G20 Rio de Janeiro summit, President Xi Jinping outlined China's 8 actions for global development and called for the G20 to be a doer and go-getter supporting sustainable development. China supports South Africa's presidency, fully participates in cooperation in priority areas such as disaster mitigation, debt sustainability, just energy transition, and key minerals, and help developing countries enhance capacity building to make sure that no country is left behind. China has actively promoted coordination among all sides in emerging areas such as AI, digital economy, and green transition. China has initiated the establishment of the World Artificial Intelligence Cooperation Organization, advocated open international cooperation on science, so that the dividends of science and technology will be more tangible. The G20 should take promoting common development as its responsibility, provide more financial, technological, and capacity-building support to developing countries, accelerate efforts to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and join hands to promote more inclusive, universally beneficial, and resilient global development. Colleagues, this year, China's economy has maintained steady growth, with growth rate among the highest of world major economies. China has long contributed around 30% to global economic growth. China has been developing new quality productive forces, deepening reform and opening up, and working to complete the tasks set in China's 14th five-year plan. China will compile the 15th five-year plan to draw a blueprint for the next 5 years. China is ready to continue working with G20 partners to make greater contributions to promoting world peace and development and the progress of humanity. China's National People's Congress is ready to strengthen exchanges and cooperation with legislatures of all countries to create a better future of common development and prosperity and join hands toward a community with a shared future for humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. 谢谢. The next speaker is from the European Parliament, Your Excellency Skaldemose.
Thank you very much. Honourable speakers, presiding officers, distinguished colleagues. It is a privilege to address you here today on behalf of the European Parliament and our President, Roberta Metsola. But first, I would like to thank our hosts, Speaker Didiza and Chair Minister Tispane, for an excellent preparation of this important Speakers' Summit. Since the Canadian presidency in 2010, the P20 has shown that parliaments are not an afterthought in global governance. P20 Speakers' Summit have given parliaments a structured role within the G20. The parliamentary dimension of global governance is more crucial than ever. Parliaments are not mere spectators. We're not here to applaud or to rubber stamp. We're here to define, to legitimize and sustain international cooperation. Parliamentary diplomacy is an essential pillar of a strong multilateralism. And by adding a parliamentary voice to the G20, we add legitimacy, we add transparency, and we add accountability. In short, we close the gap between global commitments and citizens, building their trust in a better common future. That is why the European Parliament calls on all G20 parliaments to deepen their engagement within the P20, to bring parliamentary input into every agenda, and to foster dialogue year-round and not only at summits. So how can parliamentary diplomacy strengthen cooperation in times of crisis? Well, first, we turn political commitment into laws. Governments, they negotiate, but it is parliaments that legislate and allocate budgets. Second, we do hold governments accountable. Promises must be matched by action. 3, we build trust across borders. Even when ties at executive levels are strained, parliaments can help keep dialogue and cooperation alive. And 4th, we foresee crisis earlier. We are being closer to citizens, and we often detect early signs, challenges to democracy, disinformation, social unrest, rising cost of living. Parliamentary diplomacy is about more than cooperation. It's about justice. It is about fairness. It is about inclusion. Our parliaments must lead by example. Parliamentary diplomacy must stand as a guardian of human rights, democracy, and rule of law. And it must champion long-term sustainability, from accelerating the green transition to a fair and responsible use of critical minerals to sustainable development. And in a world scared by war, We must never forget the suffering of civilians in armed conflicts. Upholding humanitarian principles must remain our shared duty. In all this, our compass remains the United Nations Charter. Its principles, equity, peaceful dispute resolution, respect of sovereign states, fundamental freedoms and human rights, they are the foundation of international legitimacy. Parliamentary diplomacy can help revive multilateral cooperation, ensuring a multilateral institution remains effective, accountable, and fit for purpose in today's world. This year, under the South African presidency, the G20 has rightly put Africa and Global South at the center, focusing on sustainable development and climate resilience, on just energy transition, and on debt sustainability. Parliament must help deliver. Let this P20 summit be more than a forum. Let it be a catalyst, bridging North and South, launching joint initiatives on climate finance, on energy transition, on critical minerals and debt sustainability, and making our Parliament's networks stronger for the future. Distinguished speakers, let me close with a call. Let us put parliamentary diplomacy at the center of global governance. Let us build networks that endure beyond summits. Let us bring justice, inclusion, and sustainability into every agenda, and let us champion multilateral institutions, not abandon them. If we do this, then parliaments will not just watch history, we will help shape it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now invite the Honorable Noripo from Germany.
Dear Madam Speaker, dear Madam Chairwoman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Sani, let me express my gratitude for the unique experience and opportunity to receive and enjoy the world-famous hospitality of this great country. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for that, and also thank you very much for this conference, which is taking place exactly at the right time. Then we are living in a world full of conflicts and challenges across the globe. Wars, climate crisis, famine, poverty, misinformation, protectionism, inequality. Added to this, a digital transformation that is changing all our known ways of life. Given the urgency of the climate crisis and global uncertainty, I welcome the topics addressed at this conference: global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. This also requires a gender-responsive support to advance the empowerment of women, their leadership roles, and the participation of young people, especially in the critical areas of climate policy and economic development. We can only overcome these challenges together. None of our countries can do it alone, but we only can do it with our people, not without them, and definitely not against them. We, the Parliament, are, or at least should be, the voice of our people. In our national parliaments, we debate the solutions for our countries. We deliberate, we argue, we search compromises for and with those who have placed their trust in us. We come together here today with the expectation of our citizens in our minds. In our assembly here, we have different backgrounds, different views, and partly different interests. But facing multiple crises, interparliamentary cooperation is more and more indispensable. So I am very proud to represent the German federal government, federal parliament, of course, which is attending the very first time within the G20 Speakers Conference. The G20 is a place for international dialogue. It can also be a place of rule-based friendship among nations if we choose so. The German Bundestag is deeply committed to international cooperation. We maintain 47 parliamentary friendship groups. They serve as partners and bridge builders even across changes of government or political differences. International parliamentary scholarship, we enable young people from more than 50 countries, including many African countries, each year to gain first-hand insight into parliamentary work. We assist other parliaments in times of need. For example, the Bundestag supports the brave members of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine who defend the democracy and freedom of their country every day, even under missile and drone attacks. Germany has provided them, among other things, with technological assist that ensure that their parliament can function even during power outages. Yet, it is not only in Ukraine that free parliaments are under attack. We look with great concern at hybrid threats, at cyber attacks and misinformation campaigns that aim to destabilize our peaceful coexistence. We defend freedom by defending the rule of law. And we are alarmed by efforts to replace the rule-based international order with the law of the strongest. We firmly reject this. Multilateralism requires international law to be respected. If violence overrules law, the very foundation of our civilization crumbles. This is the lesson we Germans learned in our dark history. Years ago, the Second World War came to an end, thanks to the liberation through about the many country of yours. Mine was able to overcome the horrible Nazi regime. Germany and its capital were divided. In 2 days, we will remark the 35th anniversary of our reunification. The historical experience of my country demonstrates the value of friendship among nations, the prosecution of grave violations of international law, the courage to forgive, and the power of reconciliation. It also shows the importance of freedom and the potential of diplomacy. Excellencies, our parliaments are the national places of dialogue. Here they come together internationally, globally, united. I look forward for a fruitful exchange and to work together so that the G20 may become a true place of friendship among nations in peace and harmony without weapons and violence for the benefit of our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now invite the Honorable Singh from India.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. On behalf of the Parliament of India and 1.4 billion citizens, I extend heartfelt greetings to all of you. I congratulate the Parliament of South Africa for successfully organizing this summit and thank them for their warm hospitality. It's a privilege to address this August gathering on this esteemed forum. Distinguished delegates, the world today is facing a multitude of challenges such as hunger, poverty, inequality, climate change, digital divide, conflicts, terrorism, and many more. Parliaments with their legislative oversight and budgetary powers have a vital role in ensuring sustainable, inclusive, and effective solutions to present and future global challenges. The P20 provides a valuable inter-parliamentary platform to share experiences, exchange best practices, and foster deeper inter-parliamentary cooperation. It has provided the G20 process an important parliamentary dimension for developing solidarity and collective capacities in addressing the pressing and complex challenges of our time. Distinguished delegates, during India's G20 presidency, carrying forward the success of previous P20 summits, Parliament of India facilitated a comprehensive and constructive parliamentary dialogue on the issues related to accelerating progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, sustainable energy transition, women-led development, and inclusive digital economy through digital public infrastructure. Under the theme, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family, we successfully brought P20 parliaments together for presenting a robust parliamentary contribution to the G20 processes. Guided by the principles of parliamentary solidarity and cooperation, we were able to deliver consensus-based outcomes and a joint statement, highlighting the role of parliamentary diplomacy and dialogue as a catalyst for achieving peace, prosperity, and harmony. I also express my sincere appreciations to the parliaments of Brazil and South Africa for taking initiatives to further enrich the P20 deliberations by hosting the first meeting of women parliamentarians under Brazilian presidency and first meeting of P20 young parliamentarians under the South African presidency. Distinguished delegates, as an important stakeholder in shaping the international agenda, parliaments ensure that national frameworks align with the international commitments and best practices through effective legislative measures and policy debates. Thus, parliaments play a crucial role in ensuring dialogue translates into delivery. For instance, Parliament of India plays a pivotal role in shaping, scrutinizing, and advancing the national agenda on climate action and sustainable development. Landmark legislation such as Environment Protection Act 1986, the Biological Diversity Act 2002, and the Energy Conservation Amendment Act 2022, among others, provide a robust legal foundations for India's climate action and sustainable development policies. Similarly, in India, the Parliament ensures budgetary allocations are aligned to both domestic needs and global commitments by reviewing, debating, and voting on the Union budget every year. Parliament of India, through its oversight powers, monitors the implementation of the legislations, which contributes to building a governance framework that promotes social equity, environmental sustainability, and economic growth. For instance, various parliamentary committees in India assess the progress of SDG targets and identify areas of improvement, reinforcing global efforts towards sustainable development. Parliamentary oversight and monitoring mechanisms ensure that India's progress towards achieving the 2030 agenda remains on track. Distinguished delegates, interparliamentary platforms like P20 should work for promoting and facilitating exchange of best practices on legislation and oversight. Parliament of India believes in developing parliamentary partnership at bilateral and multilateral levels and is ready to share our vast legislative experience and knowledge through inter-parliamentary dialogue and engagements. Distinguished delegates, the Pride Institute of the Indian Parliament is a premier global center for parliamentary training and capacity building. Its programs have benefited participants from more than 100 countries. We look forward to collaborating the P20 parliaments through Pride. In conclusion, I reaffirm Parliament of India's commitment to work in solidarity with the global parliamentary community for welfare of all. The spirit of one earth, one family, and one future. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now invite the Honorable Moroska Staneka from the IPU.
Honorable Speakers of Parliament, distinguished parliamentarians, dear colleagues. We often talk about parliamentary diplomacy in the context of peace and security, but I believe that it can also be used to build bridges of solidarity to work together in creating a more equal world and to advance solutions and good practices for truly sustainable development. The G20 Speakers Summit in particular serves as a premier forum to lead by example in demonstrating the impact of our work together. Indeed, our summit provides us with invaluable opportunity to share our experiences, learn from one another, identify innovative solutions, and ultimately join forces and work together to bring our positive change. Often we know what we need to do, and the solutions are at our fingertips. Indeed, where there is political will, we can achieve great things for your respective countries and for the broader global community. As I mentioned earlier, we should also ask ourselves, how do we turn out shared commitment into concrete action? I believe that we need to invest more in efforts to ensure that we are accountable to our constituents and to one another. As noted in the meeting of women parliamentarians earlier this week, we should develop monitoring and evaluation tools to help us keep track of the progress that we make. This is something that we have aimed to develop at the IPU as part of our core strategic objective of accountability, working to ensure that our resolutions and declarations have a life after their adoption. Every year, we encourage our member parliaments to report on what they have done to implement the decisions that they themselves have taken. We gather and publicize best practices and share data on progress in areas such as sustainable development, women's empowerment, and youth participation. We congratulate South Africa for its initiative to convene a first meeting of young parliamentarians at the P20 to inform the Speakers' Summit from both a gender and a youth perspective. The IPU's own youth movement was born out of a resolution adopted back in 2010, and since then, MPs around the world have worked to advance youth participation in parliaments and in politics. The young MPs themselves have kept the momentum going, helping us to identify and promote concrete actions, such as the introduction of youth quotas and the establishment of youth caucuses, along with mentorship and training for young MPs and young people who aspire to become MPs. Commitments have often been translated into tangible change, as reported by our members. For instance, Turkey and Mexico have both recently adopted constitutional amendments lowering the age of eligibility for parliament to 18 years of age, removing a significant barrier that had long kept young people from running the office. When it comes to gender equality, for 40 years now, our Forum of Women Parliamentarians have been the engine behind a profound transformation of the IPU into a truly gender-sensitive organization. This year's campaign of gender equality action by action is promoting very specific actions aimed at achieving gender parity in parliament and politics, helping make parliaments more gender-sensitive and combating gender-based discrimination and violence. The more parliamentarians, both men and women, that support and implement these actions, the more chance we have of these goals becoming reality around the world. There are many examples of real and tangible action. For example, with the support of the IPU and the Parliament of Egypt, the Parliament of the Gambia recently upheld the country's ban on female genital mutilation against attempts to repeal it. Several parliaments, including those of Suriname, Bahrain, and Namibia, have also adopted new legislation to combat violence against women. At the same time, women's caucuses continue to gain ground across the globe, including here in our host country, South Africa. Finally, I'd like to come back to the Geneva Declaration of Parliamentary Diplomacy adopted by our member parliaments last year, which focuses the role of parliamentary diplomacy in building peace and in ensuring compliance with the rule of law and international norms. In this regard, mechanisms are in place to facilitate regular engagement with MPs from Israel and Palestine, Russia and Ukraine, Armenia and Azerbaijan, North and South Korea, among others. The IPU leadership has also recently conducted missions to several countries in West Africa, including Burkina Faso, Guinea, Mali, and Niger, in an effort to accompany transitional parliaments in their return to constitutional order. Parliamentary diplomacy is therefore clearly a tool for fostering peace, justice, equality, and sustainability. But again, in order to turn words into actions, we must also use it as a tool for oversight and accountability, allowing us to more effectively follow up to our pronouncements with concrete outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The next speaker is the Honorable Ronzulli, the Vice President of the Senate of Italy.
Colleghe e colleghi,
Colleagues,
It is a great honor for me to extend my greetings on behalf of President Ignacio La Russa, President of the Senate. It's a privilege for me to speak on his behalf during this P20 meeting. We experience global challenges. No countries can face on their own. Our governments and we parliamentarians are called up to build consensus and to find common answers to problems affecting millions of people around the world. Climate change, economic, social inequalities, humanitarian crises, terrorism, wars, but also new threats related to cyberspace, disinformation, fragility of our democracy. In this context, parliaments play a key role. Not only are we strong institutions delivering laws, but we also listen to people. We also host a fruitful dialogue. International cooperation can be very useful, and it's an indispensable instrument in this sense. Let me thank South Africa for focusing on sustainable development, inclusive growth, and fighting against inequalities. These are universal topics which affect us all. I would like to thank South Africa for their inspirational philosophy, Ubuntu. It's an invite to acknowledge our common humanity. Our fate is interconnected. Our destiny is interconnected. I would like to thank South Africa for organizing this summit, for paying special attention to women. The debate has been of high quality. We have put forward strong suggestions and proposals, and a gender perspective is key in the decision-making process. Another very meaningful moment was the panel dedicated to young people. It gave us food for thought for the future of new African generations. New technologies can be a challenge, but they are also an opportunity to create inclusion. They must go hand in hand with targeted policies to create inclusion. We also invited to think over Africa. It's a young continent. Its potential is limitless. This is the spirit of Italy. This is the spirit of the Mattei Plan for Africa, triggered by Italy. This is the pillar of our foreign policy and energy policy towards Africa. This is a peer-to-peer project. We don't have a predatory attitude. We do want to share projects, namely in their implementation. Our Prime Minister Meloni announced the new initiative to face bilateral debts. In the next 10 years, we foresee to convert these debts, and we want to convert it up to 50% for low-income countries. We want to turn 253 million euros into investment for development. Very often we neglect the parliamentary cooperation. It must include culture as well. It must include education. Without reciprocal knowledge, there's no trust, and without trust, there's no cooperation. Cooperation cannot be long-lasting without multilateralism. Dialogue is not enough. We need tangible outcomes. We need to be effective. If we lag behind in achieving sustainable development, then we are in trouble. We need to bridge this gap. This must be a #1 priority. We need to reduce inequalities. This means not only stability and well-being, this also means championing freedom, defending democracy. There's no freedom without equality. There's no real democracy without freedom. I would like to end by quoting Nelson Mandela. Freedom is more than setting free from their own shackles, but living and valuing other people's freedom and values. This is the real essence of our common mission, building a better world where development, democracy, freedom go hand in hand. A world where solidarity prevails over selfishness. We need to be bold. We need to be responsible in acting. This is our spirit. Let me thank you. Let me thank our South African organizers, and let me thank our interpreters. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The next speaker is the Honorable Charumbira, the Speaker of the Pan-African Parliament.
Thank you, Program Director. All protocols observed. I spoke in the morning, didn't complete my speech. So I've come to complete my speech. But I now come as number 14 on the list. I listened to previous speakers, and what I get clearly and what I see clearly is that we are all agreed what the issues are confronting this week. We're all agreed. I don't see any conflict or differences. It's the same page. It's the same list of challenges. I do not need to mention them. But what is clear also is, despite all these gatherings at international, regional, national levels, the problems are getting worse. We gather, but the problems are getting worse. Climate problems is worsening. We are moving from COP this, COP 30 in Brazil. We'll end up on COP 200 and we'll then be dead. So we came from Saudi Arabia, we came from the Arab Emirates, we continue the journey of COPs. Conflicts are worsening, especially in Africa. And now we have a new phenomenon of terrorism on the continent. We never had terrorism on the continent of Africa. 15 years ago, we were told only 1%. Today, Africa is 54% of terrorism. So what is, terrorism is under siege. The divide of digital is getting even worse. And with AI, it's going to worsen. So we are the youth bowish. So we are not quite responding to the challenges in the citizens. That's why after 11 years, even G20 said, no, we are not making progress. Let's bring in parliaments. But maybe they can help, because you are the voices of the people. What is the problem? Now we have parliamentary diplomacy, very good terminology. Parliamentary diplomacy, everyone, yeah. But I think when someone sits in some room listening to the executive in a meeting, and then they listen to speakers, and there should be a difference. We can't listen to speakers sounding same, whatever, talk and go, and they talk and go. We have to make a difference as speakers, because we know the real pulse on the ground, what people think. So please, I'm here to say, can we now, as parliaments, when we finish this summit or conference, make sure that we don't just become another group, another platform, just adding on platforms of these governments, platform of speakers, but no results on the ground. Problems persist on the ground. It means we are not in touch with the people, even as parliaments. Because the moment you listen to the people, they will give you solutions. We will come here, let's go back and make sure that we come back. Lastly, Okay, the time is still there. I think the problem is from words to action to outcomes. That from words in this room to what actions, what results, the issue of a performance monitoring mechanism, I think is urgent. We are oversight institutions in our national parliaments. Are these international institutions, G20, UN, and everybody, are they also oversighted? Can we as parliamentarians also make sure that we do that oversight? And I want to conclude by saying, lastly, parliaments historically have been passive bystanders watching the executive do things. The executive now say, come and help us. Can you also stand up and be counted? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now invite the Honorable Kosachev from Russia to address the gathering.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say that the Speaker of the Russian Senate, Madame Valentina Matvienko, who was planning until the very last moment to participate personally in our forum, has recorded a speech, a video greeting, which is, thanks to the organizers, now available on the website of our forum. Please take your time to watch it. And I will continue my statement remarks in Russian. Я хотел бы от имени российской делегации, от имени российского парламента, прежде всего...
The Russian Parliament, I would like to thank our South African colleagues for very active and very professional organization of the work in terms of the chairing of a G20. So for us, it is quite symbolic that the very first mission of African country takes place the year of the important anniversary. 65 years ago, at the initiative of the USSR, the UN Declaration granting the independence to colonial countries and peoples was adopted. Over the past years, the African continent has achieved widely recognized access in many spheres, and I'm sure you will agree to it. And the growing influence of Africa is also testified by the fact that the African Union is now a full member of the G20, so something that we just saw. The motto of the South African presidency is solidarity, equality, and sustainability. It is extremely important today when the demand for participation of the countries of the global majority in global governance is becoming increasingly clear. The G20 strives to implement its principle in its activities, and Russia fully supports such a desire for a more just multipolar world order. And in these conditions, the importance of parliamentary diplomacy has substantially increased. Recently, at the Interparliamentary Union events in Geneva, the global parliamentary community reaffirmed its position in support of international law and the key role of the UN, as opposed to the so-called rules-based order, where rules are not written by everyone and not in the interests of all. It is quite relevant that the Global South is offering modern-day answers to the challenges of the 21st century. Thus, African countries have put forward an initiative to develop a multilateral tax convention of the UN, which will make the international financial system more fair, universal, and, most importantly, unbiased. At the recent Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in China, a decision was made to establish the SCO Development Bank. The new development bank created by the BRICS countries is operating successfully. All of these are not instruments of competition, but rather effective depoliticized mechanism for supporting the countries in need. Russia's position is that it is necessary to achieve equal access for developing countries to financial resources, strategic raw materials, affordable energy, and advanced technologies. There should be no artificially created barriers to development. Particularly, it is unacceptable to use climate rhetorics as a tool of unfair competition. Similar approaches are also having an impact on food markets. As a result, the number of starving people in the world has increased over several years. Despite the fact that some forces are counteracting Russia, it is contributing to food security by fulfilling all of its obligations. I would like to emphasize this, all of the obligations. And all the attempts to impede the supply of food we consider as the attack on our common mission, fight against hunger. Dear colleagues, dear friends, we are confident that with joint efforts here, in terms of P20, we will be able to achieve true multilateral approach. G20 is a unique platform where all the participants have equal rights to voice out their position, and altogether we have all the opportunity to move forward. So this is what we're going to do today and tomorrow. So on behalf of the Russian delegation, I would like to wish all of the participants of this parliamentary summit very fruitful work and lots of results of this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The next speaker is the Honorable Karakaya from Turkey.
Madam Speaker, Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, on behalf of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, I extend my sincere greetings to each of you. I wish that our meeting will be fruitful. Our world is rapidly shifting in a manner that it affects every nation. Emerging technologies such as AI and global transformation such as the green transition are offering significant opportunities for progress, innovation, and sustainable development. However, the challenge lie ahead of us are immense. The rising geopolitical tensions, prevalent armed conflicts, ongoing humanitarian crises, global economic shocks, trade wars, and impacts of climate change threaten our shared future. Injustices and inequalities between countries not only persist, but are in some areas even widening. Global challenges are so complex and multidimensional that no country, regardless of wealth and power, can address them alone. These complex challenges demand responses that transcend narrow interest. We can find lasting and inclusive solutions only through genuine multilateral cooperation based on dialogue, mutual trust, and solidarity. Esteemed Chair, distinguished participants, the UN, which is the broadest platform for dialogue and cooperation among countries, lies at the heart of the multilateral system. UN was established with the highest aspiration of humanity to maintain international peace and security, to protect human dignity, and to promote cooperation among countries in 1945. These ideals enshrined in the UN Charter represented a promise of never again after the tragedies of the Second World War. Yet today, that promise is faltering. Global governance institutions that established to realize these promises are struggling to respond to crises we face. The most devastating example of this failure is occurring in Gaza. Israel has carried out a genocide against Palestinians before the eyes of the world. With its atrocities, Israel has not only violated the principles and conscience of humanity, but also disregarded and undermined the international law itself, shaking one of the very foundations of the multilateral system. The silence and inaction of the international community in the face of such crimes represent not only a humanitarian tragedy, but also profound crisis of legitimacy for the international order. Nevertheless, Turkey is strongly committed to multilateralism, believing that it is the only and most effective tool in the hands of today's international community against this challenge. UN needs to be reformed in this regard. We support all efforts to make the organization more relevant and fit to face the complex challenge of our century. In that sense, Security Council reform is critical as it will have direct impact on the lives of current and future generations. Turkey's principled position on the reform of the UN Security Council is well known. Our President underlines this at the highest level with the motto, "The world is bigger than 5." On the overall purpose of keeping the UN efficient and effective, we support the UN Secretary General's UN80 initiative. Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, let us reaffirm a commitment to multilateralism so that we achieve a more just and secure future. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The next speaker is Baroness Bull, from the United Kingdom, representing the House of Lords.
Honourable Co-Chairs, Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, it's an honour for me to be here on behalf of the Lord Speaker of the UK House of Lords. I'm very grateful for the warm welcome I've received, and I commend the South African Parliament for placing the global solidarity, equality and sustainability at the heart of its G20 presidency. Over the 2 days of the W20 conference, we heard powerful arguments for the role of women in achieving these aims, not just for reasons of equality, but because of the skills, the perspectives and the qualities that women bring to the development of sustainable solutions. It was a privilege to hear insights from fellow delegates and to reflect on the women on whose shoulders we stand as we take our seats in parliaments around the world. I also salute the young parliamentarians for the quality of their deliberations and the clarity of the outcomes we heard expressed this morning. This afternoon, we are exploring how parliamentary diplomacy can be harnessed to realise South Africa's P20 goals of global solidarity, equality and sustainability. I speak here as a member of the House of Lords, the second chamber of the UK Parliament, and a house to which members are appointed for life. Now, there are arguments for and against this system, but one of the arguments for is the potential it allows us both to look back into the past and to learn the lessons of history, and to look forward into the long term across generational issues and to consider the long-term impacts of the decisions that we make. I sit as a crossbench member, which may make me unusual amongst other speakers in that I'm not a member of any political party. To be effective as a crossbencher, it's essential to work across the different parts of the House, building coalitions, convening conversations, collaborating, building consensus, identifying where compromise can be found and accepting when it can't. Why do I mention this way of working? Because I believe it may provide a strategy for harnessing parliamentary diplomacy, the theme of this session. We meet at a time of conflict, of fast-paced transformation, and global crises that require cross-border solutions. The old order has shifted and the new one is yet to emerge. At the same time, the clock is ticking on the sustainable development goals we set ourselves for 2030, with just 18% of them on track and 18% already going backwards. Coalition, consensus, collaboration and compromise are going to be essential if we are to pull together and across our different nations and make those goals a reality. We may come from a range of parliamentary traditions and political affiliations, but what unites us as parliamentarians is our belief in the importance of democratic institutions and parliamentary oversight, the importance of holding governments to account, of protecting civil liberties, and of ensuring the voices of the less advantaged are heard. As parliamentarians, we can be effective conduits into and out of our constituencies, not just geographical, but communities of interest too. We can therefore fulfil our responsibility to ensure that in decision-making and in action, no one is left behind, not women, not children, not rural communities, not those who live in poverty, not the disabled, nor those who choose to live their lives differently from us. As parliamentarians, we can ensure their needs are reflected in policy and that the lens of equality is not an afterthought, but embedded at the very start of everything we do. Because the clear message I will take home from your beautiful country is this: equality and sustainability are not either or, they are interdependent. A solution that is not inclusive is not sustainable, and a solution that is not sustainable, well, it's not a solution. At the W20, the chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus memorably asserted, "Solidarity is not a slogan. Solidarity is a strategy for change. Change that includes everyone and change that will last." And so I conclude by thanking our hosts for providing this forum in which speakers and deputy speakers from the G20 countries can share in interparliamentary dialogue, building trust, promoting peace and amplifying solidarity, a forum in which we can focus not on those things that divide us, but on the things we have in common. This morning, we had the privilege of hearing South Africa's beautiful anthem sung by a choir of children. They came from different schools. They brought their individual voices, and yet when they sang together, they made beautiful harmonies. As we come together from our different nations in pursuit of global solidarity, we would do well to be inspired by their example. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now invite the Speaker of the House of Commons in the United Kingdom, the Honourable Hoyle, to address us.
Honourable Madam Speaker, Honourable Chairperson, esteemed colleagues from the Interparliamentary Union, Excellencies, friends of the free democratic world, it is a privilege to join you for the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, hosted by the Parliament of South Africa in collaboration with the IPU. This is the first P20 on African soil, a landmark moment that recognises Africa's leadership and ambition in shaping our shared future. The presidency theme, harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for the realisation of global solidarity, equality, sustainability, captures why we're here, to turn aspiration into legislation and consensus into acceptable action. Our hosts have set a substantive agenda. And I can tell you, I'm proud of the agenda that I came into Parliament way back in 1997. I was part of a Parliament that voted to break the chains that had suppressed people with the Jubilee debt of 2000. And that made a difference. What have we done since? Where does it take us next? We mustn't forget what we did, and we must have ambition and drive like we've had in the past. Because in the end, we can only work if we work together. Over the coming days, we'll deliberate on strengthening disaster resilience, ensuring debt sustainability for low-income countries, mobilising finance for just energy transition, and harnessing the critical materials for inclusive growth, sustainable development. These are not abstract themes. They are the daily realities that citizens face. They demand measurable outcomes we can carry back to our chambers. I commend the P20's role within the G20's engagement groups, whose recommendations flow into the Leaders' Summit. It is Parliaments that these commitments are translated into budgets, laws and scrutiny. Let us use this opportunity to build strong partnerships, to explore how parliamentary diplomacy can help solve the challenges that nations face today. And nobody must be left behind. We've got to look after everyone, whether that's the children, the women, the families that have been left must not be forgotten. It is about lifting people out of debt, giving them hope and aspiration through education, through training, through knowledge and knowledge sharing. And the climate challenge is not our challenges, it's all our challenges. It is a challenge we must share the knowledge, the infrastructure, the difference that we can make. Because in the end, with global change, the climate will suppress the poorest of all countries first. So therefore we must stand together in unity to help each other. We can do this. We can work on it. But only if we are at one. And one thing that should always bind us together is democracy. The heart of everything we do should be the democratic countries that we represent. I look to India, who mentioned the biggest democratic election ever. That is something so special. I always look around to my heroes. And great political heroes are few to me. But there's one or two exceptions. None more so than Nelson Mandela. A man that walked tall, a man that was freed. He came out with forgiveness, with values, with tolerance, with reconnecting of the people of South Africa. I am in awe of what he did. I'm in awe of the way that he did it. I do not think I could have been suppressed in prison and came out with an attitude that said we must come together. And what a difference that made. Because he believed in democracy for all. So do I. So much so that I have a bust of Nelson Mandela in my offices in London. It is inspiration of the freedom that he brought, the respect that he brought to us. So I say, we need a free, peaceful, democratic world. And I look around and say to colleagues, we must bring peace to the Middle East. We have to give hope for the people of Gaza. We have to make sure the hostages are released as well. We've got to not forget about Sudan, where hundreds of millions of people have been displaced. So easily forgotten because it's not an area we talk about. Well, we must talk about these facts. We must talk about them. And who would have thought to this day that the sovereign nation of Ukraine would have been invaded by Russia? And who did they bring in to support them? Troops from North Korea. What kind of world are we living in? We went through 2 world wars to stop this. Let us not walk into the 3rd World War. Please, respect each other, respect the boundaries, be tolerant, make sure democracy will live forever. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The next speaker is the Honorable Patriarca, the Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies of Italy.
Thank you. Saluto tutti gli onorevoli colleghi.
I would like to greet all of my colleagues on behalf of President Fontana, Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies. I would like to thank Honorable Chairwoman of the National Assembly and the Honorable Chairwoman of the National National Council on Provinces. I would also congratulate the South African President and Interparliamentary Union for organizing this event in such a brilliant manner. The theme of this year's P20 Speakers meeting is focused on parliamentary diplomacy to build a more equal and sustainable world. It is solidarity, equality and sustainability, the key words to shape a new global agenda. Today, parliaments from all over the world are facing not only national issues, but global issues, international issues, and are facing global challenges. The parliamentary dimension of the G20 best represents the role taken on by parliaments over the last few years on the global level. This highlights the importance of parliamentary diplomacy as a tool to promote democracy and freedom. Only through dialogue between parliaments can we set up a network that is closely linked to the will of our peoples and capable of facing global challenges in effective manners. Only this way can we come up with democratic solutions. Now we are facing a worrying increase of inequalities and deeper social, economic, gender and generational divides. The deterioration of armed conflicts in the Middle East, Africa, Ukraine and elsewhere undermines international peace and stability. Finally, the threats arising from the uncontrolled development of new technologies risk creating new tensions, both from a social, political and economic point of view. We need to heal divisions through solidarity, aware as we are that none of us can fulfill this mission alone and no one can be left behind. Each of us must cooperate and restore a multilateral approach to developing international relations. Solving low-income countries' debt means not only allowing these countries to overcome their hardships, this will also help them increase their well-being, and this will, as a consequence, mitigate forced economic migration. Developing countries' debt is a problem that affects us all, and not just the poorest country. It is a global problem that requires global solutions. And parliaments must come up with these solutions by adopting decisions that commit their governments. We also have to restore global trade. There is no well-being through trade freedom, but we must avoid repeating past mistakes. We must embrace a new growth and economic development paradigm. And this must be based on equality and sustainability. On the one hand, the resources in developing countries, in particular Africa, and I'm thinking of critical materials, are used for achieving socioeconomic well-being of their populations. On the other hand, the growth model that we have to aspire to, starting from industrialized countries, must be based on economic, social, and environmental sustainability. The rights of future generations must be seen as today's responsibilities, the responsibilities of our generation. We must set the conditions that enable women to be involved in an equally effective manner in all aspects of life, whether it is politics, labour market, and entrepreneurship. We must eliminate all forms of gender-based violence. This is what I affirm every day in my work as a parliamentarian and in the fact-finding committee against gender-based violence, which I am a member of. And this has been reaffirmed in the first and second P20 Women's Parliamentarians, which I've had the honour of taking part in. Parliamentarians from all over the world have to take on great responsibilities. Democracy, freedom, and equality must become once again at the heart of relations between peoples. So we must maintain interparliamentary dialogue, and through parliamentary diplomacy we must cooperate to build a fairer, safer, and more prosperous world. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now want to invite the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Honourable Mchweni Tsipane.
Co-chairpersons, distinguished speakers, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. We convene here today in a world that is undergoing far-reaching changes marked by bewildering complexities and uncertainties. Undoubtedly, South Africa's G20 presidency takes place at a time when the world is facing a few cross-cutting and multi-pronged challenges, including climate change, underdevelopment, inequality, poverty, hunger, unemployment, technological changes, and geopolitical instability. These challenges remind us that no nation can stand alone. Through harnessing and fostering parliamentary diplomacy, it is expected of us all to shoulder the global responsibility by facilitating development of context-sensitive policy solutions to these challenges, using our triple constitutional predicated responsibilities of representation, lawmaking, oversight, and accountability. This necessitates that we leverage on and harness the transformative potential of our parliaments. Certainly, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, the very essence of parliamentary diplomacy is to ensure that dialogue, solidarity, and cooperation replace division, unilateralism, and conflict. Our respective parliaments, therefore, ought to serve as veritable hubs of parliamentary diplomacy that can contribute meaningfully to shaping a more just and inclusive future. For South Africa, solidarity was not just an abstract ideal. It is a lived reality, born out of our own struggle against apartheid, when the world's parliaments and people stood with us. Today, that solidarity must extend to the global south, to vulnerable communities, and to those who remain on the margins of development. Parliaments, as the custodian of democracy, plays a critical role in shaping the future of multilateralism. We have a duty to ensure that international commitments translate into national action. Parliamentary diplomacy must therefore serve as a bridge between peoples and governments, holding the executive accountable, championing inclusivity, and giving the voice to the aspiration of the ordinary citizens. Honorable members, South Africa strongly believes that Global solidarity must be anchored in equality. We cannot aspire to a just and sustainable world while deep inequalities persist between and within nations. The unequal distribution of vaccines during the COVID-19 pandemic was a sobering reminder of the consequences of inequality. We must therefore commit to reforming global governance institutions, including the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, the international financial architecture, and indeed platforms such as G20, so that they are more representative, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of developing countries. On sustainability, our parliament must be bold. Climate change threatens the very existence of humanity. While Africa contributes the least to greenhouse gas emissions, it bears a disproportionate share of the burden through droughts, floods, and food insecurity. Sustainability requires not only ambitious commitment, but also concrete financial and technological support for developing nations. We call upon our partners in the G20 to honor their commitment on climate finance, just energy transition, and support for the sustainable industrialization in the developing world. Excellencies, the South African Parliament remains committed to advancing these ideals through active participation in multilateral forums, robust oversight on national implementation of international commitments, and continued engagement with our citizens to build inclusive, resilient, and sustainable communities. Let us harness the power of parliamentary diplomacy, not only to deliberate, but to act. Not only to express solidarity, but to build it. Not only to speak of equality, but to entrench it in the lived experiences of our people. Together, let us forge a future where solidarity thrives over division, equality over exclusion, and sustainability over short-term gains. I thank you, honorable delegates.
And now the floor goes to Algeria, Honor Ismaili Slimane. I would like to remind you that the speaking time available is 3 minutes per person. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة أصحاب المعالي رؤساء البرلمانات، السيدات والسادة أصحاب المعالي، نيابة عن معالي السيد بوغالي إبراهيم رئيس المجلس الشعبي الوطني الجزائري، يطيب لي أن أعبر جمهورية جنوب إفريقيا على حفاوة الاستقبال وحسن تنظيم هذه القمة المهمة والتي تجمع.
Thank you for this successful organization of this meeting, which confirms our joint responsibilities. Global experiences have proven that parliamentary diplomacy is the best way to bring people together and to bring down cultural and political barriers. Algeria attaches huge importance to its parliamentary relations with other countries and other continents through joint visits and in the various different international fora and global fora with a view to strengthening global justice. Algeria is also convinced and attached to the principles of dialogue in order to solve common challenges. Algeria is committed to international justice, including, above all, the Palestinian question. Palestinians are facing a genocide and starvation at the moment. These are crimes. Palestinians should be able to create an independent state with its own capital, and those responsible for these crimes against humanity must be brought to justice. Algeria is also attached to reforming the Security Council of the United Nations in order to repair any historical injustices. There is no doubt that strengthening women's skills and young people's skills is fundamental in order to strengthen communities. Algeria is strengthening its economic and political participation and is strengthening the participation of women in political fora. It is making sure that it provides high-quality education to all members of Algerian society. Algeria also attaches importance or great importance to climate change and tackling climate change, which affects Africa extremely negatively. Algeria is attached to fair and just solutions, for example, by allocating billions of dollars to finance development projects in African countries. For example, infrastructure, health, teaching, and energy. I will conclude by saying the following. I would like to send out a message to all world capitals. We have to put an end to wars. We have to restore peace and stability. We all want to defend these principles, and we want to make sure that they are met. Peace be upon you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I give the floor to Azerbaijan, Mrs. Sahiba Garafova.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to greet you all at the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. I would like to express my gratitude to the Parliament of South Africa, National Assembly, the National Council of Provinces for the invitation and excellent organization of the event. It is a valuable platform that proves our commitment and determination to work together. I would also like to highlight the role of the Interparliamentary Union, which through its tireless efforts shapes the direction of our cooperation and raises the level of our representation in global decision-making. Distinguished colleagues, South Africa has adopted the theme Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability for its G20 presidency. I believe it is exactly what our world needs now. And I would like to note that these are the principles which are also shared by my country, Azerbaijan. In his remarks to the 18th session of the United Nations General Assembly, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan presented the vision of our country: peace and development based upon international law, non-interference in the internal affairs of states, mutual respect and cooperation. Azerbaijan stayed true to this vision by single-handedly implementing norms and principles of international law and liberating its territories from the 30-year occupation of Armenia, and continue to pursue it by initiating a peace process with Armenia and initiating the text of the peace agreement in Washington in August of this year. Ladies and gentlemen, energy and transport projects implemented by my country contributed to energy security of numerous countries and fostered regional connectivity. After the completion of the Trump Road for International Peace and Prosperity, the Zangezur Corridor will become a vital transport link connecting the continents. Azerbaijan's chairmanship to the non-aligned movement during the years of 2019-2023, humanitarian assistance activities, and the COP29 presidency reflects its strong commitment to multilateral cooperation and collective efforts in achieving greater solidarity and sustainable development. and important achievements of the COP29 not only demonstrate Azerbaijan's ability to build bridges between different countries and communities, but also our determination to address the problems of the most vulnerable and the least developed countries. In May next year, our country will host the World Urban Forum and World Environment Day, which will be another global platform for achieving solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Honorable colleagues, the parliamentary network of the non-aligned movement, established by the initiative of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev in 2021, and currently chaired by our parliament, is another proof of my country's strong support and commitment to interparliamentary cooperation. It does not only expand and deepen interaction between the parliamentarians of the NAM member states, which represent the Global South, but also actively cooperates with other interparliamentary organizations in advancing parliamentary diplomacy. And dear colleagues, concluding my speech, I wish every success to the work of the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Madam. Now it's the Botswana turn to speak with Mr. Dita Pelo Lefoko.
Thank you very much. Let me extend my warmest gratitude to the Republic of South Africa, its Parliament, its Speaker, and the Chairperson of the Council of Provinces for the successful hosting of the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. And this Speakers Summit reiterates the role of Parliament in international relations, that it is not just the preserve of the executive arm of government. Cesar Zakama, first president of our great Republic of Botswana, once said that democracy, like a little plant, does not grow or develop on its own. It must be nursed and nurtured if it is to grow and flourish. It must be believed in and practiced if it is to be appreciated. And it must be fought for and defended if it is to survive. So democratic values should anchor parliamentary diplomacy for realization of global solidarity, equality, justice, and sustainability. Universal adult suffrage, that is one man, one woman vote, is widely accepted as a means through which governments are constituted in democracies. The rule by the people in the various ideas and contentions include that rulers should be elected and be removable by the ruled or chosen by the representatives of the ruled. Rulers should be accountable to the ruled, that is to parliaments, or to the representatives of the ruled. Rulers should act in the interest of the ruled, and that all citizens should be involved in deciding public policy. Democracy as a system has been defended and can be defended because, unlike its alternatives, it nearly achieves some fundamental values or goods such as political equality, liberty, moral self-development, the common interest, a fair moral compromise, binding decisions that takes everyone's interest into account, social utility, the satisfaction of wants, and efficient decisions. This is what ought to shape parliamentary diplomacy. In the recent times, a Pan-African think tank survey across 39 countries surveyed in Africa has found that 66%, that is 2/3 of African citizens, say they prefer democracy to any other system of government. This strong preference for democracy is reinforced by even larger majorities who reject resoundingly non-democratic forms of government that dominated the continent prior to the democratic transitions of the 1990s. More than 3/4 disapprove of one-man rule, that is 80%. And 78% disapprove of one-party rule, and 2/3 oppose military rules. In fact, Afrobarometer has previously shown that democratic support in Africa is resilient, even in the face of many potential erosive factors, and that the real democratic problem on the continent is rooted in the lack of adequate supply of democracy by African leaders, rather than a lack of popular preference. Therefore, as parliamentarians, we need to safeguard democracy, ensure that it is in adequate supply to the citizens of our continent and provide oversight to ensure that this democracy delivers socio-economic prosperity for all. That is, economies that work for all, and that economies which honor the dignity of work. In this way, we can harness parliamentary diplomacy for realization of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, multilateralism faces significant challenges, including the rise of nationalism, erosion of legitimacy in international organizations, and flagrant attack on these institutions, the increasing influence of emerging powers, and fragmentation of the global political landscape. And these challenges hinder cooperation and lead to deadlocks on critical issues like climate change and pandemics. I wish to reiterate Botswana's commitment to multilateralism. I wish to state that for us, the UN system, with its imperfections, still presents a viable platform to dialogue globally and achieve long-lasting peace, socio-economic development, and democracy. The UN system must be reformed, though. It is no longer acceptable that Africa, with a population of 1.5 billion, remains the only region or continent without a permanent seat in the UN Security Council. I'm told that time is up. I'll end with a quote from my president that there is no powerful guy. We are all powerful together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now the floor goes to Lesotho. Mr. Sekamane Tolang Joel.
Thank you. To stand here and speak on behalf of the Kingdom of Lesotho. I wish to send my accolades, praise, and gratitude to the parliament system of the Republic of South Africa. You have done very well. These problems that we are talking about, whether it is geopolitical tensions, protectionism, climate change, poverty, hunger, you mentioned all these problems that we are discussing. Clearly, there is no shortage of eloquence in this room in terms of articulating what the problems are, in terms of detailing the manner in which these problems affect humanity. What I find, and I'm guilty also as charged, is that we are very short on actual solutions. We are very articulate in terms of saying what the problem is, and that is because we are humanity. Human beings have long established human values. It doesn't matter where we live in the world, we share the same human values. So we know what is wrong. The problem is that we are not coming up with actual, concrete, solid solutions in terms of how to cure the world. And that is because I fear we are not using the power of Parliament. Parliament is much more powerful than we make it to be. Everybody in our countries answers to Parliament. And if we can cherish multilateralism and use parliamentary diplomacy effectively and be accountable, many of this will find solutions in a very short time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now it's Mauritius' turn to speak with Mr. Balu Modi. Mauritius. My friend of Mauritius.
Thank you. Honorable speakers, excellencies, distinguished guests. Good afternoon. It is with immense honor that I address this esteemed assembly in my capacity as Deputy Speaker of the Mauritian National Assembly. Let me begin by extending my heartfelt thanks to the host Parliament of South Africa and organizers for their warm hospitality and for convening this vital conversation around the theme strengthening disaster resilience and responses. This is a matter of utmost urgency for all of us, and particularly for small island developing states like Mauritius. Although Mauritius contributes less than 0.01% of global greenhouse gas emissions, we face a disproportionately vulnerability to climate-related disaster. Our location in the active tropical cyclone belt of the southwest Indian Ocean subjects us regularly to devastating cyclones, flash floods, landslides, and coasting degradation. The 2024 World Bank report ranks Mauritius 104th out of 193 countries for disaster risk, underscoring our exposure and the pressing need for action. Over the past decades, average temperature in our country have risen by 1.39 degrees Celsius since 1950s, which is significantly higher than the global average. Meanwhile, rainfall has decreased by about 8%, aggravating the threat of droughts and increasing water stress, especially in agriculture. Sea level has risen acceleratedly to 4.5 millimeters per year in Mauritius and 5.8 millimeters in Rodrigue, far outpacing global average. These shifts have already caused 75 kilometers of coastline to erode, some coastal areas experiencing a retreat of up to 20 meters. These statistics, honorable members, reflect the reality of displaced families, damaged infrastructure, and a serious threat to our tourism-based economy. Adaptation being a priority for Mauritius, the Ministry of Environment recently approved the funding of Green Climate Fund, which will enable us to make an integrated sector-wide approach to climate resilience, placing a strong focus on nature solution and disaster resolution. Ladies and gentlemen, an effective early warning system is key to saving lives, as defined in our national disaster risk reduction management. In line with this initiative, the National Multi-Hazard Early System. These efforts are supported by legislative mandates under the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management of, equally important is the raising public awareness. Disaster risk reduction must be a national mindset. We support policies that make disaster risk reduction awareness and ensure outreach to remote and high-risk communities. Parliamentarians must lead by example, participating in drills and serving as disaster risk reduction ambassadors, demonstrating that preparedness is not only a government issue, but a shared responsibility. Excellencies, let us leave this assembly with renewed commitment. Let us ensure that disaster resilience is not merely a technical term, but a daily reality for our people. Let us transform our shared reflection into concrete action and deliver lasting impact. Because resilience is not just about bouncing back, it is also bouncing forward. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Now it's Mozambique speak turn to Margarita Talapa. Honor Margarita Talapa.
Suas Excelências, Senhores Presidentes dos Parlamentos, Excelências, é para mim uma elevada honra tomar palavra nesta prestigiada cimeira
talk to you at the summit to share our vision about this important topic and so urgent in the times we're living through, when our global challenges are interlinked and are transnational. When we talk about climate changes, we talk about war and conflicts, and we talk about the situations in our world. Diplomacy is essential for dialogue, for cooperation and solidarity. And this is essential to bring about peace and inclusive development in our countries. And the parliaments, while they have the voice of the people, they are responsible to transform these perspectives into actions that take us to social justice, gender equality, and the protection of human beings and the environment. On the other hand, the international solidarity should translate into concrete actions to support and assist the more vulnerable countries in technology and building a financial architecture and a more social and more just community. We are aware of our responsibilities in my country, and we are trying to take a role with developing peace and looking for solutions for the various challenges that we all face together, and ensuring that the interests of people and peoples are protected and defended. If we want to reach global freedom, it's imperative that we listen to women and the youth. And Mozambique has been involved in the approval of policies that try to increase the involvement of women and youth in our work, in the jobs, and their contribution is essential for development. In Mozambique, we have a leader in the parliament, and we have a prime minister, we have the president of the court of law, and women are represented at all levels. We are 39% of all members of parliament. I invite you all and your parliaments represented here by your excellencies. I appeal to you that together we work towards a catalyst of justice, peace, and solidarity. I end with an appeal from my sister in the South African Parliament. We want us to work together. For your time in the
Thank you. Now the floor goes to Giavulani, Mabuza, and Svatini. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and Excellencies, may I be allowed to ride on the protocol already observed. The theme resonates with the challenge we face in our world today. And these challenges are marked by the profound impact of issues such as climate-related disasters, escalating economic tariff competitions, tensions and conflicts in various corners of the globe. Ironically, at the precise time that the world needs broad consensus, solidarity and singularity of focus, there is no better time than this to advance and deepen diplomacy for the sake of humanity and the planet. Engagement, resolution of differences, and dialogue are the pillars of our societies and indeed of our humanity. Thus, diplomacy, be it at global, regional, or local levels, must be grounded in these. In our world today, we need less of the diplomacy that is driven by power and more focused on the quest for mutual solutions. In this regard, we must take seriously the voice of Africa and other regions of the world that have called for the reform of the United Nations, especially the Critical Security Council, to make it more representative of our world today and expand participation in decision-making. Indeed, the UN remains our only truly multilateral platform and our main hope for deepening diplomacy on the challenges that confront us. It must therefore be based in the principle of equal participation. Gender parity and racial equality are interconnected issues in our present-day challenges. Gender parity focuses on equal access to resources and opportunities regardless of gender. Many countries have guaranteed the enjoyment of women's rights under national constitutions and under any affirmative enactments which seeks to enhance women to access opportunities. Most countries have ratified international instruments which seeks to eliminate discrimination on women. Most constitutions provide for quotas for women representations in parliament. We would do well to heed the calls to serve the planet by implementing all the outcomes on world peace and security. They are indeed rooted in our various traditions, aligned with the core international values of participation, rights, solidarity, security, and peace that underpin our regional charter, national and local frameworks for maintaining harmony. Wars and conflicts are never an answer to our challenges, but only create more problems. I urge that we make diplomacy our first and only instinct and tool, and sharpen our capacities in this area. In conclusion, let us commit ourselves to advancing diplomacy as a force for positive change, guided by the principles of dialogue, cooperation, and mutual respect. I thank you, and may the Almighty God bless us all.
Thank you so much. Now the floor goes to Robert Krol, Netherlands.
And my colleague, because we chopped it in two parts. Your Excellencies, honorable speakers, distinguished colleagues, it's both a great honor and a privilege for the Dutch Parliament to participate in this meeting. We have, as I said, divided the time we have into twice 3 minutes. Parliaments have the opportunity and the responsibility to contribute meaningfully to the G20 discussions. We are witnessing a growing trend of polarization across the globe. Nations, regions, and community increasingly appear to be divided, with individuals more often standing in opposition to one another rather than in solidarity. The current geopolitical landscape is marked by significant uncertainty, conflicts, and crisis. People everywhere, not only in the Netherlands, are expressing deep concerns about the implications of global challenges, such as migration, climate change, economic insecurity, and so forth and so further. These widespread concerns are generating tensions, both within the nations and between them. This is where parliamentary diplomacy proves to be essential. In a world of complex shared challenges, parliaments must look beyond national borders. Parliamentary diplomacy provides a vital platform for dialogue, understanding and trust. As representative of our people, we have to embrace opportunities such as the Speakers' Summit to engage in meaningful exchange and share best practices. Through these changes, we can foster solidarity, promote equality, and work together towards sustainable and democratic solutions that benefit all. I look forward to the rest of our discussion and pass the word to my colleague.
Yes, thank you so much. E come ha giustamente detto lei, adesso per i Paesi Bassi, Mrs. Postma, Vice President, House of Representatives.
Well, thank you. Your Excellencies, honourable speakers, distinguished colleagues, it's a great honour to address you on behalf of the House of Representatives of the Netherlands. We thank and congratulate South Africa for hosting this important summit and for your warm hospitality. The symbolism of meeting near Cape Town, a city of resilience and renewal, could not be more fitting. But we meet in a time of deep global uncertainty. Armed conflicts, from the war in Ukraine to the war in Israel with Hamas and the conflicts on the African continent. And they coincide with the accelerating climate disruption and the weakening of the rules-based international order. These challenges demand principled leadership, cooperation, and strong democratic institutions. For the Netherlands, multilateralism is not optional. It's essential. Our identity is rooted in trade, in innovation, and in collaboration. Though not a G20 member, we are deeply connected to the global system and honored to contribute to these discussions. Parliaments play a vital role. We represent the democratic voice of our citizens and provide the legitimacy global governance depends on. Through parliamentary diplomacy, we build trust, exchange ideas, and promote inclusive and accountable policies. Later this month, Dutch citizens will elect a new House of Representatives. As is tradition, this will lead to the formation of a new coalition government, a government of national unity, if you will, the GNU, often involving 4 or more political parties in the Netherlands. It's a reminder that democracy is dynamic and rooted in public trust. We see similar developments in South Africa, where a historic GNU has been formed last year, the first since the end of the apartheid. Former political opponents are now working together to shape the country's future. It's a powerful example of how dialogue and compromise can strengthen democracy and foster unity. That spirit of trust, both at home and globally, is what we must nurture to meet today's shared challenges. Let us all work together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Vice President. And now the floor goes to Kian Peng, Singapore.
Excellencies, honorable speakers, esteemed colleagues, friends, Sanibonani, Moweni. Singapore is honored to join this gathering in a beautiful setting. South Africa is a country whose history and leadership remind us of the power of unity, equality, and hope for a better future. I wish to thank our gracious hosts for bringing together such a diverse community of parliamentary voices under this year's theme, harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for realization of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. At its core, The G20's parliamentary track is about bridging distances, not only between countries, but between leaders and the people we serve. True parliamentary diplomacy begins when we listen with empathy, respect the stories and experiences of others, and recognize that everyone, young or old, women and men, from cities and villages alike, deserves to be heard in the decisions shaping our world. In Singapore, we have learned that building an inclusive society requires doing more than just passing laws. It means creating space for dialogue, welcoming diverse opinions, and ensuring that no one is left behind, regardless of background or belief. As we confront complex global challenges, from climate change to economic uncertainty, from technological disruption to widening inequality, parliaments can be beacons of trust and hope. Our responsibility is not only to legislate, but also to inspire confidence and nurture belonging. Together, we can show that international cooperation is not a lofty ideal, but a lived reality. When each of us shares experience, learns from each other, and supports inclusive progress for all. Singapore stands ready to work with fellow delegates to champion inclusiveness, foster social resilience, and to amplify the voices that too often go unheard. The journey to solidarity and sustainable development is long, but if we move forward together with openness, with humility, and with respect, no distance is too great to bridge. Siabonga Kakulu. Thank you, and I look forward to learning from each of you and building a foundation for a kinder and a more united world. Thank you very much.
Adesso la Presidente del Congresso dei Deputati spagnola, Armengol. Miss
the Chamber of Representatives from Spain.
Allora, non c'è, proseguiamo.
I'm afraid she's not there, so let's move on.
Mrs. Mariam bin Teneva.
Bin Teneva from the United Arab Emirates.
The floor is yours, Vice President.
Just prepare your hearing. معالي أنجيلا ديديزا رئيسة الجمعية الوطنية بجمهورية جنوب أفريقيا، معالي ريفيولي تسيباني رئيسة المجلس الوطني للمقاطعات بجمهورية جنوب أفريقيا، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية يسعدني أن أتقدم بجزيل الشكر والعرفان إلى جمهورية جنوب أفريقيا الصديقة على ما لقيناه من حفاوة الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة، وإلى برلمان جنوب أفريقيا على حسن الإعداد والتنظيم المتميز لأعمال هذه القمة التي تسلط الضوء على مسؤولياتنا البرلمانية المشتركة في بناء عالم يكون فيه التضامن والعدالة والاستدامة واقع نعيشه. الحضور الكريم، ندرك جميعا الحاجة الملحة لأن تتحول برلماناتنا إلى قوة فاعلة تجسد القيم الإنسانية المشتركة إلى تشريعات
Can you hear the English channel? So millions of people. There are a lot of cross-border challenges that requires us to do everything possible to find solutions. So the G20 is a practical framework to unify parliamentarians and to exchange around the good practices. So the holding of this summit for the first time in Africa, is a symbol of we have to learn from Nelson Mandela, who gave the example to show that freedom is linked to dialogue, and that today we benefit from the legacy that Mandela left us, that is, doing everything we can for justice and equity to prevail. The challenges around justice in the world require from us to work on the basis of principles, and we have to assist each other. And therefore, we need to establish the protection of civilians and to protect the rule of law and dialogue. So we have to do everything we can to fight the current tragedy in Gaza, and also the attack that was carried out against Qatar. This goes against the international security and peace. So we invited the G20 to defend humanitarian law and to work and make sure that solidarity and equality are upheld. I will end by saying that the United Arab Emirates are convinced that parliamentary diplomacy go beyond the sole official diplomacy. It will allow us to find solutions and foster dialogue and solidarity. I will end by saying that we have to work together to create a more just, more sustainable world. We need to invest and come up with the legislative and diplomatic tools to reach these goals. Peace be with you all. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Chiedo alla Presidente Armengol se intende parlare. La Spagna è qui? Sì?
Would you like to address the summit? Are you here? Okay, good.
Beh.
Apologies, Honourable Dende. The representative of Spain was outside the venue, so we're giving her a chance, and then you will come after that. Our apologies for that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm going to speak in Spanish. Thank you. Presidentes, presidentas, autoridades.
Good afternoon. Presidents, speakers, dear friends, it is an honor to participate as Speaker of the Spanish Congress of Deputies on the 7th Summit of Speakers here in Cape Town. I thank all that made this possible, and especially the Parliament of South Africa. If there is a global, immediate and urgent emergency faced with, we must react in a global, immediate and urgent manner. That is indeed climate change and its devastating consequences. Last year, in fact, I could not attend the 10th Summit of Speakers held in Brazil in November due to an environmental catastrophe in Valencia in Spain. A cold front caused terrible floods, killing more than 200 people and destroying thousands of homes. These phenomena that endanger entire societies are becoming increasingly severe and frequent, and the gap between developed and developing countries in terms of facing climate change and all it entails is enormous, and it's deepening. 10 years since the Paris Agreement, it does not seem that the commitments shall be met, and this can only mean one thing: we need to expeditiously build climate resilience. That is, we need to reduce carbon emissions while protecting people. We need to reduce risks while being able to face the changes that are already here, to commit ourselves, fulfill our agreements, and act. We do so incorporating another factor that must permeate the whole process, climate justice. We must call on developed countries to fulfill their financial commitments, which include making the fund for responding to loss and damage fully operational to support developing countries, which are the most vulnerable and the least responsible for the climate crisis. But we can only do this together. Indeed, the Speaker Summit shows us that a world without international cooperation is a vile world doomed to extinction. We can only rely on an international order based on rules that will preserve, above all human rights, that will protect us from deniers, the lies, and the distortion. We do not want to multiply conflicts. We want to work side by side to solve them. And the first conflict we should solve is the harrowing tragedy unfolding now in Gaza. A horror that is changing, no less the history of humankind. At this G20 Speaker Summit, where we have gathered to promote the parliamentary diplomacy in pursuit of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability, we must stand united to stop the genocide that is being perpetrated against the Palestinian people. Thank you very much.
Grazie, thank you, Mrs. President. And now the last one speaker, but not the least, it's Zimbabwe, Mr. Advocate Jacob Francis Mudenda. Mudenda. Thank you so much. Only for the patient.
I see that the timing has started. I think I'll ignore the time because the last must be the first, and the first must be favored. I bring greetings from the Parliament of Zimbabwe, from the Republic of Zimbabwe, from the President of Zimbabwe, and indeed from all people of Zimbabwe to this meeting. Let me acknowledge the hospitality of South Africa by organizing this P20. We salute South Africa as an African country that is demonstrating that Africa has the capacity to lead, to act accordingly. Leadership is not preserved in any part of the world. When given the opportunity, all shall lead. Now, the World War was fought, and estimated 50 million people died. Where were the parliaments of the world to deploy parliamentary diplomacy? It was only after these millions had died that people decided to sit down and end the war through dialogue. The Second World War also came by, and about 85 million people died, only for that war to be ended through dialogue. Now, it would appear that humanity does not introspect and learn from history. There is the problem in the Middle East now. And as South Africa took the lead to say diplomacy must be applied, but from a legal point of view, from international law, and indicated that what was happening there was against international law. And now we see the awakening of the states supporting what South Africa had done to go to the International Court of Justice. And at the recent UNGA, or United Nations General Assembly, now we see a number of countries supporting the two-state approach solution to the problem in the Middle East. We have to support that through parliamentary diplomacy. It will be interesting to see from this group selected countries, speakers, going to sit down with the Knesset in Israel and the executive there to complete what the United Nations General Assembly had planted, that there must be peace and security in the Middle East. The same applies in Eastern Europe. The conflict between Russia and Ukraine must come to an end. And parliamentary diplomacy is being challenged to intervene accordingly. The financial ecosystem at the moment is skewed against less developed countries, particularly in the global south. Members of the G20 governments control the greater part of the economy of the world. It is high time that they look backwards and see how best those countries that are lagging behind can be pulled upwards. In that context, it is not right that critical minerals, raw minerals, that come from Africa and some parts of the global south are taken to Europe and at less value for the African countries. 40% of these critical raw minerals come from Africa. And I'm sorry to say the European Union has come up with a law that now is saying, how do we control, how do we exploit these critical raw minerals from Africa? A law on something that they don't have, an arm's length control. That is not right. That is not right. At the moment, we have 1% of rich people in the whole world controlling 46% of the world's finances. That is an indication of total inequality in the world. Total inequality. It is therefore important that parliamentary diplomacy must achieve tangible results to have a world where there is social justice, a world where there's peace and security, a world where all countries are respected in terms of the United Nations Charter, Article 2, paragraphs 3 and 4. Let us march together. We'll reach there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Il mio lavoro è qui terminato. Io ringrazio
Job is done. Let me thank South Africa for organizing this event. Let me give the floor to my co-chairman for the conclusions.
Honourable members, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now adjourn for a comfort break until 5 p.m. and may we be back in the venue so that we can continue with the business. Thank you very much.
This forum has brought the member countries, obviously from the G20, but for us as a country, we are able to have representation from the 9 provinces. And I think for us it's very important to highlight that as the upper house in the Parliament of South Africa, the NCOP, which brings our provinces and the local government, as well as in the national sphere of government. So I think it was very important to stress that we had representation from the provincial legislatures also being part of this important forum. And I think one of the things that we take from this is that let the forum for the P20 Young Parliamentarians Forum be a permanent structure. And I think that came true in the declaration that it should not end here. Even when USA hosts the G20 and the other countries that will follow, let this forum of the Young Parliamentarians Forum become a permanent platform and a permanent structure of the G20. And I think those, for me, inclusive participation. We always stress that all of us, irrespective of our province, irrespective of the nation that you come through, these forums must have a platform for young people to express their voices in these important structures. Thank you very much.
The last past 2 days has been very progressive and constructive. We've been sharing experiences from different countries on very key topics around sustainable development, climate change, youth entrepreneurship, and basically youth intervention structures that need to be developed so that we can make sure that young people across the world are able to succeed, we're able to lift people out of poverty, give them the required skills that they need, by making sure that we play our role as legislators to influence decision-making, law-making, and play critical oversight on policy that needs to be implemented to uplift people out of poverty into economic opportunity. And that culminated in a final document that we adopted in this P20 Speaker Summit as young parliamentarians in our first inaugural meeting, to say that this particular session must not stop in this inaugural meeting in South Africa, but it must continue with all the G20 presidencies that are going to continue after that. So it has been a successful past couple of days, and we don't want to just end with words, but there must be action after today.
Very first P20 Youth Parliamentarian meeting. It's inaugural and it's very historic. We've just concluded. We've had countries from all over the world, and it was such a powerful gathering to hear not only the experiences of young parliamentarians but of young people, and to just see how many commonalities there are, and something that came across: borders matter less and solidarity matters more. Developed a very substantive document that's come out of this process. We'll be taking it to the main P20 Parliament, but ultimately we're going to also present these views at the G20, in which heads of state from all over the world are going to be meeting. That means that a young person in Soweto, in Khayelitsha, in Galeshewe, you name it, their voices will be represented not only on a national stage, but on an international stage. And for the first time, African voices will be center stage, and more importantly, African youth voices will also be center stage.
you so much for joining us, Dr. April.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Doc, of course, you have presented in the meeting of women parliamentarians, and the issue here is, of course, about energy. What was the overall energy in the room, the tone in the room with the women, and were there common threads with regards to the concerns and challenges that were voiced?
I would say that there were common threads because of the fact that women have not really been totally factored. Okay, in policy it's there that no, we should, but in reality, just energy transition is still more about the big business, the big mining companies, especially when it comes to the coal to energy. Even the electrical vehicles, it's more about the bottom line in terms of the dollars. So the focus also in terms of investors is more, whether it's coming from the World Bank or whether it's coming from the various fundings and loans. There's not been any package that I'm aware of that has been specifically put for gender exclusivity in terms of JET. And I think that that is what we really need to focus on. I'm not talking about South Africa. I'm talking about in general, because South Africa is part of the JET partnership globally. In fact, it's the first country that signed up. So I believe that South Africa with its partners need to find a way to say this is specifically for inclusivity. And when we talk inclusivity, we have to define what inclusivity means. It's very easy to say, oh no, we'll make sure that they're included. But the question is how and the practicality of it.
What does Russia have in plan to encourage and assist these African countries?
Well, actually, first of all, we should understand that all great societies of the world, I mean the modern societies like Russian, first of all, respect the role of women in the world. Actually, she's not just a woman, she's not just a wife. Can you imagine, I have 4 kids. And I'm working hard, and it's not a problem for me. And all Russian women can confirm to you that it's very easy to combine all that if you know what you do, if you have the right aim, and if your country, first of all, supports you. Because when country feels that woman is ready to be useful for the development of the country, every country appreciates it, every government appreciates it. That's why I know that South Africa appreciates African women too. And I'm really glad to confirm that my colleagues from South Africa expressed a lot of very interesting opinions towards the future of South Africa, the future with the great role of South African women, what is really important to us.
And there's just been a lot of talk on the just energy transition. So how does Russia propose to address pressing global challenges such as disaster resilience, debt sustainability, and just energy transition?
You know, the first what every country should do is to feel responsible for the things that are going on. And it doesn't matter what it is. It can be ecology, it can be political movements, it can be economy, maybe there's lacks and problems. Every country must understand that every citizen must be very responsible for the things that he does. All the global challenges cause people to change their behavior, to change their point of view. You must feel that your kids see what you do. If you learn them to treat the nature well, they will treat the nature well. And that's why we should educate people how to react to challenges and how to make it easier and in very civilized manner to not to be scared, but to be ready to react. That's the first of all.
Thank you, ma'am. And then what outcomes does Russia hope to achieve from this P20 summit, and how will they impact global governance and legislative priorities?
You know, Russian priorities are very simple. First of all, we are open to all the contexts. Russia always confirms that it's a very modern, strong and powerful country that is always ready to share its opinion, to share its experience. And Russian parliamentaries, my colleagues which have come here, we are ready to be friends of South African colleagues and to invite them to Russia also to create a mutual future very big political, economical, and ecological work together.
And lastly, ma'am, what message do you think the P20 summit will send to the international community regarding global cooperation?
Never neglect South Africa. It's the first and very important message. And Russia confirms it the first, remember.
South Africa's parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Welcome back to Parliament TV live broadcast. We're still coming to you live from Arabella Hotel in Claremont, and it is the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, and we're currently on a break from the first working session, which focused on strengthening disaster resilience and responses. Of course, there was a number of speakers that took to the podium from Australia, the President of the Senate, Ms. Sue Lyons, from Canada, from Germany, India. We had the Vice President, Mr. Tetsuro Fukuyama from Japan. We had the Speaker from Turkey, as well as the United Kingdom, and quite a number of speakers that took to the podium. Of course, it is the first working session of the P20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit.
And of course, just for your benefit, the session aims to ensure readiness, inclusivity, and international cooperation in disaster risk reduction. And the key areas of discussion include early warning systems, and this means developing and implementing effective early warning systems to protect vulnerable communities. And of course, this also included preparedness and protection, enhancing preparedness and protection measures for communities prone to disasters. And another key focus and discussion in this first session includes international cooperation, fostering global cooperation to address the challenges of disaster resilience and response.
Of course, the session aligns with the summit's theme, which is harnessing parliamentary democracy for realization of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability, and contributes to the overall part of promoting inclusive and sustainable development. The outcomes of this session will inform the P20 Summit declaration and recommendations for global parliamentary action. Of course, we know that they will make it to the final event that is set for coming December.
And of course, you must be wondering, why are we having this? Why is it so important for these engagements between these countries? Well, of course, it's because it strengthens parliamentary diplomacy. Because remember, the P20 brings together speakers and presiding officers of the G20 countries, and this enables dialogue on global issues beyond just executive level decisions. It also ensures that parliaments can coordinate internationally, influencing global policies and holding governments accountable for implementing them domestically. If you have been watching Parliament TV, you might have seen that one of the speakers emphasized that people do not necessarily realize how important and the power that parliaments have in ensuring accountability, in performing oversight, and ensuring that services are delivered to the people. And of course, this speaker emphasized the importance of ensuring that when members leave, when the delegates leave here, that they go and enforce that message to their respective parliaments, that indeed the power lies within the parliaments in ensuring accountability and oversight.
And there's been much talk about the inclusion of women in all key decisions, as well as the inclusion of young parliamentarians so that they can also form part of the decision as they form the future, because it is very important that young people become part of these discussions as they are the future leaders. We're still expecting a number of speakers that are going to take to the podium immediately after they've returned from the break.
And of course, with that, Chemikosi, I think the most important thing that has gone throughout these dialogues so far is, like you said, representation, right? And of course, what I resonate the most with the speakers is the power that parliaments hold, because ultimately parliaments are the voice of the citizens, ensuring that laws and policies reflect the needs, values and priorities of society. They provide a forum where diverse perspectives, including minority groups, women and youth, are represented. And of course, this resonates with the Parliament of South Africa, where public participation is of utmost importance when it comes to policy development, when it comes to lawmaking. It is of utmost importance that the public is involved to ensure that the very policies and laws that are made are there to service a need.
And indeed, we know the importance of public participation, as you've indicated, and we've seen it within our parliament. Yes. When committees have legislation before them, seen committees going out, consulting with ordinary citizens of South Africa so that their views do form part of the legislation that is before parliament. And it doesn't end there. On all parliamentary programs, we'll always ensure that there is extensive public participation. And this P20 summit critical message revolve around promoting global solidarity, equality and sustainability through parliamentary diplomacy. And of course, we've spoken about it earlier, some of the key themes and discussion, which will include the strengthening disaster resilience and responses, ensuring debt sustainability for low-income countries, mobilizing finance for a just energy transition. It's been making there's been a lot of talk on the just energy transition. You spoke also to an expert, Dr. Yazini April, we shared the views with our viewers earlier on, and also harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development.
Now, of course, if viewers are asking themselves why this session is so important, now this session was crucial as it brought together parliamentary leaders to discuss and formulate legislative approaches to disaster resilience. As we know, with climate change, we have all these disasters that are happening, and just in our country, I mean, you have the KZN floods, you have the fires here in Cape Town, and so these are tangible things that we can see on the ground with regards to the effects that climate change has. And such discussions, of course, about responsiveness, about how countries can be resilient and be proactive when it comes to climate change and the effects thereof. This is where solutions and resolutions and ideas can come, and these issues can be attended to.
Indeed, Tsepo, we've just mentioned how climate change has been impacting our community. We've seen some of the floods, even in Tata, the heavy rains that left people dispersed in that area. And this P20 summit also highlights the importance of gender equality and women empowerment by means of promoting gender mainstreaming in climate resilience and energy transition, also empowering women in economic decision making and boosting their representation and leadership in all legislative bodies.
And just a reminder that we are in Claremont, it's Arabella Hotel, where South Africa is for the first time hosting the P20 Speaker Summit of G20 leaders, where partner countries come together to discuss global challenges, align legislative priorities, and strengthen international cooperation. And as you can see, those are the delegates there. Of course, it is a break at the moment, and delegates will be back to discuss, to conversate, and of course come with resolutions and ideas. And of course, Watch Parliament TV will be back in a moment.
South Africa's Parliament proudly hosts the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
This book, our Constitution, protects our society and empowers us to gather. The Protea leaves are us, the people, who freely elect our voices in Parliament. The drum calls the people of Parliament, through whom we govern together. And the sun is our country, healing our past, improving our lives, and energizing our potential. Together, our Constitution, our people, our Parliament, and our country are building our great South African nation. Parliament TV, Channel 408 on DSTV.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Welcome back to Parliament. We are going to resume the first working session of the P20 Summit, which is focusing on strengthening disaster resilience and responses.
Geographical borders are not respected by climate change, and countries across the globe feel the effects of climate change. And therefore, this session is themed Strengthening Disaster Resilience and Responses. We are very fortunate that we have someone who has enormous experience and knowledge when it comes to the issue of climate change. Director Mr. Mtukazi Steletki is a resource person for this session. He is a director for climate change development and international mechanisms, South African Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. He holds a bachelor's degree of commerce, a degree from the University of Fort Hare. He also holds a BCom degree in economics from the University of South Africa and an MSc in finance, economic policy.
You said something. You said.
So it gives me great pleasure this afternoon to call upon this wonderful resource person who will now address us for 10 minutes. Mr. Steletki.
Good afternoon. As already introduced, my name is Mkhuthazi Steletki. Molweni. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. I ride on the protocols that have been announced already. I come from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, from the National Department. Part of my scope is to negotiate under United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, focusing on climate finance aspects amongst others, as well as carbon markets. Let me then zoom into the scope of the focus this afternoon, which is very key, especially for many developing countries, of course, as developed countries as well, because this is one of the key challenges that the world is faced up with. In terms of just to position the context, what is key is to appreciate, the multilateral, context that we operate in, that when it comes to issues of climate change, there is the Paris Agreement that was landed upon back in 2015. Of course, closer to this subject this afternoon is your Sendai framework on disaster risk, reductions. And these regimes, they provide, multilateral frameworks because most of our countries are signatories, to this. Even currently, as the globe, we are to submit and continue to submit our nationally determined contributions. That is our climate, actions as countries. Because science has painted to us under the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Science has painted to us under the 6th assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the likely scaling up of the impacts, the frequency of these impacts, but also the worsening, including of the infrastructure as well as the livelihood of many communities due to these impacts of climate change. So I would prefer that this foregrounds, the presentation that one will run through. There are questions that were put. I think there were 4 questions forward. And one of these relates, to the climate-related, disasters, including in relation to conflict, driven disasters. But I will just stick to the climate ones. The consequence of the disasters is that they undermine, the kind of, institutions we have, as manifested, including through the shocks related to governance and institutional capacities, and the fact that we have limited preparedness, slow response, communication infrastructure is not at its best, but also various spheres and sectors have to play a role insofar as that. Secondly, is the shock in relation to the infrastructure management. Poor maintenance of roads, water, energy, communication infrastructure. The impacts of climate, they have a consequence on countries to end up drawing from their own fiscus. And many developing countries have a challenge of fiscal constraints, and the exacerbation of that kind of fiscal, compromise in fiscal position of these countries requires that this is given priority. Social development is undermined. Social safety nets are therefore necessary in this regard. And the most poorest of the poor are disproportionately impacted. For instance, in South Africa, we grapple with the challenge of poverty, unemployment, inequality. And in the light and the context of these impacts, these are worsening. This does not only happen only in South Africa. When you look into the Africa region, and of course, various other countries, including LDCs, your small island developing states, are also impacted, and the consequence, will play out differently. Also, the fact that there's an impact due to this on health as well as education systems, but also economic resilience, also takes a shock in this regard. These vulnerabilities, the point we would like to underscore is that they get amplified in developing countries as these are disproportionately impacted. As we know, developing countries have contributed less to the problem, yet the impacts, and including in terms of science, they are amplified, even more in those countries. The closest example and scenario that we would like to lift again relates to some of the impacts. One of the provinces, and that is not the only one, it's called KwaZulu-Natal. In terms of the Center for Environmental Rights report of 2024, the impacts that befell in that province had a cost in lives of around 443, people who lost their lives. There were 48 people who went missing, 26 human settlements, were wiped off by the floods. 600 schools. So we're trying here to paint out really in real terms, the kind of a picture. KZN, that is KwaZulu-Natal, is but one of the provinces. We've got 9 provinces and various others are impacted. We've got cross-border impacts, which at times can even undermine energy infrastructure within the Southern Africa region. That will also impact other countries, neighboring countries, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Namibia, amongst others. The climate impacts in terms of the IPCC report indicates that when we look into the future, the point is that by year 2100, the warming within the Africa region will be twice as the global average, meaning which if the global average is at around 2 to 3 degrees Celsius, Africa is likely to be twice as much as that, estimated to be about 4 to 6 degrees Celsius in terms of warming. Now, the more there is warming and the more we continue to consume fossil fuels and put investments in that direction, then that worsens, these kinds of impacts. So even science positions to us that more needs to be done. This is an urgent issue. One of the key questions is, what role should parliamentary leadership play in this kind of a context? Parliamentary leadership, our suggestion is that it must continue to do what it is doing, legislation. Continue to pass laws, but those laws need to have considerations, of these kinds of impacts, and how we assist communities, economic sectors, adapt, enhance resilience, enhance adaptive, capacity to be able to deal with this. As an example, in South Africa, we recently have had a law, Climate Change Act 22 of 2024. We've got Disaster Management Acts, that is in place, National Environmental Management Acts. Of course, various jurisdictions, as they follow from their own legal regimes, should be encouraged, to do the same. Secondly, the importance of having to mainstream resilience into existing, policies. We've got 3 spheres of government. At national development is important in terms of being one of the key avenues through which we mainstream climate change. At subnational level, local government level, where these impacts are felt and infrastructure needs, to be attended to, and programs need to be introduced to enhance, resilience. Those are some of the areas. For instance, we've got a local government climate change support program. We've got an electronic kit where we are able to zoom into each of the provinces, including at local government level, and have a sense of the kind of localized impacts or the likely impacts that are to be. We encourage our local municipalities to integrate this into their integrated development plans, thereby mainstreaming, some of these key considerations. Mandating integration of disaster or climate risk assessment is one of the recommendations we would put to the parliamentarians, and also anchor that into some act. In the case of South Africa, we've got a Disaster Management Act that is led by an agency whose focus is on attending to disaster management. It's called the Disaster Management Center, and it's informed in terms of its scope by this particular act, the Disaster Management Act 57 of 2002. The role of the parliamentarians should also be, as we continue to recommend, to provide the necessary oversight. We have observed that many parliaments, around the world are quite robust in their systems in terms of how they are also transparent, as they provide such oversights. In order to hold the executive, accountable to implement disaster risk management policies, early warning systems, amongst others, but also recovery strategies that are context specific. Secondly, this oversight needs to be grounded on transparency, a point already submitted. For an example, if we have multilateral, bilateral, and fiscal allocations, including loss and damage funding for local purposes, but also international. I think there was a reference earlier made to the loss and damage fund, which is one of the funds that was adopted during COP28 in United Arab Emirates. So ensuring that we are transparent in terms of how we facilitate access to these funds and how these funds are allocated and how these funds are utilized. So the scope of that transparency needs to get, to that level as well. Actively together with the departments to monitor whether national adaptation plans, climate commitments under the Paris Agreement are being effectively implemented. Thank you. I'm being notified that my time is almost up. I will be high level in this last minute or two, with your permission, Program Director. But in terms of making certain that we facilitate priorities in order to access resources, let us continue to scrutinize national budgets, advocate for climate finance mobilization, promote investment in resilience building infrastructure, but also leverage on funds like your Green Climate Fund, amongst others, Adaptation Fund, and of course, loss and damage funds. Let's harmonize legislation and standard as appropriate. We may also continue to exploit the avenue of joint oversight and peer accountability, amongst others, as necessary and as agreed, amongst countries. Then finally, a coordinated resource mobilization, but also capacity building and knowledge exchange are some of the key initiatives and efforts that could be recommended for parliamentarians. Thank you very much for your audience, and thank you, Program Director. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Steleki, and I'm sure, honourable delegates, you'll agree that this was a resource person that has a lot of information to share with us. I'm reminded of a conference that I attended in India at the beginning of this year, and we had delegates from the various developing states. And there was an elderly person there from Hawaii, and when he spoke, he said, when I was a little boy, we lived along the coast. And now my family had to keep moving inland to higher ground. And the punchline that he said was, my island is drowning. Please help us. And that is the message for this climate change that we are now talking about. Honourable delegates, it now gives me great pleasure to introduce the first speaker, and that is the President of the Senate from Australia, Ms. Sue Lyons, who will now address us.
Thank you, delegates, and thank you, Mr. Steleki, for your critical opening remarks. 1 in every 3 women globally will experience gender-based violence in her lifetime, and this risk increases significantly during and after disasters. It's not just a statistic, it's a call to action. Disasters, as we've heard, don't affect all people equally. Women, children, people with disabilities and Indigenous communities often face the greatest risks, yet they are too often excluded from the planning and decision-making processes that shape their recovery. Parliaments have a responsibility to change this. As legislators, we are uniquely placed to ensure that disaster laws, policies and budgets are inclusive, equitable and grounded in the lived experience of those most affected. Through our lawmaking oversight and community engagement roles, we can ensure that national disaster frameworks are not only technically sound, but socially just. This means embedding gender and social inclusion in every phase of disaster management, from risk reduction to recovery. Australia has seen the importance of this firsthand. After the devastating Northern Rivers floods in 2022, It was women-led community groups that stepped in to coordinate aid, shelter and emotional support. These groups were not formally recognised in disaster plans, yet they became the backbone of the local response. Their leadership has since informed new approaches to community-based resilience, and parliaments have a role in ensuring such contributions are formally supported and funded. Another example is the Disaster Response Legal Service in New South Wales, which provides trauma-informed legal assistance to people affected by disasters. It focuses on supporting women, First Nations communities and people with disabilities, groups that often face enormous barriers to recovery. Parliamentarians have played a key role in securing funding for this service and ensuring that legal support is recognised as a critical part of disaster response. Australia's commitment to inclusive disaster resilience also extends to our Pacific neighbours. Through the Pacific Women-led program, Australia is supporting women's organisations to lead disaster preparedness and recovery efforts. In Vanuatu, for example, after Cyclone Harold, Australia supported the redesign of the Luganville Market House. This allowed women vendors, many of whom are the primary income earners in their households, to return to work within 1 week. It was a small but powerful example of how gender-responsive recovery can restore livelihoods and dignity. In Samoa and Fiji, Australia is working with local partners to strengthen women's leadership in emergency services and climate adaptation. These partnerships are not about imposing solutions. They're about enabling local leadership and ensuring that women's knowledge and experience shape national resilient strategies. Australia's focus is on supporting women's rights organisations and institutions to strengthen women's leadership, participation and influence in climate and humanitarian action. In October last year, the Australian Government launched our humanitarian policy, Making a Difference for People in Crisis, which places a strong emphasis on empowering women-led solutions across all phases of humanitarian action: prevention, preparedness, response and recovery. Example of Australia's gender mainstreaming in disaster programs, including support to the Women's Resilience to Disasters program. This program strengthens the capacity of women and promotes their leadership in disaster risk reduction and climate resilient efforts. Since its inception, this Women's Resilience to Disasters has supported Pacific countries and regions to initiate gender-responsive frameworks into disaster preparedness, preparation and recovery. These efforts reflect a growing recognition of the critical role women and marginalised groups play in building disaster resilience. Parliaments have a role to play in ensuring that these efforts are sustained, scaled, funded and embedded in law. We must also ensure that disaster funding is distributed equitably. Gender-responsive budgeting is one tool that allows us to track how resources are allocated and whether they are reaching those most in need. It also helps us identify gaps such as the lack of safe housing for women and children during evacuations.
As you round up now, Ms. Ames.
Disaster resilience is not about infrastructure, it's about people. And inclusive disaster planning is not just good policy, it's a matter of justice. Let us use our parliamentary voices to ensure that every disaster plan includes every person. Let us lead with empathy, legislate with equity and build resilience that leaves no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This contributor to this session, and that's the Speaker of the Senate from Canada, Ms. Raymonde Gane.
Merci. Thank you, fellow parliamentarians and distinguished guests. I am very pleased to participate in the 11th P20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit in this beautiful region of the Western Cape, and thank you, South Africa, for hosting. Unfortunately, the topic of our working session, Strengthening Disaster Resilience and Responses, is particularly relevant for Canada. In recent years, Canada has faced unprecedented natural disasters, including extreme forest fires, large-scale flooding, and devastating hurricanes. These events are becoming increasingly common and destructive due to the effects of climate change. In Canada, researchers estimate that there are more than 3 times the number of catastrophic events than there were 50 years ago. If we do not adapt, if we do not try to prevent and manage risks, our societies will pay the price. International cooperation is one of the avenues for strengthening disaster resilience and responses. Canada benefits from this cooperation. For example, last year, hundreds of South African firefighters came to help their Canadian counterparts fight the forest fires that ravaged the province of Alberta. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my South African colleagues for their invaluable support over the past years, and Canada sincerely thanks you. Canadians have also responded to disasters abroad to support their fellow firefighters through various resource exchange arrangements. We have such arrangements with Australia, New Zealand, Mexico, and of course, South Africa. In fact, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015 to 2030 recognizes the international cooperation is a critical factor in supporting national action and state capacity. It also notes that cooperation must considerably be enhanced by 2030. We need to step up and continue to build strong partnerships. In closing, I would like to emphasize the first responders to disasters deserve our support. In this respect, parliamentarians must legislate to protect the mental and physical health and safety of those who put their lives on the line to keep us safe. One example from Canada is legislation to develop a national framework designed to raise awareness of cancers linked to firefighting with the goal of improving access for firefighters to cancer prevention and treatment. And so disaster management in Canada follows a decentralized approach, prioritizing local authorities who request provincial territorial assistance, escalating to the federal government for larger emergencies. It involves a whole of government strategy covering prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. And I hope that my remarks will be useful to today's discussion. Thank you. Merci. Megwich.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Honorable Gagne. We now move on to the next speaker, and that is from the European Parliament, the Vice President, the Honorable Christelle Scalmonse. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. I can make this very brief. None of us, none of our countries are immune to disaster. Alone last year in the European Parliament, in the European Union, we experienced some of our most deadly heat waves, wildfires, and floods. And this is the case all over the world. We broke records every year, and we have to do something. But we also need to recognize that some are more exposed than others, and therefore we need to change the way we're doing things. The United Nations has estimated that more than 2/3 of deaths caused by climate-related disasters have been in least developing countries. We need to break the circle. We need to do something, and we know the tools to do it. It is easy. We need to invest in preparedness, and of course we need to mitigate the climate changes as well. But we need to invest in preparedness. And let me give you one example that the European Union has participated in. We have funded or partly funded the Climate Risk and Early Warning System initiative called CRUISE. It is a small project, and it is made to help least developed countries. We don't have a big budget for it. It's only $137 million, but at the same time, this early warning system has reached more than 400 million people. That means 34 cents per person. So what we're talking about here is prevention. We need to be more prepared so we can tackle the disasters when they're there, because if we don't do it, if we don't make ourselves more prepared and help the countries who need the help, then people will die. We can not prevent the disaster from happening, but we can make sure that once they're here, if we warn early and if we help people to be prepared, we can save a lot of lives. We have an obligation as parliamentarians to make sure that our budgets help us and that we find these projects. It is our job, and together here in G20, P20, I think we have a chance to deliver. We are the countries and the regions that can pave the way for others. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President. We now move on to the next contributor to the session, and from Germany, we have the Vice President of the German Bundestag, the Honorable Omid Nuripur, who will now address us for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Much. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, disasters know no borders. Floods are killing people in Bangladesh, or we recently saw that, unfortunately, in South Africa. We see forest fires in Australia and in Canada. Attacks on critical infrastructure we can witness, or we just witnessed in Denmark. These incidents remind us that resilience is not a national luxury, but a global imperative. Therefore, institutions on their own are not enough. We must protect critical infrastructure, energy, telecommunication, and transport networks. A cyber attack on power grid of one country can spread across continents. Disruption onto shipping traffic affects global supply chains within hours. And a more specific example, a couple of weeks ago, the electricity supply for tens of thousands of people in Berlin was cut off for days following an arson attack as an act of sabotage. As the G20, we represent countries that are responsible for 85% of global GDP and 79% of the global population. If I may quote an American philosopher, with great power comes great responsibility. So it's an obligation to lead by good example in terms of disaster protection and climate adaptation. This is one reason why Germany is implementing the Sendai framework and developing comprehensive resilience strategies by 2030. Yet our most important contributions may be in promoting international cooperation. With initiatives such as the satellite-supported SEWA early warning system, we are now providing 34 African weather services with real-time weather data. The Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, GIZ, supports African states in training disaster protection forces and creating emergency plans. In addition, Germany is involved in the financing of the Green Climate and the Adaptation Fund. But dear colleagues, we have to go beyond reactive disaster relief and build up proactive resilience. The poorest bear the greatest impact of climate change, although they contribute the least towards it. As the G20, we must drive forward technological solution and a just distribution of the burden, also of the financial one, including prevention, adaptation, and also loss and damage. Let's leave the conference with a commitment to make resilience one of the cornerstones of our work, because in our network world, we are only ever as strong as our weakest partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move on to the next contributor to this session, and that is the Deputy Chairman of the Rajya Sabha from India, and that's His Excellency Harivanash Narayan Singh.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Being in Cape Town, South Africa, and discussing disaster, I am reminded of a great saying of Nelson Mandela. I quote, "A fundamental concern for others in our individual and community lives would go a long way in making the world the better place we so passionately dreamt of," unquote. I'm grateful to the chair for according me this opportunity to express my view at this discussion. Distinguished delegates, disasters today are not confined by borders. Floods, droughts, cyclones, wildfires, earthquakes, and health emergencies affect millions each year, disrupting lives, livelihoods, and development gains. They disproportionately impact the poor women, children, and marginalized communities, thereby deepening existing inequalities. In India, with its vast geography and diverse climate, disaster resilience is both a challenge and a national priority. The rising frequency and intensity of extreme events driven by climate change have further underlined the necessity of mainstreaming disaster risk reduction as a foremost national priority. Our experience has taught us that resilience is not built in the moment of crisis, but in the years of preparation before it. India has a strong institutional, legislative, and financial mechanism for disaster risk reduction at national, state, and local levels. The Disaster Management Act of 2005 established a holistic institutional framework for preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery. Besides, our National Disaster Response Force has emerged as a world-class specialized unit trained to handle complex disasters with professionalism and compassion. We have invested heavily in technology and early warning systems. Today, India's cyclone warning system is recognized globally for its accuracy and outreach. A number of new mobile applications such as Damini, Mausam, Meghdut, etc. have been developed for timely dissemination of early warnings and alerts to the common people, farmers. Further, the Common Alerting Protocol, best integrated alert system, has been implemented for dissemination of geo-targeted early warnings related to disasters to our citizens, and this has reduced casualties compared to earlier decades. The success of our community-centric approach, the national flagship scheme, Apada Mitra, means friends in time of disaster, shows that resilience is the strongest when people are empowered as first responders, equipped with awareness, and connected through trusted community networks. At the international level, India has championed the cause of resilient development. The establishment of Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI, and our active role in implementing the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction reflects the commitment. During the G20 presidency in 2023, India successfully introduced a dedicated track on disaster risk reduction, galvanizing global dialogue on resilience, financing, and risk-informed growth. Distinguished delegates, as we parliamentarians have a pivotal role in this collective endeavor, legislatures provide the framework for accountability and transparency, ensuring that disaster response is swift, equitable, and inclusive. In this connection, I would also like to highlight some global priorities for making our world disaster resilient, namely, integrating disaster studies into higher education, creating a global repository of best practices, ensuring innovative financing for developing nations, and strengthening early warning systems. Also, for financing disaster risk reduction in vulnerable countries, we need to scale up innovative instruments such as blended finance, resilience bonds, and concessional funds. Distinguished delegates, India stands ready to collaborate with all partners to build a safer and more resilient world. As Mahatma Gandhi reminded us, I quote, "The future depends on what we do in the present." Unquote. By investing today in preparedness, risk reduction, and resilient infrastructure, we secure not only the safety of people, but also the stability of our democracies and sustainability of our development. Let us reaffirm our shared resolve at this summit to work together across continents and parliaments to strengthen disaster resilience and response for the present and for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Narayan Singh, for your inputs. We now move on to the Vice President from Japan, Tetsuro Fukuyama, who will now address us for 5 minutes.
議長ありがとうございます。
Thank you, Chair.
日本語で失礼いたします。
Allow me to speak in Japanese. First of all, before speaking about today's theme of disaster resilience, I should like to make a brief statement. Japan is determined to exert every effort to uphold and strengthen free and open international order based on the rule of law. The war in Ukraine should end as soon as possible. And regarding Palestinian issue, we strongly condemn terrorist act committed by Hamas and express a deep regret over severe humanitarian crisis, including famine in Gaza Strip. Firstly, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to South Africa for its leadership as a presidency and its efforts to organize P20. Today, I would like to speak about important themes of strengthening resilience to disaster during Japan's experience. Japan has consistently faced various natural disasters, including earthquake, tsunami, typhoon, torrential rain, particularly during the Great East Japan earthquake of 2011. As a Deputy Chief Cabinet Secretary, I was directly involved in disaster response, managing support for affected people, tsunami damage, and nuclear accident. The warm support we received from people and the war at that time remains unforgettable, even 14 years after the disaster. Support we received from all G20 countries present here, including U.S. Operation Tomodachi, in form of relief supplies, donations, and dispatch of rescue team, became a great beacon of hope for us as we faced unprecedented devastation. From South Africa, Rescue South Africa was dispatched to Miyagi Prefecture, and I'm aware that exchanges with the local residents have continued since then. I'd like to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude once again for your support. In recent years, frequency and the scale of disaster have increased to unprecedented level due to effects of climate change, and the threat extends across the entire group. My constituency is Kyoto, where Kyoto Protocol was adopted, and I've been involved in the negotiations with various countries at the COP15. Climate change has now become a crisis threatening human security, and complex disasters such as cyclone, floods, droughts, and wildfires having profound impact on people's lives and livelihoods. Regarding this reality, Japan has promoted disaster prevention cooperation, particularly in regions such as Africa and Asia, where disaster risk is increasing. So specifically, flood early warning system in Kenya, enhancing meteorological observation and forecasting capability in Mauritius, and operating disaster information processing and dissemination system in Indonesia, in collaboration with the JICA, private companies, and international organizations. We also conduct training programs inviting disaster management officials from various countries to Japan. And the programs we provide practical information, including formulation of local dispatch prevention plan. Furthermore, throughout the reconstruction process, we focus on realizing the principle, build back better. In the Great East Japan earthquake, 2/3 of those who lost their lives were elderly people aged 60 or older. When considering disaster prevention measures, it is crucial to re-examine them from the perspective of special needs of a disaster vulnerable group such as elderly children, persons with a disability, as well as from gender perspective. And Furthermore, preparedness for disaster that could strike any moment, including stockpiling supplies and securing evacuation sites, are very essence of crisis management. It is essential that the crisis management allows for cost towards building comprehensive resilient society. Our mission as a parliamentary is to prioritize disaster prevention and recovery measures as a priority, and securing necessary funding for crisis management and monitoring government initiative. And reconstruction is not limited to natural disasters. Reconstruction in Ukraine and Gaza, where social infrastructure was destroyed by wars and conflicts, requires tremendous efforts. For the future recovery and reconstruction, achieving ceasefire is as soon as possible is imperative. I must emphasize that the solidarity of the international community is indispensable, and Japan pledged to utilize its exercise and expertise and every possible effort. I thank you very much.
We now call upon you to address us from Turkey, the head of delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished colleagues. Throughout history, humanity has faced the destructive force of natural disaster, earthquakes, floods, droughts, and which have tested human resilience. Today, as climate change magnifies their frequency and severity, our challenge has become even greater. In this context, each country within its own means and priorities should strengthen its institutions, invest in resilience, raise public awareness, and develop comprehensive disaster management strategies at national level to enhance disaster resilience and response. The challenge also requires collective resolve. Through international partnership, we can enhance resilience, coordination, and solidarity in times of crisis by promoting cooperation and knowledge sharing. Distinguished participants, strengthening disaster resilience and response holds particular importance in country, Turkey. The most recent of these disasters was the devastating Kahramanmaraş-centered earthquakes with magnitudes of 7.8 and 7.5 of 6 February 2023. Which claimed the lives of 50,000 of our citizens. At this point, I must say this, earthquakes do not kill people. Buildings that are not earthquake resistant do. After the earthquake, immediate humanitarian assistance was mobilized, including large-scale search and rescue operation, providing emergency shelter and provision of essential needs. In the medium term, the reconstruction projects have been launched to restore housing, public services with an emphasis on increased safety and resilience. At the same time, significant attention has been given to psychological support, education continuity, and economic recovery for every segment of society with the various measures and intensive taken. Turkey has since taken measures aimed at ensuring that such a strategy is not repeated, focusing on resilience, safer construction, stronger institutional capacity, and rising public awareness. The tragedy we endured also demonstrated the undeniable importance of the international cooperation. We are deeply grateful for the solidarity shown by the International Committee during this difficult time, as many countries extended invaluable support. Distinguished colleagues, as I conclude my words, I would like to emphasize that we carry a unique responsibility to guide our society towards greater disaster resilience as representative of our people. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move on to the United Kingdom. The Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, who will now address us for 5 minutes.
Thank you to the speakers of both houses of the South African Parliament for your warm welcome and hosting this important summit. It is a privilege to join you here in South Africa, a nation whose history speaks powerfully of resilience and renewal, from a struggle of freedom from the building of a vibrant democracy. South Africa reminds us that even in the face of immense challenges and unity and determination, it can prevail. To be among colleagues from across the G20 as we turn our attention to one of the defining tasks of our time, strengthening disaster resilience and response. Across the G20, we confront the rising tides of risk, natural disasters, pandemics, cyber attacks, instability. I've got to tell you, the UK Parliament has suffered cyber attacks from hostile state actors. Our defences are good, but they are the attacks that are sustained for days. We've also had charges brought against individuals working in Parliament. They were spies, yes, embedded in the UK Parliament and absolutely spying on democracy. It is not acceptable. We should respect each other's parliaments. We should not break that. It is not just the UK Parliament. We've seen it within the European Parliament as well. Those countries should know better, and we expect better. So please, do the right thing. Support democracy. Do not undermine it. And of course, I come from a parliament that has suffered attacks. 2 members of parliament have been murdered by terrorists on the house itself. Ours went on, so I know the struggles we have. In the United Kingdom, we've taken steps to embed the principle that the UK Resilience Framework introduced in 2022 created the first public national risk register, a bold step in transparency, because resilience begins with honesty about the risks that we face. As I speak, Exercise Pegasus, the largest pandemic simulation in the UK history, is underway. Why, we may ask? Because the pandemic remains the top risk on our national risk register. Experts tell us it is not it, but when. And so what we do is test, we plan, we prepare, because hope is not a strategy, but resilience is forged in committee rooms alone. We can work together. We can work and have it built within our communities. As a Member of Parliament, we know those communities. We walk the streets. We hear the fears of people. That knowledge is the footnote. It is the foundation of policies that work in practice, not just on paper. Take early warning systems. They must be more than just technical marvels. They must reach every household, rural, urban, connected and isolated. They must be trusted, understood and acted upon. Preparedness must become part of how communities live. Local planning, practical training, regular exercises save lives. And it is our duty as parliamentarians to ensure that these systems are funded, tested and inclusive. Another truth is that democracy must endure, even in disaster. That is why I support the Parliament of Ukraine to keep functioning, no matter how many Russian drones are attacking Kyiv. So please, let's bring peace. Let's ensure that we support each other and not attacking each other. That is why the UK has taken a leading role in the legislative assemblies of Business and Continuity Network, LabCom, helping legislators understand the worldwide plan for disruption, not just to react to it, because when disaster strikes, the rule of law must not falter. And let us be candid, disasters expose inequalities. The most vulnerable are hit the hardest and recover last. So we must ask that resilience policies are inclusive. All public health messages reaching everyone. Our recovery funds reaching those who need it the most? Always a question we must ask. Coordination between local, regional and national government must be clear, timely and accountable. Recovery should never be an afterthought. It must be built into the planning from the start. Above all, public trust is the bedrock of resilience. In the moment of crisis, people look to their elected representatives for truth, reassurance and guidance. That trust is precious and fragile. Clear communication, public education and non-optional extras, they are lifelines of any disaster and response. And finally, resilience cannot stop at national borders. So I say to us all, whether through the G20 engagement like LabCom or direct parliamentary diplomacy, we must share knowledge, support one another, set common standards, because in an interconnected world, no nation is truly resilient unless all nations are colleagues, and resilience is a technical term. So together we can overcome the disasters. It's a test of governance. It's a measure of leadership. As parliamentarians who shape the laws and budgets and standards will decide whether our nations are prepared, protected and able to recover. In the UK, recent years have shaped that focus. So I say, let's work together. Let's let another COVID-19 be the disaster the world wasn't ready for. Be ready, be strong, be united.
Thank you very much, Sir Hoyle. Now we move on to the Speaker of the National Assembly of Lesotho, the Honourable Mr. Sekahame. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, Molweni. The risk of facing many moods on the part of the earth is the price that we all pay for the audacity to exist. Whether or not our nations will face disaster, individually or as a collective, it's not a question of if, but it's one of when. All that we can do is to try and be as prepared as possible to mitigate the damage. I believe that every nation prioritizes damage mitigation with the same hierarchy, namely preventing loss of life and second, protecting infrastructure. Advertising disaster or averting disaster altogether is, of course, the ultimate resilience to which we all aspire. But as we are certainly far from being able to prevent an earthquake or a tsunami, the next best thing is to be able to predict as accurately as possible when and where a natural disaster will occur. Most of the disasters that we face are cyclical, in that they are patterns in our respective regions. In the past, humanity was largely helpless against the timing of these disasters. But as it is in our nature to learn and to continue learning, our ability to predict them has become heartening and encouraging. To maximize our preemptive resilience, we must put all our support behind the science of natural disasters. This also means putting efforts into the sharing of knowledge and comparing of notes and learning in terms of best practices. Although technology is itself an economic commodity, I think the world can continue to agree on ways to share critical information without compromising ownership or commercial use of that information. While we improve our preemptive systems and knowledge, disasters will continue to occur. Resilience means that when they do, a nation, and indeed the world, is able to recover. This is largely a question of economic viability. In many ways, disaster management is like an insurance policy. The difference is that the nation is both the guarantor and the client. The tension is a nation that is financially robust in terms of keeping funds for disaster relief must face the opportunity cost of what those funds could have achieved were it not immersed in disaster preparedness. The economics of disaster management force nations to be against the odds. This is perhaps an element of disaster management that presents its solution in keeping the opportunity with the private sector. Motivated by the loss of profit in the event and extent of disaster, the private sector can be instrumental in stress testing the disaster management systems put forth by governments. Response to natural disasters is plainly a question of the systems we put in place. While the specific nature of the systems will differ according to the types of disasters we face, we generally all need to have skilled first responders that can be mobilized quickly when disaster strikes. There are professions within the category of first responders, such as paramedics, firefighters, police, and so on. However, the sporadic nature of disaster is a national crisis, and the best response is to have all hands on deck. The system of response must include the participation of all citizens. Basic life-saving skills, such as administering first aid, must become increasingly common among our populations. The hidden benefit of strengthening response systems is that they are cross-cutting. Being fully prepared for one type of disaster invariably makes us better prepared for another. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the case of Lesotho, as you know, it is a rugged country, a very high altitude. It has the highest lowest point in the world. Disaster comes by form of torrents and floods. In 1 year, more than 25 footbridges were wiped out in one night, causing a huge stress on the fiscus of that country. We need the world to cooperate. We need the world to stop emphasizing the things that divide us. Instead, emphasize those things that bring us together. Certainly, there are many things that divide us. There are many. But it is wise for humanity to stop emphasizing things that divide us and learn and become wise in emphasizing those things that unite us. That way, we will be able to tackle disaster across the globe, whatever form it takes. I thank you.
Thank you. Next week, I give the floor to Baroness Poole. She is the Deputy Speaker of the House of Lords, United Kingdom.
Thank you to co-chairs, Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues. In the interests of time, I will ride on the protocols already observed and move straight to a few brief points I'd like to make on this important theme. At the W20 sessions earlier this week, we talked about the ways in which women are so often left behind in disaster planning and responses. Today, I want to highlight the disproportionate risks that are faced by vulnerable people when disasters happen, the elderly, those with disabilities, displaced communities, and make a few suggestions about how parliamentarians might help to mitigate those risks. At the root of change must be a commitment across legislatures to always consider the impact on vulnerable populations when developing policies and plans to respond to disasters. This should be a given. After all, laws are there, they are in place to protect the most vulnerable in society. But history, and recent history, gives us a strong example in the regulatory responses to the COVID pandemic of where legislation failed to take into account the specific needs of and the impact on diverse and vulnerable communities. For example, wage subsidy schemes were often linked to full-time employment. In this way, they failed to support workers on 0 hours contracts, workers who are often from more disadvantaged communities. Stringent restrictions on movement, the so-called stay-at-home laws, failed to take into account the realities of people with reduced mental capacity who are unable to understand and respond to those instructions to stay home. And many countries were too slow to recognise the risk of increased domestic violence, elder or child abuse, when vulnerable people were effectively locked indoors with their abusers. These are just a few examples. You may have your own. But as parliamentarians, we must learn from this experience. We must learn to be alert to the ever-present risk that the vulnerable are overlooked in legislation, ensure that governments are challenged and omissions to legal protections are reinstated. We can also commission evidence and produce reports, as the House of Lords did recently when it conducted an inquiry into preparing for risk and building a resilient society. The report stressed the importance of the need to involve communities, businesses and individuals alongside government in planning for disaster. Its findings pointed to the importance of education in raising awareness, not just formal education, but informal channels through media, culture and storytelling, which so often are a powerful route to engaging communities because they connect not just the head, but the heart with the core message. It highlighted the importance of two-way involvement and engagement between authorities and communities, not just to raise awareness, but to capture local knowledge and social contexts in disaster planning and implementation. And the report recommended strengthening partnerships between local and national governments and civil society. With vulnerable and excluded communities often mistrustful of authority, civil society and community organisations can help spread messages to people where they are in the languages they understand. Finally, as a collection of parliamentarians from across the world, we can make connections across borders, as events like this allow us to do. When disasters happen, they don't respect borders, and nor do like-minded countries restrict their disaster aid to their own countries only. So they're planning and preparing together. We can share expertise, improve emergency preparedness and management, and respond more effectively to shared threats. So when the worst happens, we will be ready to support each other, demonstrating through action the global solidarity that is the theme of this conference. Thank you.
Next honorable person addressing you is Sarah Koon-Gogelwa. She is the Speaker of the National Assembly of Namibia.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to appreciate our gracious host for the warm hospitality, and may I please stand on the protocol already established. The role of parliamentarians in disaster risk reduction extends far beyond mere legislative oversight. We are the bridge between government policy and community needs, the guardians of public accountability, and the voice of the most vulnerable in our societies. In Namibia, as in many of your respective countries, we have witnessed firsthand how disasters disproportionately affect those who are least equipped to recover from it. Namibia is one of the most affected by climate change, with the occurrences and severity of emergencies having increased, and the country is sometimes experiencing both floods and droughts in different parts of the country at the same time. The increasing frequency and intensity of extreme weather events demand that we as parliamentary leaders assume a more proactive stance in ensuring that our nations are prepared, resilient, and are capable of responding effectively to disasters when they occur. Effective early warning systems form the cornerstone of disaster preparedness. We must ensure that early warning systems are not only technologically sound, but also accessible to all communities, particularly those in remote areas and women, who are often the most vulnerable. Parliament's lawmaking function provides us with the powerful tools to integrate disaster risk reduction into our national frameworks and to ensure the mainstreaming of gender in disaster risk management frameworks. In Namibia, we have worked to align our domestic policies with international commitments, including the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction and the Sustainable Development Goals. Parliamentarians play a crucial role in ensuring that emergency preparedness extends beyond government agencies to reach every community. In our constituencies, we serve as vital links between national disaster management policies and local implementation. We facilitate training programs, promote community-based disaster preparedness initiatives, and ensure that emergency plans are not merely documents, but living frameworks that communities understand and can implement. There is a well-documented correlation between climate change and the increased risk and intensity of disasters. Climate change amplifies hazards such as floods, droughts, heat waves, wildfires, and cyclones, making them more frequent and severe. Additionally, it affects ecosystems and resources, making communities more vulnerable to disaster impacts. In response to this challenge, our Parliament has embarked on various initiatives in collaboration with the Line Ministry for Environmental Protection and Management, the academia and civil society organizations, to sensitize members of Parliament on climate change issues. Through our constituency work, we have learned that effective emergency preparedness requires sustained engagement with communities, regular drills and exercises, and the development of local capacity that can function independently when disasters strike. The challenge of ensuring coordinated and inclusive disaster response requires parliamentary vigilance and advocacy. We must monitor how government agencies coordinate their efforts during disasters and ensure that response mechanisms include all segments of society. We must also, as parliaments, advocate for the implementation of the principle of polluter pays and for assistance to be provided to countries that are more impacted by climate change without the use of superficial criteria such as per capita GDP, in order to enable those countries that are affected to cope with and adapt to climate change. Otherwise, we risk sidelining many communities who are affected by climate change from global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Distinguished speakers, our commitment to equality and sustainability demands special attention to vulnerable populations. Women, children, the elderly, and persons with disabilities face unique challenges during disasters that require targeted interventions. As parliamentarians, we must ensure that disaster management policies explicitly address these vulnerabilities and that response mechanisms are designed to protect and support those who are most at risk. In our oversight functions, we must assess whether disaster response programs adequately serve vulnerable populations and whether recovery efforts address the specific needs of these groups. This requires not only legislative attention, but also budget oversight to ensure adequate resources are allocated for inclusive disaster management. Parliament's role in promoting public awareness and education on disaster risk reduction cannot be overstated. Through our platforms and constituency engagements, we have the opportunity to educate communities about disaster risk and the importance of resilience building measures.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Robert Gersdal from the Netherlands. He's the President of the Senate.
Thank you, President. Important topic, strengthening disaster resilience and responses. Very heavy topic in Holland, and not only from today or yesterday, but years and centuries ago. The Netherlands, meaning Low Countries in English, is largely situated below sea level and forms of one of the most densely populated river deltas in the world. This unique geographical position has made us aware of the importance of water management, climate adaptation, and disaster preparedness. Our relationship with water is deeply embedded in our national identity. In fact, the ongoing struggle against water has not shaped only our landscape, but also laid in the foundation for Dutch parliamentary democracy through collective decision-making, cooperation, and local governments. In the Middle Ages, the water boards were first elected administrative bodies in the Netherlands. Even then, they realized that good water management is only possible through cooperation and responsibility. For the Dutch, this has become a normal part of the daily life. They trust the century-old knowledge and expertise and trust in the water management by local, provincial, and national governments. For foreigners, though, the situation below sea level is something that amazed them. Tourists visit heritage sites with mills, dikes, canals in our country, where the historic relation of the Dutch with the water is visible. In other parts of the country, the fight against water has been modernized to address today's challenges. Structures like the Afsluitdijk and the Stormvloedkering, I'll try to say it in English, storm tide barrier or storm surge barrier, hope you understand it, is part of our country. Structures as the Afsluitdijk, as I said, and the Stormvloedkering are the icons of our water management. Protecting the Netherlands from high water levels, Dutch engineers and aid workers are internationally consulted when it comes to water management. Here in South Africa, they advise local water authorities. Also in disaster response, the Dutch knowledge of water is consulted. For example, when Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans in the US, just an example. But even in the Netherlands, disaster can still strike despite all the prevention. The dikes and storm surge barriers are sometimes not enough. 30 years ago, in 1995, 250,000 people and 1 million animals were evacuated from an area in the middle of the country when the water in the surrounding rivers rose to a dangerous level, due to heavy rainfall in the northern France and Belgium. Parliament decided at short notice to finance far-reaching measures to prevent a situation like the one in 1995. 4 years ago, 2021, there was another flooding, this time in the southern part of the Netherlands. Again, continuing rain in the neighboring countries made the water in the rivers to such high level that several villages were completely flooded. The Netherlands collaborated closely with neighboring countries, Belgium and Germany, of course, which will also severely impact to coordination a rapid and effective disaster response. Because our country was affected by rain and melting water from other parts in Europe, it is of utmost importance that countries and parliaments work together. Therefore, it's for utmost importance that the countries and the parliaments continue to work together to share knowledge and experience, to reduce the risk of disaster, to ensure preparedness, to coordinate responsive effectively, to reach and protect vulnerable populations, to raise public awareness and strengthen education, and to foster international cooperation together. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul. Next speaker is Mr. Kian.
No? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You did want to share or did not? Okay. The next speaker is Mr. Kian Peng Sia from Singapore. Is the Speaker of the Parliament.
Excellencies, Honorable Ladies and Gentlemen, Tani Bunani, Moweni. Good evening. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa, the Honorable Angela Tokizila Didiza, as well as to the Parliament of South Africa for the warm hospitality and the excellent arrangements for the summit. Singapore's journey towards disaster resilience has been shaped by our unique geography. We are a small island nation of just 6 million people living on 730 square kilometers, which is about 3 times smaller than Cape Town. We have no hinterland to retreat to, no natural resources to fall back upon, and extremely limited space. And so every square meter matters. Every system must work, and every citizen must be prepared for disasters. This reality has forged our comprehensive and adaptive approach to disaster resilience. Our strategy rests on 3 fundamental pillars: prevention, preparedness, and response and recovery. To implement these, we have established a whole-of-government approach, a framework that cuts across ministries. Parliament plays an important role in this ecosystem. Legislation provides the foundation for emergency powers and resource mobilization. Parliamentary committees scrutinize preparedness measures, ensuring that resilience remains a national priority across political cycles. Technology has been a key enabler, but technology alone cannot build resilience. People must be the heart of our efforts, and Singapore adopts a people-centric approach, equipping and mobilizing the community as first responders. Singapore also actively participates in ASEAN disaster management mechanisms and contributes to regional humanitarian assistance efforts. Singapore is a co-chair of the working groups on preparedness, response and recovery, and also the co-chair of the global leadership of the ASEAN Committee on Disaster Management. Beyond ASEAN, Singapore has also been invited to participate in the G20 Disaster Risk Reduction Working Group, sharing our expertise and experience on heat and flood resilience. Global challenges requires collective action that transcends national boundaries. And through platforms such as the P20, we can shape best practices, coordinate responses, and strengthen international frameworks for disaster management. The COVID-19 pandemic tested our systems profoundly. We learned the importance of surge capacity in healthcare, the need for resilient supply chains, and the value of clear, consistent communication. Our parliamentary processes adapted swiftly, moving to virtual or hybrid proceedings and maintaining democratic oversight even during that period. Such experiences reinforce the lesson that resilience is not a destination, but a continuous journey of learning, adapting, and improving. The challenges ahead are formidable. Climate change is intensifying weather extremes, cyber threats are evolving rapidly, and demographic shifts are reshaping societies. Singapore is strengthening cybersecurity, investing in quantum-safe communications, and fostering resilience across all levels of society. Distinguished colleagues, the challenges we face in building disaster resilience are complex and evolving. While Singapore's approach must be adapted to our circumstances as a small island city nation, we are mindful that there is much we can learn from the diverse perspectives presented here. We look forward to continuing this dialogue, sharing lessons, and working alongside all of you to build more resilient societies for present and future generations. In this connection, I was recently told of a Zulu proverb that would capture the spirit of our shared journey. And let me quote in English. We build forward by asking those who have gone before us. Siabonga, Kakulu, and Kozi. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll give the floor for the next speech to the Speaker of the Milli Majlis of Azerbaijan, Sahiba, Ms. Sahiba Gafarova.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the decision of South Africa to identify disaster resilience as one of the priority areas of its G20 presidency is highly commendable. Unfortunately, climate change is worsening and its effects are being felt harder with each day. No country is immune to the impacts of climate change. Disasters are hitting every country and region, thus it becomes the issue of global significance that demands urgent actions at all levels. This, in turn, implies identifying international frameworks and commitments, translating them into specific national actions, plans, and at the same time ensuring global cooperation and collective support in their national implementation. The role of parliaments is understandably highly critical in formulating necessary responses to disasters and climate impacts. At the same time, I strongly support such assumption that legislative processes should become more proactive than reactive, reflecting adaptation and risk reduction as an overall approach to climate change. This will also serve the implementation of sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, the Parliament of Azerbaijan has already adopted numerous laws on environment, land, water, forest, agriculture, civil defense, and other areas, which provide a foundation for preparing against the negative effects of climate change. Last year, Azerbaijan presented its National Adaptation Plan, which is aligned with the global goal on adaptation, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reductions. Among other things, it also envisaged steps to reflect changing circumstances, further specify and approve adaptation measures in some legislative documents. Honourable colleagues, last November, Azerbaijan, under the leadership of His Excellency President Ilham Aliyev, hosted one of the most successful COPs, the COP29. We succeeded in building a stronger bridge between the global south and global north for realization of common goals, ensuring that all voices, particularly those of the developing world, were heard. Important milestones of the COP29, which were officially branded by the United Nations at the Baku Climate Unity Pact, include, among others, adoption of the new collective quantified goal known as the Baku Finance Goal, full operationalization of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement on International Carbon Markets, adoption of a decision to fully operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund, establishing Baku Adaptation Roadmap, and Baku High-Level Dialogue on Adaptation. Our Parliament, together with the Interparliamentary Union, hosted their parliamentary meeting in the framework of the COP29, aimed at uniting parliamentary efforts for addressing climate change. Dear colleagues, through successful completion of the COP29, Azerbaijan once again demonstrated that solidarity in the face of common challenges, compromises, and collective actions are indispensable for achieving desired results. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is the Speaker of the House of the Representative of Australia, Mr. Milton Dick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I realise that I am all that is standing between dinner and a glass of wine.
Unfortunately not. There are a couple of people after that comment. Sorry for disappointing you.
I was going to do something different and do the shortest speech in record of the P20, but I want to start by thanking Madam Speaker for your graciousness, but also organising such a wonderful P20. I had the honour of undertaking a bilateral visit, a short visit in Cape Town before I came here, and I want to give a shout out to some of the impressive young South Africans I met yesterday. They were at a place called Justice Desk Africa, an Australian aid non-government organisation, a group that's working with 15 and 16-year-olds disadvantaged young children. So today I mention these three names, Oniako, Sesona and Josh, three young people that I believe will be sitting around here in the next 10 years. And today I dedicate my speech to them and all the young people of Africa who we are representing. And as a nation, as we heard from the President of the Senate, my colleague Senator Sue Lines, we are no strangers to the devastating impact of natural disasters. And although Australia and South Africa have differences in geography and scale, both of our nations confront similar challenges because of the extreme weather and climate and issues such as drought. My home state of Queensland in the north of Australia is very familiar with natural disasters. My home constituency flooded this year and flooded in 2022. So natural disasters are not a new occurrence to Australians or Africa. It has always been part of our lives, but it is becoming more frequent. And over the last decade, Australia has made significant strides in disaster preparedness. So as Parliament, as parliamentarians, we need to ensure that funding, resources and legislation are in place for swift and effective responses. This means continued investment in disaster management, stronger coordination and a commitment to improving communities where they are most in need. Investing in climate change infrastructure, community engagement, embracing technology, and as we heard from Senator Lyons, we cannot overlook the mental and social aspects of natural disasters. So as I promised to the young people yesterday I met, Oniako, Sesona and Josh, the impact of climate change events is undeniable, and it's in our work here as parliamentarians from across the globe to build a resilient world. As they told me yesterday, if we do it together, we can do it.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mrs. Francina Armengol, the Speaker of the Spanish Congress. If she's still outside, I would skip and go to the next speaker, and she comes around after she can close the discussion then. The next person is Miss Anarita. This is my script, I can't read, I'm sorry. Patriarsa, she's a member of the President Board of the House of the Delegates of Italy. Welcome.
Onorevoli colleghi, il cambiamento climatico è una delle grandi sfide globali del nostro tempo.
Of our time. It is a problem that affects us all. And that requires a joint approach. One-country approaches are no longer feasible. If we have learned some lessons after the COVID-19 pandemic, is that we have to face altogether the consequences of extreme weather patterns, in particular natural catastrophes and disasters arising from them. We must build a resilient environment that allows for sustainable development. We must strengthen prevention measures and tools and adaptation to extreme weather patterns by adopting laws that facilitate investment in clean energy, foster the construction of climate change adapting and resilient technologies that ensure equal access to energy. We live in an era where disasters due to climate change are increasing, where conflicts and other events are striking people more and more, including the COVID-19 pandemic. So, disaster management has become part and parcel of public policies. Resilience now has a strategic meaning. It is not only the capability of pushing back against a shock. It means reorganizing, adapting, and rebuilding in a more solid and inclusive manner. In this context, gender perspective is fundamental, so that public policies can respond effectively to disaster-linked challenges. I would like to quote Pope Francis, who said, speaking about women, who said that women can bring together dreams and pragmatism. Institutions sometimes overlook this aspect, yet it is one of the most important resources that we must value. As we highlighted during our previous session of the G20 Women Parliamentarians, the climate issue is also a gender-related issue. The G20 must commit to building a global agenda to meet climate change caused natural disasters, and it must take into account their impacts on women's rights. And we have to do so because the management of climate change caused disasters must be a joint responsibility. It must be shouldered by the entire international community. International cooperation must not be limited to the exchange of material resources. It must include exchange of best practices and knowledge. Moving on to the Italian experience, and as the European Commission has highlighted, Italy is exposed to extreme events connected to climate change, such as flooding, in particular in our coastal areas, drought and wildfires. My country was affected by some severe flooding in 2023 and 2024, in particular in northern and some parts of central Italy. These phenomena impacted people, households, businesses, and public institutions. The Italian government appointed a special commissioner with extensive power to rebuild the infrastructure that was damaged. The same was done after the earthquake and the flooding that affected the same territory and an island in southern Italy. Not to mention, of course, the effects of volcanoes in southern Italy. The government has issued a number of decree laws that have provided responses and have allocated resources in the immediate aftermath. The Parliament, too, has taken important steps. The Chamber of Deputies, for instance, has set up a fact-finding committee to explore the hydrogeological risks in Italy. This committee, in 2024, adopted a decision concerning some emergency measures in the aftermath of the earthquake. In 2023, a decree law was adopted to fight drought, and a special commissioner was appointed to fight water scarcity. In 2025, a new decision has been adopted to rebuild in the territories affected by disasters. The scope, the aim is to standardize operational measures and to set guidelines to rebuild communities after these disasters in a more effective manner. Italy has started to adopt an approach based on resilience, on the need to provide quick and effective responses and the search for opportunities even during the emergencies, aware as we are that some phenomena go beyond human control. So we must look for solutions so that we can at least limit the most immediate effects of these catastrophes. Our duty as lawmakers is to translate principles and shared knowledge into laws and budgets, because it is our responsibility to help and protect future generations. Our selfishness and the warmongering of some people can undermine this. Sustainability and solidarity must not remain words. They must be coupled with actions of peace.
I have one last call for the Speaker of the House of the Spanish Congress. If she's among us, she may get a floor. So it's finished now, dear colleagues of mine. To be honest, we all know how it is to sit in the plenary hall and have a discussion and try to restrict the time of the debate. And it's a job which is sometimes joyful and sometimes it's not. To be honest, I hated to do it to those people who know this feeling. So I'm very, very grateful for this kind of being severe and self-control of having a severe control of the time of the debate. Thank you very much for this. And I absolutely want to express my gratitude for my co-chair who accepted me as his wingman, and it was a great pleasure to be here. I pass the floor to you.
Thank you very much, my co-chairperson, Honorable Noripur, Honorable Albion, as well as the Secretary to the National Assembly, Mr. Tasso, for assisting us on this stage here this afternoon. I'm sure you'll all agree with me, Your Excellencies and Honorable Delegates, that this was a very, very informative session. So was the previous one. And I'm sure that you all are going to leave this room more energized and also very well informed from all the presentations that was done. Now, because you've been such wonderful people in this room today, because you were so well disciplined, because you remained with us for the entire day, and because you made such valuable input, the Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa has graciously invited all of us to have dinner with her at the official dinner for this evening. Let us give her a round of applause for having us here. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We are saying thank you to you now in advance of the dinner that you're going to give us. Honorable delegates, Your Excellencies, we are done for today, but there's still the wonderful dinner awaiting you. So the transport will leave immediately after we adjourn from this house. The transport will be outside to take us to the Benguela Cove Wine Estate, where we will have the official dinner. Thank you very much, and do enjoy the rest of the evening.
Session of the G20 Parliament, and this is the 11th G20 Speakers Summit. And that was just the first session that we had today. Of course, earlier we had the opening address and the keynote address that was given by the Minister of Justice, Ms. Mamoloko Kubai. And with that, of course, as day one concludes, it is clear that the P20 Summit is more than just a meeting of minds, but ensuring that there is implementation and building partnerships, exchanging ideas and shaping policies that can translate into tangible benefits for the citizens.
And of course, that concludes the business of today. You can join us tomorrow when we'll be bringing you 3 working sessions, with the first one focusing on ensuring debt sustainability for low-income countries, and the second one mobilizing finance for just energy transition. It's been high on the topic on the agenda. And then the last one, harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development. We will be starting our show at the usual time of 8 o'clock, and we'll build up to the start of the second day of the summit at 9:05. Igama lam ndinguThembi Nkosi Ngoma, and it's good night.
Oh, and Libitsa Laka, it's been a whole day. We started with good morning, and now it is good night to you. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
I'm not hearing a thing.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
This book, our Constitution, protects our society and empowers us to govern. The protea leaves are us, the people, who freely elect our voices in Parliament. The drum calls the people of Parliament, through whom we govern together. And the sun is our country, healing our past, improving our lives, and energizing our potential. Together, our Constitution, our people, our Parliament, and our country are building our great South African nation. Parliament TV, Channel 408 on DSTV.